and 7. 28V275 goes to lanes 4 and 5, and 6.0 Radial to lanes 2 and 3. So let's just repeat that for the people that didn't hear. Elite Radial lanes 6 and 7. 28V275 lanes 4 and 5, and 6.0 Radial to lanes 2 and 3, please. We'll get underway very, very soon. Track is all prepped. Looks like our officials are mostly in place. And as soon as we get some races ready to go, we should be good to start. Big day coming up here at Warwick Dragway for day 2 of the 2024 running of Dragfest. Don't forget, folks, too, we do need to make sure that everyone is driving nice and slow around the whole facilities. So 20 k's an hour is the absolute maximum speed limit anywhere except for obviously the racetrack. And please go even slower when you're coming past the back of the grandstands and past the back of the tower. We've got families and kids and all sorts of things running around. We don't want any accidents, so just remember there is a 20 km/h maximum speed limit here. So if you don't follow that, we may have to ask you to leave, which we don't want to do. No speeding, no burnouts, no nothing like that. Don't forget too, we do have the top loop exit open out on the track there. So if you can't get off the first exit loop, that's fine, keep going and turn off up the top there. Junior dragsters and young gun bikes, please turn off at the first loop. And of course another big one, left lane always has right of way down there in the braking area. We don't want right lane turning across and T-boning or getting T-boned depending on where the left lane is. So as I said, right lane always gives way to the left lane. And there will be officials up there in the braking area guiding you off the track. So just keep an eye out for those guys and they'll help you out. Follow the directions and we'll be all good. Also, just remember all brackets, do not come to the lanes until you are called, please. Do not come to the lanes until you are called. So we've already called the first batch, which is Elite Radial to lane 6 and 7, 28 versus 275 to lane 4 and 5. And 6.0 Radials to lanes 2 and 3. Everybody else, stay where you are.
One, definitely the lanes. Wait till you call, guys. We got a good problem here in that we got so many entrants here this weekend. If we don't want a traffic jam out there in the pits, it's not ideal. So wait for us. We'll let you know. We'll give you plenty of warning. Elite Radial starting to fill the lane. So Elite Radial round into 6 and 7. Am I reading that right? Yeah. 28, 275, 4 and 5, and 600 come over into 1 and 2 there for us. So we're just about ready to go. They're starting to fill the lanes nicely now. Interesting day yesterday, mate. We got through it, but we had a little bit of everything yesterday. But excited for today. Good feeling around the pits. Everyone's pretty happy. It's a bit warm out there today, Phil.
Yeah, mate, it is warm, which is better than too cold, I guess. But yes, it is very warm. We've got a lot of sunshine. Make sure you use plenty of sunscreen. Make sure you keep yourself hydrated, lots of water. And it's going to be a great day.
Mate, if you come to Warwick, you've got to prepare for everything.
Yeah, that's it. That is it. Especially, so you might be hot today. Tonight might be a completely different situation. So make sure you've got a jumper with you.
Shout out once again to all our officials here, all our volunteers. You can't do it without you guys, and we thank you very much. I can tell you the guys are on track, getting the track up to spec early this morning. Track's looking good again.
What a great job they did yesterday. A lot of, as you said earlier, Shag, a lot of things happened yesterday, all sorts of weird and crazy carry on out there, and the track crew took it in their stride and did an awesome job of keeping us racing.
Yeah, Mother Nature even intervened there for a little bit and dropped a little bit of the wet stuff from the sky, but the guys got that turned. Actually, I was surprised how quick they turned it around, so big shout out. Actually, all the races were too. We're like, oh, that might be it for the night, but next minute we're racing, so
yeah,
cracker job.
I agree, mate. That was there was a lot of water on that track, and the speed in which they got it dry, that was amazing. Yeah, so and I think we only finished like half an hour past the time we were supposed to finish. So
yeah, I'm not even sure it was that, mate.
Yeah,
but it was close. Yeah, you're spot on, mate. From what we got done was a massive effort. Awesome. So guys, do us all a favour. Just a reminder too, if you have any issues out there on the racetrack, like I said yesterday, we try to drum it into you guys a little bit too. If you think you've got an issue with your car or your bike, do us a favour. Pull off to the side of the track and stop. Pull off to the side of the track and stop. We don't want to spread any fluids or have any further issues down the track. So if we can shorten the cleanup or shorten the downtime as much as possible, obviously that helps everyone. So have a good look over your car or your bike before you come out this morning or this afternoon. Just make sure everything's done up. If you had the wheels off, make sure your wheels are done up. You know, all the basic stuff, guys. Sometimes it slips the mind, but if you're getting the routine, getting the habit of doing that, then everyone's A-OK. All right, lane's filling nicely.
Yep. So as we were saying yesterday, always nice to see a full staging lane. It's like a bit. I always say it's a bit like that old song about the pub with no beer. We could make the same song, but a drag strip with empty staging lanes. Sad.
Staging lanes with beer would be interesting.
Well,
anyway, that's another story. All right. So another reminder too, if you haven't already collected your Racer T-shirt, make sure you go and grab that from over there under the tent. Also a reminder, got the raffle going. So $5 a ticket. There's all sorts of good stuff in there, including free entry to Dragfest next year. $5 a ticket or 5 for $20. So make sure you get over there and support the club with that and the raffle as well. Might be able to grab yourself some decent prizes.
Plenty of options for food today too, Shagger. We got, as we said, the Canteen, which is always a great option. They can serve some amazing food there. We also got a few food trucks happening down there.
Mate, I just had a chicken burger for brunch from the Canteen, so can recommend.
Nice.
We got the pizza, as you said. What else have we got? What have we got? German sausages as well.
German sausages, I like it.
The smoothies and the coffee's apparently very good as well. So, and something else down there.
Yeah,
it's all happening.
Yeah.
Like a little market stall over there today.
It's pretty exciting, that's for sure.
Can we send a Red Bull down to Mark in the lanes, please? So, guys, obviously we've got a lot of cars and bikes to get through this weekend. It's a good, like I said, it's a good problem to have, but we need to keep it flowing. So listen out for us to call you to the lanes. Also stay with your vehicles in the lanes and keep the gaps closed up. So the officials, I mean, they're pretty happy to get some steps up over the weekend, but there's a point. There's a fine line. So we can keep it flowing, keep it moving nicely. Listen out for the call-outs for your bracket. Fill the lanes as quickly as you can, and keep flowing. come to the lanes ready. Come to the lanes ready. That's what I'm saying, basically.
Yeah, and that one, stay with your car. That's a very important one as well. So often you go wandering, have a bit of a chat, lose track of time, and then all of a sudden your car is holding everyone up.
That's all right, mate. We got tilt trays, we got a tractor. We can. We've got means. Great to have the overtaken lane here again this weekend. Great. The live stream is going out to the world through the YouTube channel on the overtaken lane. So if you're listening in, thanks for tuning in. Do us a favour, share it around. We want to get many people that can't be here to enjoy it online through the overtaken lane. So we want more people here, obviously, next year. But if you can't be here, that's the very next option.
Yeah, apparently you can find this overtaking lane thing on the YouTube, which is on the internets, mate.
On the interwebs.
So yeah, just look it up on YouTube, overtaking lane. They are the best live streaming, the only live streaming here this weekend, but do the best job. So always great to have them here. Mate, have they got some gear these days too, haven't they? It's absolutely amazing.
All the gear.
All the gears.
Way too many buttons for my little brain to get ahead. So once again, we should have Elite Radial, 28 versus 275 and 600 Radial. Supercharged Outlaws, get ready, but don't roll yet. Get ready. Supercharged Outlaws, get ready, but don't roll yet until we call you. So basically the radial classes we should have in the lanes.
Can you do me a favour? Can you go in a recent change with this?
So we had the Radial Shootout last night. Scott Cortina took home the dollars there in the final against Nick Baxter. That was a pretty good little... Actually, we had a bit of everything. The first round was very interesting yesterday, and the Radial Shootout was hard to know which way to look. But Scotty Cortina took the win at the end of the night.
Yeah, I tried with the head there, I tried to touch that high. So I asked Brad just to reset it down. I'll try with the head there to try and keep the temperatures down. Yeah, so that's not a good idea.
Yeah, so as you said, that Radial Shootout yesterday, Shago, that was action aplenty. All sorts of crazy stuff happening.
Yeah, we saw some start line stuff happening and all. You know, we had red lights. You know, everyone was pushing hard. You throw a little bit of money at something, and you always get some extra variables happening. So anyway, that was good. But we continue today with Dragfest. So most races got in 2 qualifiers yesterday. Another few opportunities today. We were hoping to get 3, but as the day panned out, it just didn't happen. But we were lucky to get in what we did get in.
Certainly, as we discussed earlier, that was all thanks to the hard-working Warwick officials that we got in we got the action in that we did have. We had 2 pretty much everyone would have got 2 qualifiers, plus we had the Radial Shootout. So today we're going to start off with a bit more qualifying action. We're going to go 2 more qualifying sessions and then into the 3 rounds of round-robin racing.
All right, final call for the Elite Radial, 28 275s and 600 Radial. If you're not in the lane shortly, you're going to miss your spot, guys. So we know we're missing a couple that we know should be there, but if you're not there, guys, we're just going to have to keep pushing on today. Give everyone a fair opportunity and keep the racing flowing. So if you're not there, we need you there in a hurry. Quick shout out to our sponsors for these 3 brackets. First up this morning, Gazzard Brothers, of course. Scott and Paul at Gazzard Brothers up there on the range, mate, in Toowoomba. So they're helping us out with the Elite Radial this weekend. So there's trophies and cash prize money for that one. Unreal Plates, and we talked about Unreal Plates yesterday, and we'll talk about them today because they've been a long-time sponsor out here. Always actually supply the trophies and on a number of occasions as well, so they do some great gear. Unreal Plates sponsoring 28 and 275, and Ajunga Bunga Racing, the mullet himself, bringing us at 600. So talking to Dave Hamilton, of course, from the Overtaken Lane. He's racing this weekend, so he went 6:05 from memory last night, so he's right amongst it there. I think he's leading the pack at the moment in 600 Radial, so he's pretty happy about that. So we're getting close to kicking off day 2, Saturday here. This is the big one today because we're going to pump them through all day, Phil, and it's going to be non-stop.
Yeah, that's right, mate. We've got a lot of competitors to get through today here at Warwick Dragway, so we are looking to pump them through as quick as we can and make sure everybody gets enough qualifiers and then into racing, of course, as we said earlier. A lot of passes to get through today, so it would be very helpful if you can help us out with the things we were discussing earlier, such as staying with your cars in the staging lanes, but having your car ready to go when you get to the staging lanes, and listening out for the call-outs. So it looks like we're going to get started with Elite Radial first up. And these radial classes, as you said, Shag, are very popular classes these days. And we got a few different classes that for the radial fans. So great to see that sort of really making a big impact in drag racing over the last few years.
Yeah, so a number of these cars doing double duties yesterday with the Radial Shootout as well. So we've seen a few of them a number of times. One of them, Reese Carkey, was nice and consistent yesterday. 5-0s every time down the track. So he's at the head of the lanes there. We're about to see him hit the water. And James Horan, he didn't have such a great day. That he struggled with the car yesterday. The issue there, too much horsepower, basically. All right, so first pair in the water for Saturday here at Dragfest 2024. Reese Carkeet, the beautiful EH, and the Black Ute from the north side of Brisbane with the turbocharged Hemi in it, if you don't mind.
So as you said earlier, Shagger, these two very different fortunes yesterday, with Reese Carkeet running some pretty good numbers and nice and consistent. Unfortunately for James Horan, a few dramas. But today is a new day, so anything could happen.
Yeah, Carkeet went 507, 505, 506, and then a 503. So you can't get too much more consistent than that. Pour on the other. We know this thing can rotate the earth, but making it work here this weekend's been a bit of a struggle so far.
So this is one of the classes as well that when we get into racing, mate, there'll be a heads-up class, a heads-up pro tree. So consistency will come into it, but also getting the car down the track as quickly as you can will be a big, big deal.
All right, Canteen sits in the pre-stage in the Golby's lane. Waiting on Horan, both turbocharged cars. They'll bump them in shortly. Again, Horan on the hit. Canteen on another decent pass here. Horan's thing looks like it might have actually cut out, but another 5.0. That thing's dialed in. Yes. Dialed in. 5.05 at 142 there for Canteen. Horan on the hit. That thing just blazed the tyres.
Mate, if you can, keep on the cards until they get past the 60 foot. GoPro's giving issues, so I'm going to use you till they get past the 60, okay? When we have our next break, we'll have a little bit of it. I just keep losing signal, so yeah.
Small field this weekend in Elite Radial. Looks like we're missing at least one or two in this qualifying session. But like I said, plenty of opportunities to qualify this weekend, so those guys would have got some passes in. If not yesterday, they got more opportunities this afternoon. Benny Taylor at the head of the lanes. We're going in at 28.275. And the little Corona that made an impression on us yesterday, Phil.
Yeah, mate, this thing was very impressive yesterday, the little Corona, and put in some really good passes and one big wheel stand out of the little Corona, and that was pretty exciting to watch.
Come down and just shower of sparks. No doubt they would have stuck their head under the front of the little Corona last night to make sure everything was A-OK. But Benny Taylor took a little bit to make that car work yesterday. We got down there late last night. I think we went 520s, in the 520s from memory. So.
Yeah. And of course, 28 V275, just to explain that, that's these cars can run either a 28 by 10.5 inch slick, or they can run up to 275 drag radials. So it's up to the racers, and we sort of lump them all into the one bracket. They'll also be running a heads-up pro tree with an index of 4.9 or slower. So
not a lot of info here on the car, Andrew Rankin. It does say 2700cc, so those three RZs are at 2.7 litre, so maybe that's what it's definitely a four-cylinder, definitely turbocharged. Maybe, I reckon we'll have a good guess and say that might be the case there. But the Camaro over there, more conventional these days than the turbocharged LS.
Yeah, things like the Turbo LSs and Turbo Barras, and have really made a huge impact on drag racing, as they have in most forms of motorsports.
So Rankin goes straight in. They start to bring the turbo car on the boost on the start line here. Again, Taylor's got that dialed in. The little Corona a little bit more sedate this morning. But a 5.03 for Ben Taylor. 5.03, 143. And Rankin goes 5.59. Backs up that 5.52 from yesterday.
Yes, so as you said, still a little bit of a wheel stand off the line there, but much more manageable, and very nice looking pass there from Andrew Rankin in the Corona.
Next pairing up will be Andrew Lang. Now Lang struggled again yesterday. This car's been through a couple of different combinations over the years. Had a supercharger on it at one stage, but on the turbocharged combination, they're starting to get their head around it. Struggled yesterday. Chuck Jifkins in beside him. He's in the Commodore Ute. I think it's RB, this thing, from memory.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right, mate. Was he out yesterday? I don't remember.
I don't recall seeing him yesterday. No, you're right. It's on a run, I tell you what. Lang got one down the track. He went 5.11 at 142, but a 4.93 for the Commodore Ute. for Jivkins, so they'd be happy with that.
Yeah, that's a real quick car, that one. And as you said, Andrew Lang, he'll be super happy to finally get that car down the track. And that was a pretty good pass there from Andrew Lang, and that'll give him something to work off.
We have Outlaws. Outlaws to the track, please. Supercharged Outlaws to the track, please.
Yeah, Supercharged Outlaws, we're going to get you into lanes 4, 5, 6, and 7. Mate, we got the full peanut gallery going up here, mate.
We got them all. So a couple of the local boys, Chris Carsberg and Brett Benz. So Brett Benz turned up in the sister car this morning. That's the drive car. This is the race car. Carsberg struggled a little bit last night as well. So he found an issue with the car, with the boost. Let's see if we can get it sorted here. Benz is a no. Carsberg was lazy off the line. He's going to get a number on the board anyway with something to work with, 563. We know that car's got a lot more than that in it, but Brett Benz, they go back and scratch the head a little bit more.
Yeah, that's Brett was another one of those cars having issues yesterday, and unfortunately, those issues are continued in the first round of qualifying. For today, actually third round.
Tony Goodrum, the little squirrel, talking to Tony this morning. He said they made some changes. His car's got a different set of tyres on it than last time. Also changed the rear springs in the car. Now what's happened? Well, the SIG doesn't want to hook up on the start line, so doesn't know if it's tyres, doesn't know if it's the springs. But he's just trying to nut it out, get his head around it. Shane Baker made it to the final four last night in the Radial Shootout. Better for Goodrum. Baker out in front goes 5-1-0, his best pass of the weekend. Tony puts one on the board, 5-5-0. But Baker's car looked good, 139 mile an hour. He'd be happy with that as well. So he'll definitely learn some things yesterday.
Yes, Shane Baker's one of those racers who very rarely has issues. Always seems to always have that car dialed in pretty well.
Probably put as many passes down Warwick Dragway as anyone too, mate, over the years. So
that's probably right.
Luke Knight, another one we didn't see yesterday. Good. That's the beauty of this this weekend. Not everyone can be here on a Friday, but you got 3 qualifying shots on Saturday. So Luke Knight's one of those we didn't see. Mitchell Bean we did see coming out, and he was starting to chip away at it. Moved into the 5s last night, 5.78 for him. He's in the Camaro. Another call for Supercharged Outlaws. Supercharged Outlaws, we need you in the lanes. At Fast Street, get ready, do not roll, get ready, Fast Street. Mitchell Bean, 5.79, backed up that one from yesterday. Luke Knight, 5.40. Yeah, I'm giving away an extra qualifying round today. Only the 2. Oh, it's getting excited. 2's going to be enough for someone. Look at that. Luke Knight just went straight down there, straight down Broadway, 5.40 for him. Supercharged Outlaws, we need you there.
And it looks like we'll be moving into 6.0 Radial. Brought to us, of course, this weekend by Junga Bunga Racing.
Once again, our man Dave Hamilton leading the pack at the moment. 6.05 last night. Pretty happy with that.
Yeah, and Radial 6.0, all run, any size drag radial tyre, heads up Pro Tree, and cars can run up to 120 miles per hour without a roll cage or tech on a clubman licence. So this is a good class to get into. Good entry class for radial racing, I reckon. Something Junga's come up with and works really well.
Misty Ebden in the Mopar. He blazed the tyres hard last night, so we know this thing packs a heap of nitrous.
Yeah, mate, the Dodge Coronet of Tony Ebden, it makes a hell of a lot of power, but just over the last little while I've been struggling to get the power to the ground. Once he gets that sorted out, I reckon this thing will be fun to watch.
Does it look a bit shinier than last time? I wonder if she's had a little bit of a freshen up as well.
She has, mate. She's gone with the two-tone paint as well, with the black on top, and yeah, it's she's looking a little bit like a show car.
Kira Weeder in beside him at the Mustang. You can see the purge of the nitrous out of Ebden's Dodge Coronet. Rueda's car impressed last night. He's in the low sixes. Let's see if he can improve this morning. So Ebden playing it safe, still goes 6.15. It didn't look that quick, to be honest with you, but it was moving. 6.15, 120 for him. Per Rowena, 6.33.
Yeah, I think once Misty gets the big Dodge hooking up and running well, it'll be on the money, I reckon.
Couple of Commodores come to the line together. We get the all motor. That's Johnny Oliver, 640s yesterday, and then his couple of passes. How many revs? All of them. He likes to bend that needle off the end of the tacho, this John Oliver. It's like a challenge to him. Dave Hamill in the other lane, as I said, leads the pack at the moment. He's been the quickest in 6.88 with 6.05. 6.87 that time. You did see that it did bobble a little bit there on the bump box at the start line. So 6.51 for John Oliver. Keep punching through in 600 here. Rob Armstrong in the Tirana. And Gary Milgate all motored. This thing's very stout. I love the big hardtop. Oh, the bonnet's flown off Milgate's track just before the 660. So it's peeled the bonnet back, and that would have given Gary a scare for sure. But the poor heart, the old. I hope the hardtop, that's a beautiful car, man. I hope that hasn't done any damage to it. Hopefully it's just torn it off the hinges.
Yeah, you're right, Shagger. That is a lovely looking car, that one. So hopefully no other damage besides the bonnet. But yeah, so but while we do have this little bit of a quiet spell, I do need to address something. We've got on the return road, so that's the road that all the cars come back to the pits from when they've done their runs. There's a gate there. And the only cars allowed past that gate is tow vehicles going up there to pick up their race cars. No general public, no spectators, no kids on bikes, no nothing past that gate, please. It's very, very important for safety issues and safety reasons. So just repeating that, no cars besides tow cars past the gate on the return road. And
sorry.
No, that's what I was going to say. If you ignore that, Peter will chase you down and yell at you.
Mate, we'll walk you to the gate if we need to.
That's right.
So, mate, what we did quickly miss out, obviously the attention was on Gary Milgate and his car there, but Rob Armstrong went 6.07, so he slotted into number 2 in 600 Radial. So, 6.05, 6.07 there for Rob Armstrong. So it's pretty tight at the front of the pack, but there's the bonnet coming back off Milgate's hardtop. And as I said, I hope for Gary and the team there's no damage to that vehicle. Look in there, it's just torn where the hinges off. It's clean out of it by the looks of that.
Yeah. Just ripped the hinges right off it, hasn't it?
Well, let's hope Gary can continue this weekend, and we'll wait and see. All right, we'll move on to the next pair. Big shout out to the track crew getting that sorted nice and quickly as well. David Mott and Brett Page. The HQ Monaro for David Mott. 584 is the motor size, so we're talking big block. Brett Page in beside him got that Scream and Supercharged. I think it's a Windsor in this thing, from memory.
Yeah, sounds like perhaps if it says here 340 cubes, so like you say, could be a stroked Windsor or something like that.
Talking about the quality of cars here this weekend, yesterday, and continues this morning. Beautiful. It's a good weekend. It's a good day to be alive. They get away together here on the start line. Mott out in front. The Monaro's on a bit of a pass here. He goes 610. Oh, it's getting tight at the front. 615 to Brett Page. I think he went 6-1s yesterday. So nice and consistent there for the big fair lane.
Got the thumbs up there from Kai. He's happy with that one. So helps out a lot of cars, does Kai not? So a very knowledgeable bloke.
Matt Francis in one of the panel vans here this weekend. Terry Bellet in beside him. Terry's one of those ones that had a bit of a day. It sort of went down, then didn't go down, then it blazed the tyres, and then let's see what he can do here. Ballard again blazed the tyres there on the hit. I'm not sure that car was totally settled off from the bump. It seemed to bump in and then it was still almost rocking, and I reckon that's what caused it to blaze the tyres. But Matt Francis, 648 in the panel van, gets another one on the board.
Yeah, Matt Francis, he was in stage and revs were up and kind of waiting for Terry Bellet to go on the stage, and then in the end kind of let the throttle off and then had to sit there for a bit to get that boost back up.
Yeah, you can see him on the bump box. Some of them quite aggressive on the bump, and Bellet's car's one of those. Phil Halpin in his panel van. 600 Radial here. We got Lukey Hauser over there in the Corolla, the turbocharged V6. Oh, Phil sent it to the moon.
Good drive job from Phil Halpin there. Car went, as you said, looked like it was trying to take off, and then when it come down was headed for the centre line, but no dramas for Phil Halpin. Just casually steers it away from the line.
I hope we got some shots of that. 612 as well, so he didn't get out of it at all. 612 at 111. Luke Hauser went 638 to open his account for the weekend. The Sen van definitely did.
Certainly sent it that time.
Oh, that was a good one. Phil will be loving that.
That's one of those cars that does do that from time to time, isn't it? It's like you just never know. Every now and then just wants to take off.
She hooked up. Adam Somerville. I love it's got the soft tonneau on the back, mate. It's just the ute.
Yeah, just the work ute,
Just
mate.
the work ute. Raheem Tar. This thing's pretty handy too. XD Falcon ute. Big cube, small block Ford. This thing screams. So we thought we had full lanes yesterday with Fast Street. We got a heap that didn't show up yesterday that are here today, so we got plenty. 628, biggest field of the weekend is Fast Street. 628 for Raheem, and Adam Somerville went his best. He went 678. All right, it's time for a bit of outlaw action. I'll just jump in quickly because I see Dave Glasson here at the head of the lanes. Guys, Dave and the team on a little bit of a mission this year, and they're continuing with the "It Ain't Weak to Speak" motto. And if you look at the body of the car, you can see the blue ribbons all over the car. So go down, donate $5. They'll give you a blue ribbon. You can sign it and whack it on the car and help with the donations to the "Ain't Weak to Speak" cause. So a great cause.
Supercharged Outlaws action coming at you here at Warwick Dragway, brought to us by Queensland Rock Breakers and RD Williams Excavator Parts.
So these two dragsters rounded us out last night. They went side by side down there for the low 40. 433 there for Christine Steffens. Glasson went in the 440. We know he's got more in that car. Steffens went 38 and 33 yesterday, so we can already see the consistency out of the Steffens camp.
Yeah, and $5,000 prize pool for these guys today as well. So once again, the cash coming into it.
So Glasson for the Controlled Insanity team. He's on the tower side here. Christine Steffens. Husband Ricky gives her a couple of final instructions. Supercharged Dragster time.
Couple of rear-engine dragsters coming at us third qualifying round for Supercharged Outlaws. First round of qualifying for today. Of course, we got a couple of rounds in yesterday.
Glasson's still a little bit lazy off the line. Steffen's out in front. Another 430 for this, like a bracket car. No surprise from a Steffen car. 438 that time, 446 for Glasson, which was where he was. He was in the 440s last night, so good consistency out of the teams there.
Yeah, great 60-footer from Christine as well on that occasion.
Yeah, we went on 101 last night on that 433, so they got that car dialed in. No surprise from Ricky.
Yeah, that's it. And a great drive job as well from Christine with an 0-2 reaction. Just getting everything right, that car.
Randall Tossmore in the little Tirana out of Rogan. And Rodney Hanson loves a skid. Yeah. Loves a skid. He pulls up at the finish line. That's the finish line where he is right there. So, like I said yesterday, the only problem with that is you've got to back up that far, but he's good at it. He's good at it.
Yeah, using as much fuel backing up as he does on the run, just about.
So Shane Moore handed the keys over to Dad this weekend for the Tirana. We were hoping to see the FJ here for Randall, but it's not here. He's got the keys to the Tirana.
Well, if you can thrash someone else's car instead of your own, why not?
Especially your son's, hey? I'm sure there's a bit of payback over the years.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
So we know Hanson, we know Randall Moore had to do a bit of a steer job again. He'll go 570. Hanson just misses out on a 4-second pass on that one. 500 at 141. Seemed a little lazy, I'll be honest, for Rodney's car. But anyway, they'll sneak up on it. Another opportunity for qualifying later on today. Fast Street, first foot call for Fast Street. Can we get you the lanes, please? Fast Street, start filling the lanes. Watch, we'll empty out half the pits here with all the Fast Street cars coming around. You watch.
Well, yeah, that's right. We kind of usually say which lanes to come into, but for Fast Street, it's pretty much all of them. 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Find a lane and fill it up.
Huge field of Fast Street cars here this weekend.
Steve Tatum in the Outlaw Revenger. Talking to Steve this morning, a lot of changes to the car and they're just trying a few different things. He's happy to be, he loves this place. So by his admission, 491 last night was a little bit lazy, but something to work with. They can work on the tune-up from there. They can look at the data. They can look at what it did on the time slip. They can make some changes. That's what they've done overnight. We're looking ready to go. Gary Cameron had a bit of a wild ride last night, but he got it down there. Let's see if we can get one in today.
Yes, Gary Cameron in the red T-bucket altered.
Actually, Cameron was one of those cars that was ready to go last night and then the rain come. So there was a mad scramble to cover up the car. Obviously everything exposed out there. That open style car.
Yeah, that's it.
Cameron comes to the line. He's in the Alta. That's in the PSR lane. Steve Tatum in the Dodge. Right, impressed with that from Gary Cameron. 448. That thing stuck 104 to the 60 foot. It was on a march.
Yeah, that was a great pass from Gary Cameron. As you said, 104 to the 60 and a .02 reaction time. And 448, 155 miles per hour.
That was worth the wait. He sits in number 3 at the moment. Steve Tatum, 502. So the car actually went backwards a little bit. So the guys have got a little bit of work to do.
Yeah, did a 1.1 60 foot. Car seemed to leave pretty hard. But, yeah, it was just, past the 60 foot there where things started going a bit awry. Look at these fast street guys, aren't they keen? You mention the word fast and they're out there. Which is good because with the amount of them, we need to make sure we keep them rolling through.
Another Supercharged Outlaws, Bart Bedrosian here about to come forward. Supercharged Hemi these days in the Altered. So we're looking for Bart. Fast Street, as you said, filling up the... We've already filled 2 lanes, Phil.
Yeah, as you said, this car of Bart Bedrosian is a badass Altered with the blown Hemi on board. I could feel that burn.
It was rattling through the floor or something going on.
We got the full 3D experience up here for that burn out. Pretty top.
Cheap at half the price.
But you certainly always know when Chris Diggles is in the house. We'll get him working very shortly. Get him on the microphone.
So the boys back the car up and Bart's right. Look, we've got some shiny new tyres on it too. We're ready to go this weekend. Bart's ready to have a swing. The big Goodyear Eagles on the back of the car. So you can see the crew member rolling up. He's going to flick the data logger on. .475, look pretty sedate actually, just nice clean pass, got it down there. Once again, they've got something to work with, so Bedrosian, 475 at 146, that's a good start.
Yeah, first pass of the weekend for Bart, and as you said, looked like he probably deliberately didn't attack the start line too hard, but definitely a good baseline to start from.
Unbelievable. It's a statement. It's a definite statement. What we
should have a new one called Pajama Nights. Like turn up in your PJs, get in for free.
Junga Bunga Jama.
Pajama, yeah.
That'll work.
Yeah, the pajama party. Junga Bunga's grudge time pajama party.
No prep
pajamas.
pajama party.
Oh, Jesus. I don't know about that one. Good morning. G'day, mate.
Hey.
Good job, boys, by the way. Hey, when the gases come up, can
All right, here we go. Fast Street coming forward now. So as I said, they're filling the lanes nicely. They're still coming. They're still exiting the pits and coming into the lanes. We're going to kick it. This is our biggest bracket by a long way this weekend. We're going to kick it off with Frankie Scooter March over there in the F100. Nick Smith in the HG Wagon LS powered, complete with Venetians. Should be a prerequisite. Scooter in true scooter style. Nice big burnout for you. Fast Street. Hutchison Quarries. Great to have Hutchison Quarries, we believe. First time sponsor. Thank you. We appreciate your sponsorship of Fast Street this weekend. You're on board, a good one.
Yes.
$8.31 there for Scooter. Nick Smith got the big wagon down to a $7.85. Another call for Fast Street. Fast Street, we need you there.
Yeah, as you said, what a great bracket for Hutchison Quarries to jump in for their first go at helping out here at Warwick Dragway. Huge field, as we said. Fast street cars, they run between 5.9 and 8.5 on the 8th.
Good to see Dave Knightley here. The only thing is he hasn't got the lone H, but we'll take it. The VL's pretty handy backup car. John Knightley over beside him. So it's an all Knightley affair. 702 there for the little Tirana, 699 for Knightley, for Dave.
Oh, look at this thing. The Pontiac, the bright yellow Pontiac over there in the PSR lane.
Mate, even the blower's yellow.
Yeah, that's amazing.
He's used all the tinner paint.
Yep.
454 too, so big block. Look at that thing. Have a look at it. Plenty of tyre under the back of it.
Yeah, a little bit of interesting guard work done on the back to make those rear tyres fit by the looks of it.
Patrick Shaw in beside him, the VL street cred on the number plate.
Yeah, first time we've seen this yellow Pontiac of Michael Voss this weekend. He runs a 783.
759 over there for Patrick Shaw and the VL. Trevor Keel, good to see Trevor back. The WB Ute, supercharged, small block in that thing. Billy Martland in beside him.
A lot of revs on board in that burnout for Trevor Keel as well.
Bill Martland's telling me he's doing this weekend. In a week and a half, he's off to, next weekend he's in Melbourne. And then a week and a half later, he's up here for road trip.
Oh, wow.
He's a busy man.
He's keen, that's for sure. Look at that. 0.01 reaction time for Trevor Kale in the Ute. Runs 620, 111 miles per hour.
And Marlon reels off another 640.
Good consistent car, that one, of Bill Martland. Normally, he did have, I think, one pass yesterday where there was a bit of an issue, but pretty rare for him.
Trevor Owen, we love the little, actually we really enjoyed this little Tirana yesterday, little 202, it's a stout little car. Alan Stevenson in beside him for Power Plus Fuels, and quick shout out to Power Plus Fuels. Unfortunately the guys had a major incident at their manufacturing plant in Melbourne. And they're on the rebuild, guys, so support an Aussie product when you can. Power Plus Fuels trying to get back on board, and I can tell you their fuels are top notch.
Yeah, as usual, Trevor Owen carrying that left front tyre almost out to the 60 foot.
$6.98 there for Owen, $7.58 for Alan Stevenson. Sam Rosa in the Falcon, we saw him yesterday. Peter Norcott, first time we've seen him this weekend, the little 308 powered Willys Jeep Ute. Got the nitrous bottle in the back.
Yeah, actually the first time I've seen this Willie's Jeep out for a while, the Wild Willie, and but was a real regular racer here for a while there, but haven't seen him out for a while, so good to see Peter back.
It's got that look, hasn't it? It's got a good look to it. Peter Norcott's car, he goes 717. Sam Rosa, 690. Out of the Falcon, the FGX, the last of them. Fast through, they're still coming. We haven't filled the lanes yet, but we're close. We're close.
Pretty close, that's it. Just a very, very quick little tidy up on the start line there. Then we'll see Wade Perkins and Nick Billette.
You know the job you don't want here this weekend? That's trying to work out the finalists for Fast Street.
Oh, yeah. Mate, I'll leave that to someone a bit more smarter
Crunching
than
all
me.
the numbers. You'll have a toilet roll of paper just with a big list, trying to work out who's in the final. Wade Perkins, Nick Billette. So just a reminder, all our racing is round robin. So 3 rounds of racing for all races. Then based on the results and that, we work out our finalists. So, I mean, you could literally, with the amount of the cars we have here in Fast Street, we might have 30 cars with 3 wins, and then we got to go back to dial-ins and all sorts of stuff to work out our finals. All right, the other PR Plus car here this weekend, Martin Stevenson. So we saw Alison Stevenson just out before. John Riley in beside him. He's in the 1 tonne. He gets away nicely on the start line. Stevenson, as I said, been on a bit of a travel lately. Been up as far as Springmount Raceway only a few weeks ago. 670 there for him and a 772 for John Riley. Guys, just a reminder, if you're in the lane, stay with your car. Stay with your car. Don't run away. You can go to the loo or the canteen. As tempting as it is, we need you to stay with your cars. We need to keep this flowing. First call for street. Street to the lanes, please. Street to the lanes. Brett Lyon here in the Ute. Triple O, we talked about how he snaffled that number yesterday. Dennis Hurl in beside him. Tough LS on the number plate. The 2 Holden Utes come to the line. About 40 years between them.
That's it. Really see the difference in styling between the years.
Trevor Hurl got the better of it. He's out in front. He's going to get there first. He'll go 697 and the 742 for Brett Lyon that time in the HG. Stop Smiley for a while. Carl out in front's going to get there first. Nice pass here. This looks good actually. 684. 684 just shot.
Jeez, it's hard to get a word in edge. Here, my friend.
Samo, we talked about a little
on, 155, 60 foot and 695 to the stripe, and 810 for Sam in that little Sunny. Now, I did own one of those before. I did put a Datsun Stanza cross member in it that allowed you to put the L series in it, and I had a 2 litre in mine.
L20.
With an auto though. Because it was factory auto, I bolted it up to the auto, so I had a 2 litre 3-speed auto. I could foot brake V8s till about 60k an hour if they weren't watching. You know what I mean? Almost you could win even if they weren't watching. They didn't think it was on, but you knew it was on.
I
Ever been in that situation?
I never lined you up in my 200B with the L20. We could have had a match-up.
You had a 200B?
200B.
Oh my goodness. We're all coming out of the closet now, aren't we? All right, Darren Lowe. Hey, mate, there'll be a lot more admissions by the end of this weekend, I can tell you. This is Dragfest after all.
It's come up at my therapy session.
Celebration of all drag racing of all types, but gee,
that Falcon, nice clean pass for one of the Sheether Monaros here. We got a couple here to pick from this weekend. Is that Bump Box Dave joining us? You bombed that one, mate.
I did very much so.
There you go. You'll be right, mate.
all right, that beautiful Monaro Sheether, geez, taking that thing out of the garage and putting it down the drag strip. 742 shows that it's still worth every cent. 755 for Anthony Millard beside. Yeah, the dreaded bump box is not the last time someone will be victim to a bump infringement.
Still leading the pack, mate.
And
Still leading the pack.
And because you wear the striped shirt, you are going to be the bunker. Okay, if we've got any comments to make and we need to go for the final say, we've got to go to the bunker.
It's on.
All 103 kilo bunker.
Still leading the pack, mate. Still leading the 605. Still leading the pack. There's a 607 in there, right? But you're still leading the pack, champion. Chris Saffy, double duty in the 55 this weekend because Alyssa's driving the 55 as well.
Nah, it's good that you can use, especially here at Warwick, you can share the cars, the families, a lot more opportunities. Yeah. But all the family can wear it out. Really, it doesn't just have to be Dad wearing it out.
Imagine how much easier it is to justify buying parts if you let
Your
the
whole
partner
family.
race
Absolutely,
as well.
I think
much easier.
I mean, that's groundbreaking stuff. I mean, that was right up there near sliced bread as one of the best inventions in racing. Get the wife involved, all of a sudden.
Yeah, game on. Glenn Vanner over there for Heritage Park is in the XD Falcon. Nice close pass between these two. We saw Saffy go into the sevens, done it again now, 764.
These things are not slugs, Shagger. There is not this is a slug-free zone here at Warwick this weekend. That we have got people racing pretty decent numbers, getting the best out of their combos.
Oh, there's a line there, but I'm not going to use it.
It's in there.
Angela Holtz in the Monaro. Richard Rocket. He's a quick little Falcon ute, actually.
I believe he was the inventor of the lettuce. So now he's retired and just races professionally. So, great invention,
Allegedly.
Richard. I've eaten that lettuce several times.
I had it this morning.
Yeah,
My
it's
chicken
good
burger.
stuff. Yeah, mate, Richard, salute you. Jokes, Richard. Of course, he's got to have had that joke before, surely. I mean, I wish I had that name. All right, look at that. She's no stranger to a good light. And look, 157 for Richard Rocket. I was actually looking at Angela's whole shot, but then looking at how quicker Richard was to the 60 and a 6:43.
Richard Rocket, regular the road trip events. Actually, I think he might even be leading his class in the championship at the moment as well. So he gets around as Richard.
There's got to be a team Barra. Like, honestly, I think if you're a Barra racer, that you should be all in the pits together and you're going out there and taking scalps. So Richard's in, like, he could be the captain of Team Barra.
Captain Rocket.
Honestly, right now, if you were to sit back and quickly go, well, if you were to name a Barra team, I would almost put Disco Dean in as captain straight away just because of a Barra racer that comes immediately to mind. And then, of course, after that, 463 other blokes. Just because they're so popular, they give good horsepower. And you know what? It's about the only place that it continues to live on. You know, sometimes parts of a car, the only place they ever live on, or sometimes they die. But in drag racing, something's always going to live on in a car, whether it's the engine forever or the body forever. Whatever it is to keep these things going, folks, you're in for a treat. A history lesson in 20 years' time when we talk about the Barra.
Roy Barmore in the Supercharged car, moving along nicely. Got the Stato over there for Jacques Pinard.
And you know what I love about that bit of history? Is that there's always going to be blokes that want to put a blower on their car and stick it out the bonnet. Because I'm seeing more and more people with that blower dream as well.
710 there for Barber, his best of the weekend so far, so a slight improvement for him. Jacques in the Stato, 8:39 backs up an 8:38 from yesterday, so he's got that dialed in nicely.
Hey, this little Cortina, I didn't think it looked sus until I saw the license plate and then go, oh, stealth. What does that mean? And before you know it, it's probably gone in a flash. Jamie Brown beside with his XW Fairmont. Look how beautiful these cars are. Like just pairing after pairing, and then with a couple of really classic, you know, more pinstripe out there than we've had side by side. But okay, he's off and gone, so
This thing's very stealth.
so stealth it doesn't even appear like it's moving, Shagger. Hang on, he's loading it up. Sounds like could be Barra in there or something. Hang on, let's have a listen.
Trying to get us behind there. You can hear him trying to bring the boost up. Once it gets going, it's all right. 6.99 and where'd I get 6.99? Mile an hour. We had 69 mile an hour over there for Jamie Brown. 10.12, but Terry Larson 8.62.
That was stealthy.
It's packing more than we've seen so far.
And then you got guys that just straight out flaunt it, like the tray back. Like that's not hiding anything there. That's Daniel Thompson. Beautiful. Graham Suter, hats off to you too, sir. VH Commodore of the highest standard.
Towed down from Mackay this weekend. Yesterday, so actually need to slow the car down a little bit for the 600 bracket. There's a 616 for Suter.
That's going to tighten up once they find their feet in that class. All of these index classes.
Just marvel at the burnout for the Commodore there. Daniel Thompson was in the other lane. He went 7.25. We got the Moo Crew. The Holden Red Motor Fanatics. Adam Moody over there on the PSR lane on the Mount side. And Cameron Hunt. Got the burnout wheels on this weekend.
Shagger, I hope cars like that will never die, that someone's always going to want to race with that. The old 202 Tirana. There's a lot of quick ones with the manual gearboxes, but then there's just as many quick ones with the auto trans. 780s isn't mucking around for a combo like that. This time though, 875 and an 855 for Cameron Hunt.
Here's the other Minari out of the Sheetha stable.
Yeah, just
beautiful car, this one as well. Got a quick photo of this one yesterday. Bud Kelly in beside it. Let's be honest, Bud just packs this thing in the shed and digs it out every now and then.
509, lazy 5. I'd love a bit of machinery like that in the corner of my shed just to pull out.
Move the harvester to get to the HQ.
Yeah. And you know what? Bud Kelly, I'd say you're living a little bit of the dream to have that lane around there just to go 688 at 98 mile an hour. And even Michael Sheetha, 727. Just like to go that quick, know how much they're worth, you know its heritage, you know its pedigree. And then to have two line up in the same joint, running same times, you go, wow, we live in a pretty amazing place to know that somebody's got them in a garage. Whether they know each other or not, when you turn up with something that close to each other.
You could just about drop the camp chairs out the front and just sit there and look at them. Just ogle them.
But they are. They used to be head turners, now they're neck snappers. Like, you know, they've gone from a car that you would see the odd one of. And you know what, even in Brisbane now, Friday afternoon, you know there must be something on now. Like, the population density is there. I know on a Friday over coming home from work that there must be something on, because I see at least 2 or 3 special cars just on their way somewhere. Go, where are you off to? Hang on a sec. And that's the best thing about living in this part of the world, is that the opportunity to just do that, more and more people are taking that as a way of life. It's a social thing.
Well, I love this time of year up my end of town up in Gladstone, because this is formal time. So what happens at formal time? All the cars come out.
Yes.
So all of a sudden you see all these cars come out of sheds you haven't seen all year to do formal runs for kids for the end of year formal. So it's a cool time of year.
And it's nothing better than to see that. in today's modern inner city life, there might be the odd Merc and Audi because that's what mum drives. It's easy, right? But then just to have one Aussie, like, pump gas, solid cammed, super 3/4 hot stock classic turn up, everyone's just got their jaws on the ground. Formals are just perfect for them.
Luke Matthews out there, the Commodore Ute, and Chris Hughes cranking gears over there in the VE.
Yes.
867 at 86 there for him. Luke Matthews went 823.
Yeah, the stick shift army, there's still a few out there. This one, I think, even watching last night, wasn't this Ute stick shift as well? I'm going to have a listen. Someone picked it up last night that it's a cogger. Oh, I think it is. The excitement factor goes up 10% when you know that there's a third pedal in there.
So good.
Yeah. I just last night before I went to bed, I thought I'd soothe myself to the world's top 10 stick shift cars in the world, all the World Cup finals and stuff. 640s, 660s, 220 mile an hour. And the last two spots just got filled by two Puerto Rican starlets. They're now 6-second H-pattern cars. So the top 10 in the world have gone under 7 flat. Banging gears.
Unbelievable.
And they're 10 different cars. That's the thing I love about stick shift. They're not all the same car. Go, 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 go. Yeah, give it some.
The beauty of that, you can see that rear suspension working as he throws the clutch out on each gear. That's good stuff.
Oh, hallelujah. 747 at 96 mile an hour. 712 for James Gardner beside. That Bel Air's no joke. But 747 banging that clutch. 177 to the 60. Of course, the built-in axle tramp that you get, which you got to expect. But a lot of those top 10 stick shifters are all big slider clutches. So you see there's a bit of walk because they've got that much horsepower. You kind of have to get a bit tricky in the clutch to make them really quick. That's still street stuff. He's still got street clutch in it. He drives it a lot, obviously. All right, Jason Fuller, Ross Strange.
Ross Strange got that turbo 1UZ in that 1 tonner. It's motivated nicely again today. We were deep into the sixes yesterday, and he goes 653 today. 973 for Fuller. Fuller's had a bit of a mixed bag. He had a couple of runs yesterday. One wasn't so good, and looks like he had some issues on that one as well. In fact, he's still just circulating through the return road there, up the braking areas. We get the next pair up to the line.
Tell you what, I was watching, of course, the stream with you guys last night, and just on my big screen, watching this stream, Warwick does scrub up so good on the stream. It is just the perfect size track for the stream. Like,
a little bit further south, just at Stanthorpe near the border there, and Daniel Pace in the wagon starts to come around there on the top end. He goes 736. Lana goes 749.
geez, if this was a CompuLink and we could bring up our list, you look at all these things,
Yeah.
but they're within half a tenth to a tenth away from all of them. Completely different combos mainly. This one, look, I haven't ticked it yet. I'm going to start drawing a list. Tray back and tick how many.
Done.
Panel van, tick how many. Ute, tick how many. Wagon, tick how many. Because I can't remember seeing so many of everything so concentrated here. They're all bringing them out. They're not hiding them anymore. These things are all out and living and breathing. Go get some. Yeah.
Mark Stone, the HR, covers that thing in the lime green. He gets out nicely, but the 1 tonner's on a good pass here. That's Sean Matthews,
Oh.
695.
Yeah, just real steel going quick. 769 for Mark Stone as well, that HR. All in the neck snapping genre, you know what I mean? And this thing, which I've called I've called him the Prime Minister forever, this black car. I gave him the name at Corralbin because I go, well, this would be something like Billy McMahon or someone would have turned up in the 60s. Yeah. Harold Holt, if he didn't put his floaties on.
He might be still in the boot.
It could be Harold Holt, the Harold Holt Prime Minister vehicle. So I just started calling him the Prime Minister. And apparently they don't mind that little moniker for it because it does have that look that you would have seen outside Parliament House in the 60s.
Probably should have a flag off the front.
Yeah, that's the perfect little thing. Little Aussie and Commonwealth flag.
Andrew Bird over here on the left-hand lane. He's in the WB Ute.
Don't give him any more crazy ideas, but that might just tip it all up nicely. It's 642 at 107. Yes, Prime Minister. 703 for Andrew Bird. 60 foot on that sort of tyre, 147.
Mate, I was impressed when it dipped into the sixes last night. It's just gone 642.
That's an alarmingly
Wow.
quick prime ministerial vehicle.
Yeah.
Wait till someone comes up with the WH statesman. Actually, we've just about got nearly every prime minister vehicle I've labelled throughout the era.
I don't know if I told you about my WH.
Did you have a WH? Jeffrey Ryan now and Ken Cotton Law all forward battle. The XC getting left on there by the XY. Sorry, Phil. 672 for the XY though.
Beautiful. Kenny Cotton in beside him went 805. My WB Statesman, the original owner, was Peter Costello.
Oh, is that right?
She's the original Peter Costello car.
Just interrupt you guys for a second here. We're calling drag bike to the staging lanes, please. STS Speed Shop drag bike to the staging lanes, please.
I'd just love to know how you could prove that, but Chagga, we're going to get some yarns in the bank. Maybe this is the way we got to do
The
it.
lady I bought it from Canberra. She's from Canberra. Moved up to central Queensland, and she bought it from the government, and it's got all the stamps in the book and everything. And she said she found out it was Peter Costello's original car.
Oh, okay,
So
right.
there you go.
So did that help you when you were selling it?
No, I didn't.
No, it didn't at all.
It's still parked down the front. I can't sell it, mate.
So you still got it?
Yeah. Oh yeah, you can't get rid of
Jesus,
the
actually, after that information, probably not for now.
I paid $2,000. It's the loose change limo.
The loose change limo.
The loose chain. Thank you, Phil. Hey,
That's what I call it. That's what I call it. The loose change limo.
you got to get yourself in advertising and marketing, mate. We could sit here and pitch car stuff all day.
Peter Neal and Robin Iverson, another Monaro. Just keep bringing them.
Another wagon.
Just keep lining them up.
Yep. Actually, God, if we got some raw paper, I think we got a jot. Just because it's HKs, T's, G's, wagons, utes, vans, you name it. All right, here we go. And don't trust this wagon either. Never trust a wagon in Australia. Just remember that.
Especially one from a hot rod shop. Iverson over there, look at there's she fueled up. Got the black smoke coming out of the exhaust there on the start line. No dramas for Peter Neal, 765.
Just repeating that too, folks. Drag bike to the staging lanes, please. Drag bike to the staging lanes. You guys are coming into lane 3. If I'm reading that correctly. No, lane 4. It's hard to get across those lines sometimes. Lane 4 for drag bike.
I think we had. Didn't Junga say there was 80 in Fast Street?
I don't think there is, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
there'd be that many, yeah, for sure.
80 of these. We've got 80 of these cars in Southeast Queensland. Just top of the range, real streeters with real people owning them. Whoever wins this trophy this weekend, that's a battle.
Well, I said to Phil, working out who's going to be in the final is going to be the hardest job of the weekend. Warren Sander, 833 there, and Adam Somerville went 779, and they just keep coming.
As good fast street cars should. Now this hatchback,
Go!
oh, like a glove.
I think you're right, mate.
Yeah, so Heath Bellett's over there in the hatchback, but it's Kristen Zell getting all sideways in the XD utility, but here we go. You're right there, Chris. Lose your loafer. All right, here we go. Nail it.
So Ballot on the nice pass here. I think that's about the 4th ballot we've seen in Fast Street. 662 for the hatchback, 103 mile an hour. Kristen Zell went 723. Wasn't too far away.
Crazy times that we're getting out of these things, and that's the joys of a track like a racer's track. Is that the family, you bring as many cars as you can, and it's mum and it's dad and it's the kids all racing together. It's no different to when you come up past the dirt bike track and you see all the trail bike guys, mum and dad and the kids. Yeah. So this is about the only strip in Australia that seems to just welcome this mum, dad and the kids sort of thing.
Loving it.
And they're getting rewarded with just our families. You know, the Mansfield Frenches turn up with 4 of them.
Speaking of kids, there's a car seat in the back of the King.
Yeah.
It's got Teddy Bear in it. Take the passenger for the ride. Terry Mansfield French went 005 on the tree, but I'm going to say got some issues with the car. So I don't know what's happened there for Terry.
Apparently he had to sign 2 disclaimers for that, because actually these days after the movie Ted 2, bears are people. So he had to sign for the bear.
Could be whatever you want these days.
Yeah, and that harness got pinged for nearly being out of tech for the kid, so for the kid seat. So all worked out well. So that's a PB for a teddy bear in the back as well.
Have to be close.
News has just come in.
We'll have to get data on that.
Yeah. I want to start a whole worldwide trend where you strap in a scared dolly and send the dolly.
Well, Cletus says the Christmas tree race.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty interesting.
All right, here we go. So is that a Nova? We got a Nova.
Yeah,
agency.
and it's a trapnel, So we're hearing of the Mansfield Frenches and all the other family names, the Bellett's names. The trapnel name's going to be quite a few in the trapnels as well. We had, I think, 3 or 4 at Kenda. Clayton Massey, look at this little Tory. Timeless little nugget. Got all the right gear.
So she's still left hook, the Nova as well. Little HB. I do like a HB.
They are, though, just that little squarer shape. I think we're always drawn back to sometimes more squarer shapes on cars, and they're a beautiful car. Like, hats off to Opel and all them for styling initially there. And, we adopted a fair bit of... I like that we adopted a bit of a European heritage instead of the American heritage. We got that little taste of Europe through Opel and GM. Go, Trappy. Go, Clayton. Trappy's looking for gears. They're in there somewhere, Trappy. Somewhere between first and third, there'll be another one in there.
Maybe the limiter will shock it into gear.
Oh, here she comes. I see the snowman out the front. Pete Wilson, but out in the panel van. How was Johnny Payne beside? The Johnny Payne. Yeah, we get the Legends race here with their street cars as well.
First passes of the weekend for both.
Let's tick the next panel van. Tick. Panel van number 212 coming up to the line now. But I'm glad Jody Crimmins is driving it, and I'm glad Johnny Payne's out there with undisclosed amount of cubes. I do know what he's building there is a little big, but John can do that. He's played with big blocks his whole life. Had a little stint there with the Sainty engine. I wonder where that engine did go. Go, lady. Oh, Payne.
Payne with some issues. Crimmins with some issues too, actually. You can hear the panel van just fighting the pedal. But Payne's actually going to pull off to the side of the track. That's what we ask racers to do. If you have an issue and you think you've got to pull off to the side of the track in case we get any fluids or debris. So Payne's going to pull up. Crimmins went 7.16 even though it was far from clean.
Kind of fueled up, or maybe just didn't put it all the way down, Jody. I think with that sort of horsepower delivery of the blown injected small block is that you could probably mash it, and we see what happens when Pete mashes it. What is it with panel vans and wheelies? It is just one of those model cars that I always see, and I'm going back in history now thinking of all of our good Australian panel van drag cars or street cars, wheelies all the way through the middle of history. Just crazy. All right, having a quick look there just to see if we can get into recovery mode. Whatever's happened to Payne's thing, whether it might have, you can sometimes guess, throttle cable, could it be that? Could it, coil lead? No worries, Phil, no worries.
I might be seeing things. I think I even actually might have seen some smoke coming out of the car there too. So I think Payne's actually trying to put something out there. So we might have some kind of issue there.
We've got the best roadside assistance free of charge when you enter here. We'll come over and see what's wrong with you on track. Obviously off track, we don't know what's going on with you. Hopefully everything's going well. We hope all of our teams are having a cruisy day. It's nothing better than a weekend where you don't have to thrash.
I never claim to know what's going on. That way I can't be blamed for anything.
Yeah, I know. You can get into speculation about this, that and the other. I mean, when there's bits of smoking metal bouncing around, sort of you take a guess, don't you? Yeah. You take a guess.
It's a good guide.
I got in trouble once for when a tyre went flat and I said that the tyre was flat. Yeah, but that was only because obviously we had a sponsor that was a tyre sponsor, and it's not the tyre. They're saying, don't say it's the tyre. I said, well, okay, I'm sorry. Call what I saw. Tyre went flap, 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 flap. Kind of didn't look like the engine anyway. So one can make the odd mistake in speculating, Shagger. I'm not going to speculate any further right now, other than to say that I am going to have a lot more fun today and tomorrow than I've had in a little while.
There you go.
Yeah, and it was more to know that the date was coming, and they've locked all of their good dates in here at Warwick, and Junga's not only he's a promoter. Like he's got the keys to the track. He's also the promoter. He is promoting, pretty good events like Dragfest. That's been a traditional Warwick event, and it deserves to be the big one. But all the other stuff that turns up here. There's a lot of pride in that, and hats off to what they're able to achieve. But we just have such a good time. You never come here to have a bad time. You come here to have a good time.
Never.
And then when Junga asked me to come and be a part of it and said that you were going to be a part of it, it's like, absolutely, of course. Absolutely, of course. It is a guaranteed good time. It's a GGT. That's what it is.
I can tell you I'm far from name dropping, but I'll be honest with you. I got a phone call from a, let's say it starts with N, a drag racing association just last weekend to say, can you come to Adelaide next weekend? And I said, no, I'm going to Warwick. Dragfest is on.
Is that right?
How dare you?
Well,
how dare you?
Well, one would have been surprised when one received such phone call of that.
One was, as per usual, last minute.
Absolutely.
And I'd already locked in. Actually, I think we committed earlier into having both our cars here this weekend. Yeah. So we failed on that.
Absolutely.
Anyway,
well, you still got here.
We're still here.
But isn't that interesting? Isn't it? Just when you're on the radar and on the books, you're off the books. But oh, excuse me, madam. Where did you get that beverage from?
One beverage.
From the lovely Canteen.
I think what is that? A slushy? Slushy. Yeah. Okay.
Mark said, can you call out for spectators to just use the crossing because they're going all over the joint.
In the staging lanes. So guys, obviously the staging lanes is a busy area, and if you are crossing the staging lanes, use the actual crossing that's there so that we can organise the traffic there and not just willy-nilly across there if you can, because it's going to be a busy weekend.
We've got a fair few people around the joint, and it would be good if you can just follow the designated crossing across the lanes. I mean, it's surreal that you can go through the pits via the staging lanes. Like, cool. I don't know of too many other tracks where you can do such a thing. Oh yes, Ford versus Holden, Ute versus Ute. I was about to say Torno versus Torno, but there's no Torno on the XC anymore.
We talked about the XC last night. A bit of custom work going on that. She's
got
a French number plate. She's all one piece. Somebody's put a lot of time and effort into that one.
Yeah, Shane Blinko. Beautiful car. Not half cranky. I'm going to let these things breathe for a second. Just have a listen on the hit here.
Sean Morrison, we're pretty confident, has got a big block in this thing. That's a cool thing.
Yeah, that'd do me. 396. That's a good size.
You get the better of the start line out there. He's going to get there first as well. He goes 7.26, and Blinko goes 7.44.
Yeah, he got... Good set of lungs on both those cars. That little 396, that's a nice little number. That you can put all the hot big block goodies on one of those little engines.
4-speed would be nice behind.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Sam Campbell from Grafton, and he's in the wrecker because he is the wrecker.
I love the old school 1980s B-gas sort of look where you didn't tub them. There was no such thing as tubbing. No one had ever done it, but you could do that. And I still think there's a place, it needs a manual behind it, and then I'd be loving it. Like, high winding.
Warren Bradford, that little Hilux steps out big time on the launch every time. There's no anti-roll in that thing, I can guarantee. 719 at 94 mile an hour. Sam Campbell on the all motor these days, 661. He's given up on the nitrous for a little while. It's a little bit wild.
He'd be deadly on the nitrous. Where are they all coming from? It's just, it astounds me, Shags, that we have got the depth that we do have. I mean, they're real cars with license plates owned by real people. And where are they all in one spot? Here at Warwick Dragway. Where do you see them during the week? Dribs and drabs, but not all
Oh,
of them.
no. Daniel Costello, turbocharged LS in the Monaro. Dennis Ryan in beside him.
Got there in the end, 158 in the 60 for Dennis Ryan. That thing sorted itself. 686, 661 though with a lot of horsepower. Daniel Costello, 113 mile an hour. I'm starting to wonder whether we even got any sedans here, Shagger. All I'm seeing is utes and vans and, well, I've never seen a Hudson Terraplane. I don't think anyone else in the world right now is experiencing what we're experiencing, Shagger.
I think it's a first.
And all I did was eat one of those little mushrooms in the field. What the hell, man? What's going on?
Pete was probably there growing them.
Well, whoever Mr. Hudson Terraplane inventor was, I like his vision, eventually.
All right, first call for Young Guns. Young Guns and Young Guns bike to the lanes, please. Young Guns and Young Guns bike to the lanes, please.
Good light for Tom Ryan, so practicing that reaction time. He's going to need it this afternoon. We go one round this afternoon, don't we? 764 at 90 mile an hour. 764
Is
at
that young
90.
Tommy Ryan?
Yes,
it is young Tommy
is.
Ryan. Good
He cut a
stuff.
light too. Chip off the old block.
Oh, yeah. All right, Pete Wilson. Let's just soak this in.
Do not adjust your set. Oh. Yep. Pinch me, Shagger, pinch me.
Ah, it's good stuff.
You're seeing it too, right?
That's good stuff.
Yeah, you're seeing it too.
Have a look at it.
First pass ever for this car. In fact, I believe the only time it's even turned tyres in anger was the quick little shed skid.
Like a little quick hit.
Just a quick hit in the shed.
Street bike to the lanes, please. Street bike to the lanes. Street bike to the lanes.
And Young Gun. I'd say that's a pretty successful first pass. 605.
Look at the reaction time.
Yeah, it went 0-1. It went 0-1-4 off the tree did our Pete. 6:05 to half track. 149 at the 60 and tiptoed through the tulips. 112 mile an hour. 6:05.
Tick.
Tick.
Tick, tick, tick.
Tick, tick, and again at WTF. Everything, like everything. You can get onto your folks that aren't here and go, I just saw a Hudson Terraplane do a run.
Home built with a blown small block in it. Go 6:05 on the first pass.
And of course, he's got his partner driving the panel van as well. So the blown and injected couple that plays together stays together.
Stays together.
Until they throw a belt or something, you know, and then God knows what happens after that. All right, here we go.
Would you believe we come to the end of Fast Street?
Is this Young Guns?
This will be Street.
Oh, Street.
Street.
And so Joshua Pinar and David Wilson. David Wilson, the utility. Joshua, the VT. The street class. What is our little index? Do we have an index for that or dial your own?
This will be dial your own for street.
Yeah, 850 and slower. All right, here we go.
Of course, street sponsored by the Warwick Hotel. What a great place to go and have a couple of cold ones.
Matter of fact, I could go a couple now. Right?
Couldn't we all?
Is it too early? Just because you're 850 and slower doesn't mean that you can have less fun, Phil.
Well, that's exactly right, mate.
In fact, you can rip probably more out of it if you want in a class like this, and it'll probably take it. Andrew Faulkner, what's it say? I got what? I got that on the back.
That.
And Alan Knightley in the utility. Oh, sorry, the van, sorry. It had its roof hidden behind.
The Pano.
God, they're worth something, aren't they?
Another Pano.
They are worth something. 9.18 at 75 mile an hour, 11.26 for the immaculate panel van. We've got a great mix in here. We can't believe we went through 84 fast streeters, and we're a little bit spoiled because it's like, wow, this is just quality. And you now even get to street and you go, wow, still the same formula, real cars, real people, just not as stunningly quick as, the other ones are superhuman quick, right? These are real quick.
Yep. And first time on the track this weekend for this beautiful 57 Chevy of Darren Ramsey.
Yeah, how good.
Gorgeous looking car.
Does it say LS57 there? LS57C, I think. So,
yep.
And you know what? James Loday. Let's give the little Ford Fiesta a little rap just now, just quickly. There we go. That could be a weapon by the end of tomorrow afternoon in Dial Your Own. I think they're Dial Your Own. Off he goes. Maybe put a little bit of stage fright on the little Fiesta, but however, 8.45 for the 57. Gets there, James Loday. Not the best qualifier there for him. I'm loving this bit too, because the rules are street cars, daily drivers don't have to be registered, but must be in good running condition.
And Kano in Darren Otto's little hot rod today, this weekend. Kane Schultz, as I was telling Shaggy yesterday, this is a guy who did all the artwork on my car.
Right,
My
he gets to
52
drive
Chevy.
it. I'd love to drive that.
Yeah, looks like a great time driving that thing. Little supercharged Holden red motor. So Darren Otto's going out with Kano's mum, so that's where the connection is between those two.
8.39, a bit too quick for the 850 class. 10.31 there for Ashley, best for him. Cogger as well, I think. Oh.
Don't forget, folks, too, we do need you to turn your air conditioning off, and don't wait till you get to the staging lanes to do that. What happens is the air conditioning drops out all the condensed water that it condenses out of the air, and then it comes out and drops onto the track, which we don't want. So no air conditioning, folks. I know it's warm out there, but we need you to make sure you turn your air conditioning off.
Because an expansive refrigeration gas passes through the condenser with the fan drawing it through and then returning it via an accumulator back to the compressor. Yes.
That's what I thought, yeah.
Brisbane Air can install you right now a summer special of $2,750 for a 2.5 kilowatt in any bedroom. Conditions apply.
Yes, Barney, you hit me.
That's quite uncanny. I was about to say exactly the same thing.
3 for the price of 2.
Yes, Barney.
What do you mean? Peter Petrie and Sonia. Sorry, mate. He'll be watching the stream too. Leadfoot Lidner. Sonia Wagensfeld. She gets to have a crack too. 919. Peter Petrie. 1148. We can put a dial in on them, and they're going to be just as hard to beat in a race than the fast ones.
Yeah, exactly right. We mentioned that yesterday. The real equaliser is Dial Your Own Racing. As you say, you might not be the quickest car out there, but if you can drive consistently and drive well, you have a big shot at it.
Okay, now just say right now, you say, which ute out of these two would you prefer? I'm a little bit stuck because I do love the way that this Liz Close has done her ute. But Mark Gill, yes, it's rusty, yes, it's raggy, but did you see the front treatment of it around the bonnet area? That gets me big brownie points right there. That's kind of selling me back to the HQ, thank you. Yes. Doesn't say what size engine's in it, but it definitely presents well.
Nothing wrong with a bit of patina anyway. That's the big thing at the moment.
Well, I take an ounce of rust over a litre paint any day. I don't know where I heard that. But don't give me 2 ounces of rust, mate. The thing's barely holding together as it is. 8.39, a bit too quick. 10.43 at 67, A-OK. And here we go. Probably, company vehicle here. The little CX, was it? CX5? Emma Wagensfeld. Yeah, we're throwing them all. We've got 900 Wagensfelds. We've got Mansfield Frenches everywhere. Bellets everywhere. Trapnels everywhere. Car Keats everywhere. All right.
And it's Courtney Punter in the Ranger. We were saying yesterday we could almost have
Jeez.
another bracket just for dual cab utes.
And all ladies by the look of it. Okay, here we go. This might be a bit too quick for the, 962. It did come out all right, didn't it?
It did.
11:31 there for Emma. Reaction times, yeah, well, they'll be needing a bit more than that if they're going to slay the opposition. Oh, look at this. Didn't we have a supercharged Holden 6 track rod and shortly before that a Judson Terraplane?
Yes.
What year are we living in here? This is good stuff. Joshua Pyle brings out this little utility. Matthew Richards brings out a modern classic VP. And he's not afraid to thrash it. Go, son. Still a V6 though, but...
Yeah. Was that a VP or a VN?
I'm going to call it a P.
Okay.
Just to be safe.
Yeah, you could be right.
N?
Yeah.
Oh, it was at an SV90. See,
I thought it was
Shagger spots the badges that others don't.
That's right. It's a special skill.
A special skill. The badge. Well, he's the bunker. He's got to see everything.
Well, that's yeah. When we don't know, we do the
and straight over to the man
straight
for the
to
result.
the bunker. Straight
What
to
did
the
you
bunker.
say, Shagger? Yeah, I'd say he beeped up. Yeah, thanks, Shags. How did you see the run? Chris Chandler, Sean Chandler. So we got the Chandlers out here. It is the full bring a family and some cars and face this Christmas tree or spin the hell out of your tyres there, Sean. What's that, a Colorado?
Yep, Colorado.
Bit of 4JJ on board. What was that, the VE 923 for the Alloy Tech? 1019 with a lot of wheel spin there for the little utility of Sean Chandler. Oh, and we throw on a Corvette for good measure now. Little dry hop in the far lane.
More families lining up against each other.
That's Josh Schmocker in the VX, I think it
looking at
is.
the wrong
And Philip Edwards is in the Corvette. Yeah, that's a real head turner, the Vet. Any Corvette's a head turner. Makes all the right noises. 908 and 917 for Josh Schmocker. Here, it's good that we're keeping a little bit of a theme going here because, you know, you do love the odd VN, VP, VX, and God bless the EL and the EF. And thank you to Kyle Wills from Willsy's Parts this week for helping my son's EL get back on the road with a new body control module, or BCM, yes. Thank you. It was well worth the trip over, and we had a good time. And I said, well, I am in Falcon Graceland here. I am coming back in the future. Ray Winovsky out there, 908 gets to the line first. Darryl Freeman, 1097. Yeah, so he's got fast street written on there, but he's might be up in the street class or double entry.
Duty, yes.
Double duty.
So this will be the wife.
So she's got to slow the thing down now. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so it's like use this much pedal. Alyssa Safi now and Michael Pope. Tell you what, it's still in wife mode. It goes pretty quick. 790 at 90 mile an hour at 11:41. Oh. I'm going to let you have this. Yeah, you can have that. You need it. Give a round of applause. He needed that. He's had a busy week, this bloke.
He likes to put a few revs on board this HSV Commodore.
But it looks like, I mean, as much as we like what it looks like, I bet you it must feel good to him when he's in there ripping it up. Like grabbing a gear. Michael Kiley. Is that what we need? Or Super Sedan to the lanes, please. Super Sedan to the lanes. Oh, thank you. Thank you, pup. The new Benz cap. Yeah, because obviously I'm starting to get sunstroke with all the. Oh man. Yeah, that looked like it was a lot of fun.
Big smoke out of the. I think he just locked up the tyres there, just across the finish line. heap of smoke out of the tyres, but I believe that's all it was just off the tyres.
Well done. So we need Super Sedan to the lanes, please. Super Sedan to the lanes. Oh, boy, I can't believe that we just got through 80-odd in Fast Street, the street class. I know we've called young guns and young bikes. Is that right? So the young guns are coming up shortly. Jesus, there's a fair bunch of them too. There's a bunch of young folk down there in the staging lanes just gearing up ready for their quali. And it's so refreshing to see, isn't it, Phil, that more and more, especially in environments like here, at Warwick, where we do have categories that cater for these kids to come and race with their families.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's been said plenty of times before, and it's still true that these young guns and young gun bike riders, the future of our sport, aren't they? So it's good to get them started early and get them hooked on our awesome sport.
And it's times like that you appreciate that, you know, maybe the world is at least got in some of the good hands of the world, is that we've got. Because this stuff teaches you discipline. Like drag racing's looks like it's an easy sport. You go down straight line, blah, blah, blah. But in order to be good at it, you have to be very good in various areas, including organisational skills.
That's it.
Right? Obviously, you've got to be obsessed with numbers if you're going to run them. You're also going to work out how the hell you can ever get to go racing, because even to be successful in racing, it's a proven path. You've got to kind of be successful at something else before you get successful at a motorsport called drag racing. It is a recreation still for everyone here. There is not one professional team that's turned up here to go, you know what, I'm going to slay the opposition here. But what we've got nearly 260 amateurs, real people, lining up here for healthy competition.
And final call for street bike, please. We've called you up before. This is the final call for street bike to the staging lanes, please. About to get underway with street bike very, very shortly. So street bike to the staging lanes.
Phil, can I ask you a question?
You sure can.
What time do you normally have lunch?
It's me personally or the track?
Well, just anyone out there, just in your mind, just say to yourself, you know what time it's lunchtime.
Yes.
Are you some of these people that have to have it before midday? Because there's a whole group of people I know who go, it's lunchtime. I go, dude, it's 10 to 11. 10 to 12.
Yeah, no, I'm depending on what I'm doing. Like if I'm busy or if I'm doing stuff, then I often forget to eat.
Yeah.
But if I'm not doing anything, then I tend to almost eat constantly.
Oh, okay. So what you're saying is any time between breakfast and dinner is lunchtime.
It's lunchtime. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
No, I think 12 to 1 magic time.
Yeah, that's definitely the time you aim for.
But if you haven't had breakfast, it can be that before midday.
Yes.
And you know what? I'm starving. And you know what's helping me with feeling starving? Is I'm looking at all the good food and coffee trucks out there. The famous Warwick Canteen is out there.
It is a famous
If
canteen.
you want the best track burger or whatever, go down to the Warwick Canteen. You can see it there under the big annex here. We've of course got this sort of party annex where the band will be on later, but then our great kitchen there.
Yeah, no, you're definitely right. Some of the best food at any track anywhere comes from the Warwick Dragway Canteen.
And it looks like only because also the pizza people look like they just turned up, and I've already had referrals from people going, wait till the pizza truck opens up, get into that. So, who knows? I might have to get the first one out of the oven this morning. All right, Bailey Davis, Loretta Riss, ready to go in.
So Loretta all the way from Western Australia
Wow.
for this event. So that's a great effort. So yeah, you're right. We've got the other food vans down there as well. Plenty of options here today at Warwick Dragway.
683 for Loretta. It didn't make a hell of a lot of fuss off the start line. Like just sort of eased it out on the clutch. Eventually tucked up and packed those gears in. 683 at 110. 811 for Bailey Davis. Actually, every time I see a little Harley street bike down there, I think, oh, should have Should have got Paulie down here. Paulie Pies would have loved to have had a go in drag bike. That's Bo Strike. Alex King here with the extended wheelbase Suzuki, I think. It's just that whole different attitude to facing the Christmas tree when you've got a set of handlebars in front of you. It's that body language, that extra stuff you see that you don't see in a sedan drag racer. Had to ride it a little bit out of the hole there, Bo Strike, but it was still good. Picked the wheels up in second. 632 at 110. 775 at 108. Oh,
Whoa!
What's happened? What's happened, Phil?
Well, we nearly lost a bike there, but managed to grab it. The bike kind of seemed to grip halfway through the burnout and
Ran out of water.
kind of wanted to tip over quite violently, but
Tell you what,
quick thinking.
I'm loving this GPZ of Michael Anderson. I have not seen a good old-fashioned modified bike for such a long time.
Yeah, no, we were talking about this one yesterday, weren't we, Saga? Just got that real cool old school look about it.
There's a few in the field too, which is great with the drag bike class. Peter Strudwick beside. He's also got to ride it away from the centre line. Oh, geez, right down the centre line is Michael Anderson. Oh, it's getting loose out there. 6:08 for Anderson, rounding it up. 6:32 for Strudwick, the same deal. Did you see them both?
Yes.
It might be hard to see on the stream sometimes, the exact angle.
Yeah, no, those bikes got right out of the groove on that occasion.
Yeah, now this is the full lay-down experience here. Shane Ball, the Nutcracker, very fitting name. 1427cc.
And speaking of old school, they don't build them like this anymore.
Eric Redmond beside his Kawasaki, no-bar bike. And yeah, traditionally you could always hit a two-step and sidestep the clutch and let the wheelie bars stop you from flipping. The end result is that you'd normally come out of the hole shot like a rocket.
He's over near the centre line as well.
Did he take out anything there? No. I don't know. 6:45 for Ball, but I don't know whether he took out a reflector or I don't know. He rode that right down.
It was close, but I think he managed to miss them all just.
They keep on coming. Alan Annis Jr. from Springfield. Edwin Terry, Tower Lane. Previous 751 for him. Previous 550. Well, his PB's a 558. Alan Annis Jr. He'll be doing a lot of the hauling here in this class, I'd say. Hunting down the slower bikes when we go to eliminations.
Yeah, he put in a couple of great passes yesterday, did Alan Annis Jr.
Straight down the middle there for Allen and goes 565. And Edwin Terry eventually got his bike out. 759 at 100 mile an hour. Oh, never spare us the limiter, son. Never spare us it. Always remind us what a rev limiter is so people don't forget.
That's it. With the nitrous bottle cable tied to the back as well.
Yeah, good on you, Clinton Swalling. You go for it, son. Do whatever you want. We'll just stand back and see how it ends for you. Nitrous, plenty of horsepower. No bars. We have another call. Super Sedan and modified to the lanes, please. Super Sedan and modified to the lanes. Jack Roberts popping it in. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Big bog there for Swalling, and Jack Roberts, the better of the two. 647 at 106, 677 at 113.
Great to have Clinton here today. He's also the sponsor for the street bike class, so getting heavily involved.
I think when you like it so much and you're in it and you can afford to be a sponsor of it, yeah, absolutely. I think it just enriches the community knowing that people are happy to spring for a bit of healthy competition. Alex Redmond, Matt Halpin, no rookies here. Sounds so good up on the revs, but it's all Matt Halpin. 603 to a 663. So Matty Halpin, another guy that is a gun. What about 006? What about 006 on the light?
Cracking reaction time.
006 on the tree for Matty Halpin. God, these bikes are just the same as the cars. Just the quality's incredible.
Yeah, quality of presentation and quality of performance as well is just amazing. It would help if I turn my microphone on too.
Yeah, we'll try that. Try that one.
We'll try that. We'll try that.
Here's Rachel Redmond now. So it's not a happy sounding thing at the moment. It's just a little bit off to the ear. 743 at 96 mile an hour, and she hit that two-step hard, and out she came. But Rachel Redmond, though, getting behind the handlebars of pretty exciting vehicle. Modified to the lanes, please, and
I missed the last one. I don't know what it says.
Look, there's another one.
Okay, so Violet 7848.
modified. Another call to the lanes, please. Modified to the lanes. I think Super Sedan are already there. There they are. So modified to the lanes. Yeah, so yeah, Rachel just not under full power. All right, here we go.
Yes, here we're moving into Young Guns, thanks to BP at West Warwick. Great to have BP at West Warwick on board, supporting the future of drag racing.
Absolutely. So if your kid doesn't want to play rugby league or tennis or soccer or netball or basketball, what are all those other sports where people get paid millions of dollars to play? When you don't want to play that, you want to steer something, you want to face the Christmas tree like your heroes, well, what a great place to start. It's been that for thousands of kids. And dads get to be top fuel crew chiefs as well, because dads turn them into the dad's single-cylinder top fuel car, literally.
Too right, too right.
Mate, I'd be in there if I could tip the can. Like if they brought one new rule in, you can tip some nitro into one. I'll have one. I'll even adopt another child just so I've got one of age. A little kid from Puerto Rico, 32 kilos, El Gato Diggles.
El Gato Diggles.
El Gato Pepe este. Kyle Day heads to the 660 with Charlie Usher, 868, 861. We're going to have a pretty tight field of them all in this 8-second zone. We might just see the odd 7-second one, because I just don't know between you and me how quick we could let them run here. I reckon we can let them run.
Well, I mean,
quick.
You know, it's one of those things, I guess, if they go a little bit quick, you know, who's going to notice?
We'll just look up at the sky. Johnny Payne needs a rotor button. Is that what you need?
Chevy rotor button off a Delco type distributor, just a normal Chevy rotor button.
Okay, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Get rid of these noisy junior drags just for a sec. If someone can help with a Delco distributor rotor button. Chevy. So Chevy Delco distributor rotor button. So they all the same, small block, big block? So standard Chevy Delco distributor rotor button. Because this one's a little... Yes, if you can bring it to the tower, please.
Yes, so that one looks a little bit second-hand. So... So just repeating that, yes, if you have one of those Chevy Delco rotor buttons, just the standard style one, bring it up to the control tower here, and we'll make sure John Payne gets that.
Yeah, Payne couldn't have picked the worst time to get the announcement over when we've got 17-1 methanol burning junior dragsters for the next 20 minutes. But I've written it down, so I'll say it again. Max Rowling and Paige King. I mean, we just saw Dakota Bray. We're seeing these young guns. I mean, that's why I think you can grow out of the term junior dragster. And
yes.
Young guns actually is a much better name for it.
Yeah, and again, like you said, Dakota Bray, and we've got Paige King here. a drag racing family, same as the Braes, obviously. So Jason used to race a very tough Falcon, XB Falcon from memory.
Just played up on the hit, did Max Rowling. It just sort of didn't like it, and it's continuing to fight all the way down for him. Low on power, but still goes 838, or maybe, I don't know. It looked like it was suffering, but the 838 tells me it was doing something else. It was deliberately being made to choke. I'm going to launch a conspiracy theory right now about that.
Conspiracy theory.
Because it shouldn't have gone that quick and been that troubled. Yeah, there you go. So Shagger's just bunker. News from the bunker.
The bunker.
He's got news of a 771.
He's just come in.
At some time. Hey, I'd have a steer or something like that. That'll let you know you're alive, eh? Fletcher, Usher now, and Taylor Smith. Taylor in the far lane. What's that called? Moonshine. Can I see Moonshine there on the side?
Moonshine Mayhem.
Moonshine Mayhem. No doubt that's what we'll be doing at Taylor's 18th, obviously. When she turns 18, we'll have Moonshine Mayhem.
We were discussing the lowrider style paint job on that Moonshine Mayhem car as well yesterday.
It's not a slouch either. That's legging it. Oh,
look at that.
779 at 84 for Taylor. Makes her the baddest gun here, I'd say.
Well, today for sure. Yep, so far.
60 foot 167. Like that thing just flat out hauled. 779.
Again, more of the drag racing family connections with Isabella Hunter and Cody Sedmak.
Yeah, right, Cody. So chip off the old block. Omar. Not running pro stock this weekend down in Adelaide, but choosing to run with Cody here at Dragfest. Isabella Hunter. We've got Rob Hunter out there, mum and dad there. That's got to be a pretty high intensity moment when you see your kid bump in for a qualifying session. There's a little bit of intensity about it. They put that in deep. Tell you what, Cody Sedmak.
Look at that.
But hang on, Isabella Hunter got some big top end speed. 970 at 73, 894 there for Cody.
And great racing both sides of the track too, with the reaction time there, 02 versus an 05. So that's always great to see.
All right, Bronte Janus out now. I like that some of them, so some kids just no names, no fancy graphics, but just Bronte on the side. Her number and her name. So no such frills as yet. I'm sure she'll grow into the ultimate moniker for her drag racing career, but right now, Bronte, she'd be maybe potentially of a CJD sort of capacity. 1173 at 60 mile an hour. So gets down the track. Hell of an experience for a kid that goes to school, that you can get to do this on the weekend.
Too right.
Actually, be interesting to see if you could go through every junior dragster / young gun and then just tell you which school they go to and then put that on a map so you could tell where every drag racing kid went to school, just to see.
Yep.
Because honestly, I think in the future, that might be a way to lobby politics. If you've got to look at it at like where are the kids getting into it now, early.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of good things about having this activity happen before they leave school.
And that's what we do.
Well, I went to my son's awards night, went to 2 different awards nights. One night we had a night of excellence where we just did all the Duxers, and then next night was for exceptional people. And they said, well, when's the ordinary awards? Like, that stuff would go on for a week.
Yeah, well, we do that with the footy players. We
Yes.
tell everyone which school they went to. Why not with drag racers?
Oh, well, I'd like to know, yeah. And is there any kids where there's 2 kids from the same
Same
school
school.
racing. Now that's something. That'd be something to know. And all I can tell you, we got Lexi Lancaster. What a name. She's a star already. Look at the car. Lexi Lancaster, same as Amelia Wright. Like, we've got a lot of young ladies here at Young Guns. And you hear of NRLW, and you can already see how advanced that is once attention's been paid to it.
Yeah, that's
Is that, we've got a lot of young ladies doing good things in racing with their mum and dad, sisters, brothers, uncles, cousins, and adopted uncles like you, me, and Shagger.
That's it, mate.
That'll give you a rap every time. Geez, you certainly knew when Amelia put the old size 6 to the floor. Off she goes, and she goes through for a 9.24, but Lexi Lancaster, 8.68 at 76 mile an hour. But Amelia went the red light, but you could tell that clutch kicked in pretty hard because sometimes when you see a little car like that launch and you go, she's absolutely...
Good to see my mate Ben down there enjoying the sunshine and the action out on the track.
And I hope he's got a hat on. Has he got a hat on?
He does. He's got the big cowboy hat on, mate. That's the way to do it.
Now, for all you people that aren't wearing hats, I advise that you do get a hat. We've got plenty of people selling great merch. Have a look around and you'll see that different teams might have a cap or something up for sale. Grab it as a souvenir. Get yourself protected from the sun. I was out there before and I could only be there probably 5 minutes and you start to go, all right. You've got to always never forget that. You go, righto, 5 minutes, I've got to get out of this sun. It's a bit scary, but we've got to just continue to plug that message that, we also want to make sure that you're keeping your liquids up and keeping a hat on, some sunscreen if you're not protected. And at the moment, we're lucky we've got this nice little breeze that's just making it feel like we're not as hot as we are, all right? So just remember, please keep yourself protected. Here's a little bit more. And I love a bit of step through, like, honestly.
Mate.
Hey.
Yeah, that's good. That means our field of young gun bikes, it looks like, has grown to 3. We only had 2 yesterday, so we've got as you said, we've got the step through there, the little scooter.
I'll just do another shout out now that I see him down in the middle there. So John Payne is looking for a Delco Chevy distributor rotor.
Yes.
A standard Delco Chevy V8 rotor. If someone could help out, come and see us in the tower.
Yep.
Johnny's going around asking people whether or not he can help.
It's not one of the fancy ones. It's just your general run-of-the-mill standard rotor button for a Chevy from Delco.
Here's another option. If someone can help him out with another distributor completely.
Yep, that would work as well.
I think it's a big block, though. I think Johnny's got a big block in his. So if anyone can help with a distributor for a Chevy. Oh, look at that. Scarlett Mansfield French has got the hang of the old clutch lever and revs and banging the gears. She flat done ride that thing. 9.98 for her and a wheelie. 11.62 there for Dominic Harley.
Whereas before, when it first started,
Yeah, she's taken that stuff seriously, doesn't she?
Sure is.
And I can honestly think, dinner time at the Mansfield French's place. Like, honestly, is it practice trees before grace? What is it? I want to know. Is about how whoever did the best sort of doesn't have to do chores for a week or something. We talk about this all the time with the families. What would happen during a normal week of a petrol head, Monday to Friday, a petrol head family. And as we said before, like, even to turn up here as a family like that, that's a logistical effort.
It is.
You're not all... have you got the roof rack tied down? Right, we've got 4 cars and a bike on the roof. No, you've got to have this tow rig, this trailer. Who's bringing the Eskies? Who's bringing the marquees? Who's bringing this? So we're needing a Jenny.
Yep,
like, this is what racing families... This is something they've got a checklist somewhere in all these households. And I take my hat off to them don't want to do it. Even, it's like they do 4 or 5 times a year. It's a hell of a lot of effort for recreation.
Well, and that's like you were saying earlier about what we're teaching our kids, and as you said, logistics, getting organised to get everything to the track on time and everything you need. Don't leave anything behind. So, yeah.
It teaches you to be prepared. So
That's
you
right.
don't necessarily. Actually, here's another good idea. Drag Scouts. Drag Scouts. You can come and be part. Instead of being part of the Boy Scouts, get rid of the word boy and turn it into drag. Even though that drag race scouts.
Drag
There we
race
go.
scouts.
Drag
We
race
don't want to
scouts.
confuse anyone.
Yeah.
We don't want to confuse anyone.
I put the brochure. I'm here for drag scouts. I'm here for drag. They said BYO donk. What does that mean? Keep it as drag race scouts.
Drag
you know
race
what's even
scouts.
better? Young Guns. There we go. Okay, yeah. Already being invented.
Drag race cadets.
Cadets. I
Cadets,
like that.
that's a good one.
I like that.
Yeah.
That you could effectively call them that. The cadets before they're the guns. Yeah, I like that. You've got to.
Young gun cadets.
But don't you think that's funny that, how big MMA got with UFC, and then they go into these contenders where you get people that are in little sub-shows trying to even get a shot. And that you could even... They used to do that with some really early drag racing shows in the States, like 1320X and stuff like that. To be honest, you'd think me being a big drag racing fan, I would have been all over every single drag racing American TV show there ever was, but I kept cringing. And I just flick back to the old Diamond P NHRA with Steve Evans and Dave McClelland and Big Daddy. That's all I wanted.
Stuff.
Yeah, that other stuff, it was all kind of wannabe. And I suppose when you look at some of the early stuff, there was Big Chief and there was Farm Truckin' Asian in the early days trying to be on TV for drag racing. Look at this, Bobby Nicole Schluter. Big RPM Bobby.
Yeah, Clinton's Swelling Street Bike we're into now.
You know what? I'd love to see her and the Mansfield French girl go to the line. All these RPM, like they're coming in with 9,000 RPM. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Last time I saw this Z900, I nearly had a moment again because it's just a beautiful bike from the 70s.
It is.
They were, and I told you the story, I could have bought one for $1,800 back in about 1988, and I couldn't get the $1,800. That's how hopeless I was at about 18 years old. I couldn't even get $1,800 together. I wish I got it. It was off a guy called Ray Gibson, a really old modified bike rider, and he had a whole garage full of bikes like that, GS1000, Z900, Z1000s. And, these things are a little bit bigger than stock. 713 at 100 mile an hour. 768 there for Nobby Morn. This by far is the most accessible way to go down a drag strip on a motorcycle, especially here at Warwick. Anthony Anderson was gone. Now it's Jason White and Johnny Dell. A lot of licence plates on these, so yeah, they've undoubtedly been ridden out to be raced, a lot of them. And absolutely given their head, 713 and 741 at 101. Pretty decent street bike class. We've done a call for modified. I don't know how many more have come down the lanes. We've got Super Sedan nearly locked and loaded, ready to go. We've got modified to come as well. Cody McLeod and Tammy Goldthorpe. Well, I'm not betting $1 against Tammy Goldthorpe. I'll tell you that right now. This lady, and look at that, she just bobs that front wheel. She has ridden that thing well. Mind you, she just got gated by Cody McLeod's she got Tammy 036 to an 095. And 917 to a 728. But it's just so hard with a no-bar bike to get your RPM right, to slip that clutch, cut good lights and be consistent. But she's made it an art form, and keep an eye out on here near the pointy end. Justin Comerford now and Jared Comerford. Oh, an all-family Harley affair.
Yes.
Harley's family that rides together. Whee! Jeez, Bag's not riding that thing on the street. 711 at 108 mile an hour, 771 at 94. Yeah, you never know how hard those things should go because they're kind of a chopper, you doubt sometimes choppers just how much riding dynamics they have built into them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When you stray away from sort of a factory built bike and fork angle, is that those bikes do change the way they behave. And whenever I see a chopper that's got too much horsepower going quick, I go, all right, ease up, all right. Think of the old tank slappers you can have. Mind you, Mick Mundy over there, what's he riding today? Daniel Rybelt, Tower Lane. Mick coming in. He's on a Lamb's bike today, Mick. That's got to be. I reckon next round he needs like a menu log box on the back. All right, that's what he's... That's Mick Mundy. That's Mick Mundy taking something and he's going to try and turn that into a drag racing weapon in street bike. Yeah, he needs a menu log box on the back next lap. What do you reckon? And it looks like the bloke that delivered my pizza last night. Yes, Sanjeev. I say Sanjeev, you say Sandeep. That was his brother last week. All right, Phil Halpin, not a rookie, and no entry details for 7619. But the big fella's having fun. 672 there for Halpin, 762. Oh. All right, well, that's all out of the way. Needed that skid. And what's this like the road, like a road trail, Dakar style bike on the far side there? Matty Halpin, Christopher Shaper. Oh, that's like Chris having a fang.
Yeah, we've got
Right,
three shapers out there racing this weekend.
God, makes you want to just grab a bike and get out there in the lanes. 828 and 817. Especially these. Like this is a bit of me, right? I need a big step through. That's what I need.
This is Lisa Mundy
So
having a crack.
They could have pretty stout bikes, the Mundies,
They could.
but they're coming out and racing with underpowered bikes. Is that right? Lisa Mundy, Mick on our little bikes. Off she goes. And I knew the 60 foot would be in the threes. 328. It's an 06 light. So this is the stuff, the reaction time stuff. And you can run this thing consistently. Let's have a look.
So
1466.
final call for Modified and also Warwick Gases to the staging lanes, please. Modified and Warwick Gases to the staging lanes, please. Got a few of the modified cars in the lanes already, but just final call for those guys, and also Warwick Gases to the staging lanes.
All right, Aaron Grout, Tower Lane, Rochelle Strike, Far Lane. Plenty of Harley mixture in here. Plenty of bikes in that 7-second zone. They have come to play. They have come. 696, but a 683. They're quicker than your average one. They'll be doing a fair bit of chasing in this class if that's the case, especially when the Mundies are out there as you know, will no doubtedly have the largest chasers on them.
Oh,
when
for
we
sure.
go to when we go to Dial Your Own, because the street bike, Dial Your Own Chicago Shootout round robin. Clinton Swalling painting street bike. All right, Super Sedan just about ready to rumble. Modified final call to the lanes and gases to the lanes, please. Bring your straight axles and wide behinds to the lanes, please. God bless them. I was watching them a bit last night and I can't believe it. I'm flicking between the footy and that, and then here's all these gases and I go, wow. Geez, we're blessed to have like that many classic, you know, beautifully built cars. They're fun. They're built for fun. They're not built to be serious. They are a car, like a cartoon car.
That's right.
And every kid loves a gasser. I notice. It's a thing that kids can recognise a gasser now.
And they're all for the show as well, putting on a big show for us. And think we're going to have a special guest come up into the
Yes.
commentary box when the gases come out, so looking forward to that.
I'll let him get on while I go to the bathroom, change my man diapers.
I was wondering where you were going with that one.
Yeah. Or transition. I was just going to the bathroom to transition.
That sounds painful.
Trev Davis and Damien Morris. Damo 046 010 for Trev. Trev's here to cut a light. 681 at 100.
Look at that.
639 at 106.
Nice wheels up for the first gen Cortina as well.
Long live the super sedans. May they live forever. Back in mainstream drag racing, you only had about 2 categories back. It was Super Street and Super Sedan before all the headline classes, Group 2 Super Stock, I suppose. But it was just what you were able to do in drag racing. The first time you took a standard looking car and it turned up with big tyres under the back and a scoop on the front. That was just one thing about the drag car that no other car in the world you can identify with.
That's it. You guys talking earlier about your Datsun Sunnies
Yes,
and your
200Bs.
Your Datsun 200Bs. My first car, there it is there, 1972
told me.
Toyota Celica.
You told me about that, and we all cried. We had a little cry, didn't we, about what they'd be worth now?
And how we can't afford our old cars that we used to
No.
own.
Thank God we got in. Thank God we got a house when we did. Mick Schaefer up here this weekend. So we've got Christopher, we've got Mick. It's all happening. 563 there for Michael and Eric 650. Oh, so he's running in Super Sedan here too, our Jai.
Yeah, a few cars coming out too that didn't make it out yesterday, so great to see that. We had a big day yesterday, an even bigger day today.
Oh yes, it's a fair bit of a treat to have a car of that scale here because it is a state-of-the-art super stock car. Obviously still wants to race. There's just not a lot of opportunities at the moment. The season just started down in Adelaide, and I guess Jai said, well, should I go to Adelaide all the way down there to be part of a field, or do I just go to Warwick and have all my family able to race? And I think the choice was pretty academic after that. Remember, Junga's been able to put a pretty good track on, so it should be able to hold a fair bit of this car.
Oh mate, yeah, this track is just biting hard this weekend. It's in great shape.
Hold on to your hats here, folks, because he's got F-gas on the window, which would normally mean it's not F-gas automatic. That means there's a clutch pedal in this and a 5-speed Liberty. So let's just see whether we see nearly all of the potential here for Jai. Because there's nothing still excites me like a good super stock class, like a good field of high winding, aspirated small blocks.
Oh, 100% fact, mate. That's, that super stock is one of the classes, isn't it? They just scream and they're so well built.
Well, Jai's been a super stock racer 20 plus years. He had the AMS Falcon there, but now he's gone full pointy end, state-of-the-art Cavalier.
Heads to the centre line and buttons it off.
I don't know whether he shifted there. I don't know whether it shifted. 132 to the 60, 135 there for Izzy. But yeah, judging by the attitude of the car, it maybe didn't want to get any gears there. It did come out with some RPM. 755 though, not the result he was probably looking for. Exciting stuff though. Exciting stuff. Like you want some lungs, go and have a look at the lungs. If you want the most amount, I'll tell you right now, the most amount of horsepower per cubic inch aspirated is that car right there. I can tell you right now. I haven't seen the other 259, but I just know what those cars have to make horsepower-wise to be competitive, and he is competitive. So he is making that 2+ horsepower per cube out of that car. Do you want to go see what one of those looks like? And watch Jai do something called setting the lash, because that's what you've got to do on cars like that, is get after that thing, keep that thing in good nick.
And you mentioned his old Falcon earlier. It's one of my, I remember in the early days of my drag racing, involved. One of my favourite cars. Beautiful car.
The Tomato, they called it. All right, well, this is another interesting little machine. It's a Camaro, Luke Dowdy and Bradley Lynch.
Yeah, we saw this beautiful Camaro of Luke Dowdy come out earlier today. It wasn't here yesterday. As we said earlier, some people just can't make it out on a Friday. It's a work day for a lot of people. So today we're seeing a lot of first-timers for the weekend. And massive amount of cars on the facility today.
Yeah, Super Sedan is a quality field of all different types, whether it's a street car of Bradley Lynch, turbo small block.
And issues there for Luke Dowdy.
The thing's kind of just lost power or fueled up or did something, and that's just cut itself out.
Bradley Lynch went 586 at 118 miles per hour in the other lane, the PSR lane. But unfortunately for Luke Dowdy, he is still rolling slowly just past the finish line right now in the Golby's Parts and Fabrication lane. We'll shut these cars down until we can get Luke off the track.
Yeah, the thing's just rolling down there effortlessly. But just got to hold it up for a sec. We can't send the next group of cars. Even into the burnout, we can't send other cars down. Even though the other one you would assume is going to continue to roll and we're going to recover it, we can never guarantee what might happen in the next burnout. That's our theory on our safety there, is that we cannot normally commence the next pair of burnouts until the track is clear, in case something happens to our next competitors in the burnout and they might have a throttle hang open or something, and who knows what they might be able to do to the other cars that aren't on that are still on track. So we're sending the recovery quaddie down. That's the only downside to an uphill braking area, is that at least with Willowbank, when you do suffer a bit of trouble, once you sort of get over the hill, you can kind of roll. Here, it's great for stopping. It's just a bugger when you're coasting. You can't. You're going to slow down.
Kind of pushing your body back and forward to try and get it to roll up that hill.
You might have just had it idling there or something, but whatever's happened. And it could be something even like, if we talk about throttle cable or something like that, maybe if it did go back onto idle, no throttle, that he could just do that. Obviously, it was enough to call the quad bike off because it was on its way down to give him a push, but he managed to get out of it.
Just about to roll around the top of the hill there.
Here we go. Now, I know that this bloke had this car. He told me he had this car. Rob Trapnell. Wow.
And, of course, Andrew March in the Ford Telstar. When was the last time you saw one of these on the street? A long time ago.
So the old 55 is a... there used to be a racer called Peter Pallett. And it used to be a car in F-gas. It used to be an F-gas, and it used to have a 292 small block in it. And I know because I remember watching this car. It is an old car from Surface Paradise, still with original hand-painted sign writing. And the Trapnell family have this car. They've got it back to running condition. Now, you know what? Just as much as that's an interesting car, so is a Ford Telstar as a full tube car, because they came out as pro stockers. There was a couple of those built in the 80s for Australian drag racing in pro stock. It's so good to see they still exist. A Ford Telstar. Which I didn't think were a too bad looking car. They were made by Mazda, of course.
Yep. 553
at 126 for the Telstar. 671 at 105 there for Rob Trapnell. Here's another one. So that's going to be Jeffrey now. It's got to be Greg or Jeff or Robert.
One of the many Trapnells.
It's Jeffrey and Damien Hannigan. Yeah, this Camaro got my attention last time up here. Just quality cars everywhere. Stack injected big block, I'm assuming. Oh yeah. Now, did Jeffrey go the purge? Is he going to run the spray on it today, or is he just letting it all be engine today? Geez, when it's there, you can't help yourself. You probably would. Oh!
The big Chevy.
The answer could be yes, he was. Because they can do a little sneeze like that. 589 at 119, not mucking around for the Camaro of Damien Hannigan, but
Unfortunately, the big Chevy not happy at all.
it is mechanically injected big block though, so like
Yep.
your thing wouldn't normally flood, you wouldn't think, unless you remember if you are going to bring nitrous in, you just don't know. You know, when you're going to the enrichment, you know, when you inject nitrous on a mechanically injected engine, it's whether or not your fuel solenoids are powered by the same pump pressure or whether it's got its own pump, you know what I mean? And sometimes, you know, when you are hitting something off the line with nitrous oxide, if you don't get everything right, it can do the backfire. It is the thing with the sudden introduction of the nitrous oxide into the ports. But whatever's happened there, look, it hasn't left any liquid distress,
Which is a good thing.
but it's still something they're going to have to get onto and fix, which I'm sure the Trappies, they've done it before. They've fixed stuff before, come back and racing next round. Here we go. Les Rice and Mark Hind. Check out the little Anglia.
There's notice another one of my mates down there, Tommy Craig, hanging out with Benny Boy. All the aces from the Aces Hot Rod Club. Usually when you see one of those guys, you'll see at least another one or two of them.
You see a bunch of them. Tell you what, the little Anglia gets your attention. It's out and gone. 665 at 106 mile an hour. 687 at 100 neat. They keep on coming. What a big... Look, I don't know how many we've got in Super Sedan, but we got a bunch of toughies in here.
Yeah, Super Sedan, of course, brought to us by Performance Wholesale. So great to have Performance Wholesale, huge supporter of drag racing and motorsports in general.
Yeah, Beth Mansfield French. It's Mum's turn to have a go in the Family XD. 734 at 101, 715 for Leon Powers. All right, here we go. Fords, if you love the Fords, let's give you a couple in a row here.
Beautiful Fords too, aren't they? They're both of them. This green hardtop, haven't seen this one around for a little bit, but always a beautifully presented car. And of course, Mark Sugars, keep your eye on this thing, likes to lift the front wheels nice and high.
Every time I see the car now, I expect a new name to pop up because he has got this car for sale. And I'm amazed that it hasn't gone because it's good. Big shout out to Nick Weeks, watching the stream in the lounge room at home with the aircon on. Wished he could be here. Nelly got the wild bunch together for the weekend.
There we go, Mark Sugars with the fronts in the air. A few issues there for Debbie Robb in the hardtop though.
Maybe didn't grab the trans brake on the way in or something. The thing lurched out of beams. And when it does that, we can't spare too many seconds around that. That's kind of a bit of a sacred period before racing, isn't it? Here's your moment to get it into stage. here's the tree. We can't give you any more time than that. And when you do have that happen right at the last minute, it's awkward. There's not much. Oh, here he is. Now, Neil Grayson, it says here just a little number on the side here, 615.
600.
So tell me that's 615 cubes in the Hilux. We got Bill Osling from Tamworth beside him, 540 cubes of big block Camaro. So that's 1,155 cubes out there together.
That's a lot of motor.
And that's not the first Toyota Hilux we've got here either.
No,
We can
it's
tick
not.
how many panel vans and wagons and utes, but tick how many Hiluxes that we've got racing as well. Oh, I have no doubt that's got 615 cubes on board. 532, 131 mile an hour, 126 in the 60. There were some issues there in the Camaro, whether the door couldn't close or whether there was something needed inside, because if you don't have arm restraints, you need a window net, or whether or not it was something in there that they couldn't get going.
0.07 reaction time from Neil Grayson wasn't too shabby either.
I know, Junga's just going to put the Camaro in here just quickly because he can.
Maybe he just wanted to line the
No.
Camaro up with another Camaro.
No, there was just
No,
something. The thing wasn't running or had trouble starting, and now it looks like the thing's running. Junga said, I'm not going to push you back with disappointment. I'm going to give you a second chance, because it's all about a fair go here. See, when we've got time, we can be reasonable.
Yep, that's it.
He's done it. And he wants to see two Camaros go down together anyway. So this is the third 70 and a half that I've seen
Yep.
in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, there's a few of them here this weekend, actually. The second-gen Camaros, as we were, Shag and I was talking about them yesterday all day, and then up against the first-gen this time. 68 model Camaro of Bill Osling.
Off they go. 532 there for Jeff Alston. 598 there for Bill Osling. And there you are thinking you're going to be pushing that thing back and you'll have to come back later, and it's running, and Junga goes, you know what, just come in here. We had the opportunity.
Yep.
All right.
There really wasn't too much of a drama, seeing
No.
as there was a buy run anyway.
That was lucky. We were just
throw an extra Camaro on the pile, no problem at all.
Yeah, just a little bit lucky that he didn't have anyone in the water or paired up. And he said, well, let's just make a pair. And that split-second decision by Jugger allowed Bill to get in there and get a run in. So all good stuff from there. So Modified Eliminator as we move on is the next one. And then the gases. And let me tell you, boy, that they are a show amongst themselves, the gases. So we have got Modified. So that was Super Sedan. So Super Sedan was brought to us by Performance Wholesale. We're into Modified Eliminator now, which is here. Hope's Bodyworks Modified. So check out these. Peter Nielsen and Jamie Foker. Topolino and Traditional T. Shorter.
Yeah, so we've basically got three different body styles with the Alters, don't we? Generally speaking. And these are two of them, the Fiat Topolino and the T-Bucket style. We've also got the Bantam Alters often, and they're the three main types.
I'm torn. When I see a good Bantam, like again, I look at Comp Eliminator in the States, and I see a very schmick Bantam, I think, yeah, that's ultimately the Alter that I'd have. But then you see some of these T-bodies and the Roadsters and the Topolinos. Like, they're open to interpretation, the hot rod.
Yep.
It's not only hot rod, but modified altered.
Yep.
So these
I've
are...
always probably had a soft spot for the Topolinos, to be honest.
Yes, I do like them too. Isn't it amazing that that was a car designed in Italy all the way back and they became a drag racing icon? Fiat still don't acknowledge any involvement with the Topolino in drag racing.
No.
But they do. I'd love to know actually what the world's fastest one is actually. I'm sure someone will tell us.
That would be interesting.
6:34 and 5:92 for Peter Nielsen in the Topolova. It's called the Topolova.
Topolova. I do know there's a few nitro altereds with the Topolino bodies in
Yes.
America, so I guess one
Double
of them
A
would be
fuel
up
altereds,
there.
yeah. All right, a bit of A-modified Dragster and A-modified Altered coming up here. Lucas Holt.
And as we were saying yesterday, Benita Marchant, she is been on a real roll with this rear-engine modified Dragster lately, winning a lot of races and driving it really well. She did a couple of great passes yesterday as well, so still on a roll.
But as much as we say Benita's been on a roll, Lucas Holtz is a big scalp taker in modified since debuting with a relatively mild LS in this Altered.
Yep.
He's never going to be a 7-second car. He's going to just be that low 9. I don't think it's even an 8-second car, but it is just something that wins and wins and wins. So he's always the fly in the ointment for any big, quick car. But Benita's got plenty of tyre and plenty of cubes. 505. And of course, he's still got his little blown V6 Altered sitting there at home, I believe. He won't sell it to me. There he is going for that Christmas tree. 062 minus this time for Lucas, but 495 for Benita and a 609 for Lucas Holtz. Keep an eye on those 6 O's for Lucas in racing. Dial your own.
Yeah.
A little bit later on.
As you said before, good consistent passes from Lucas Holtz usually, so always, as you said, a bit of a giant killer. Comes out. Speaking of giants of modified, John Sting in the beautiful rear-engine Dragster here in the Golby's Parts and Fabrication lane and lining up against Dave Hutchin. This short wheelbase T Roadster Altered, a bit of a wild ride last night.
Yeah.
Managed to just tag the wall. It wasn't a huge hit, but check the car out. It's all good to go. And he's come out into the PSR lane furthest away from our control tower.
It does look like a handful, doesn't it?
It does, yes. Short wheelbase, kind of top heavy looking, isn't it? And big.
A high centre of gravity, but lucky enough the engine is down about as low as it can be.
That's true.
So Johnny Sting, a state-of-the-art sort of super comp style dragster from the States. He had that there just to keep his hand in. That's a bit better for Dave Hutchin. Yeah, that's crazy that. 503 for Stingy, 136, and a 595 there for Dave. No slouch.
I'll tell you what, he'll know he just ran a 595 in a short wheelbase car like that.
Yeah, no, well, Stingy's had everything. He's had beautiful modified Altered, and then he went to a Dragster and ran a Dragster. Then he went for top alcohol for a little bit with a Dragster.
Yep.
And then, you know, that stuff can really catch up with you with trying to keep one of those things, you know, running mid to low 5s. And then he's got that one back, which he said is just an absolute thrill to still drive. All right, Darren Otto. Yeah, well, Darren Otto, another one of these guys. He's got the odd photo laying around of him reaching for the sky. Step back in time indeed.
Yep, Darren Otto likes to keep it old school, that's for sure. He's the owner of that little yellow T-bucket hot rod that Kano Schultz is driving today with the Blue Flames. So a couple of weapons out here this weekend for Darren Otto. Nice little wheels up launch there for Otto.
Yeah, 072 on the light, 138 in the 60, and a 620 at 109 mile an hour. He'll be able to race with that, no doubt about it.
Yeah, the Lorax we like to call him.
Yes.
If you ever see him, you'll know why.
Absolutely.
Top bloke, though.
And I'm glad that we've got more than one front engine dragster here today, because it wouldn't be the same without the odd slingshot.
100%. This is a pretty little front engine dragster, this one of John Fleming.
And if I can believe that's the John Fleming.
Yes, I believe it is.
Really?
I believe it is the John Fleming of Rattler fame.
Is that right? I don't want to dare ask how old Flemo is now, but he's not quite Wagner age yet, because we'll talk. If you're looking for a benchmark, we got the Wagners. We've got Georgie Wagner still going, Johnny Fleming still going. I'm not going to say Payne's there yet. Payne still looks like he's 21. But he's still looking for that rotor button, by the way, for that Delco. Anyone help with a Delco Chev distributor rotor button? But I remember meeting Johnny Fleming, and then when you actually go and do a little bit of research on him, just realise that he's been there right from the start in drag racing in Australia. And here he is. He can't keep away from wanting to steer. Maybe he's done all his Sudoku, played all his golf, done all his fishing, done all his lawn bowls, read all his books.
Got a little bit bored.
You know what I mean? When you're an older gentleman and you're sick of pottering around the house, and what else can you do? And you go racing again. I'm glad it's Flemmo. I'm glad he's still got the support crew around. Beautiful car. Always been, of decent quality. Maybe he's just trying to get more and more and more back to basics, like we all kind of want to, because you remember those early times when things were so simple, and you remember how much fun you had, and then you go and complicate things and get all flash and fast, and then you just wish you could just go racing the old-fashioned way. 1960s. Whoa. Good on you, Flemmo. Look at that. 632. 120 mile an hour. 165 in the 60. A nice little shove up the behind there for Flemmo.
Too right, having a ball out there.
Oh, it's Nelly Gasser time.
So yes, as we said, this is the final pass of this qualifying round for modified. And then we get into the Warwick Gases. We got a special guest coming at you for the Warwick Gases as well. It's Sean Pask. And he'll have some interesting things to say for sure. No pressure though, mate, no pressure. Good stuff.
Have we got a little huffer on this thing? Have we got a little 174 on this, have we?
We do have a little supercharger.
That'll do, that's all I want.
On the small block.
Mate, they don't even do me these days in my older age. A little 174. Maybe a 6 or a 471. That'll do. You can have a bit of fun with that. Sarah Dawson, Supercharged altered. Tiny little pedal there, 083 on the tree, 577 at 115. Good run, the finish off modified eliminator. Awesome stuff, what a great category. I can't believe that what we've seen already in qualifying this morning, and we've only seen them all once. Folks, you have not seen one of these vehicles twice yet, have we?
No, we have not. Except for the ones that are getting double duties.
Except for those ones, and yes, you may have seen the same person more than once in another vehicle.
Yep,
but you just about have not seen the same vehicle twice up till now even. And let me tell you, you look at these things coming up now, you wouldn't have seen these either.
That's it. Time to hand over. We'll introduce Sean Pask, and we'll get Shagger back onto the microphone as well.
Oh, Gases time. They're turning it on this weekend. We had 17 entered. We saw all the boys out last night. Sean Pask joining me for this one, so good to have Sean here. Sean.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is what it's all about. The word of the weekend has been Gasser, Gasser, Gasser. And it's all about the show, and you're about to see the show we're talking about. Everything's about the Gases this weekend, and first out there we've got Nigel Elsmore. Nigel in the little doggone crazy. It's all about the crazy cars, the crazy drivers, and it's all about action. We've got Gasbagger down in the left lane here. Nice little match up between the Gasbagger and doggone crazy.
Mate, I used to race both these boys when I had my hamster. So both these boys we used to race it, duke it out here at Warwick. So good to see these boys stepping up to the Gases.
Yeah, big difference. The hamster's been a great class over the years, and good to see the boys stepping up into racing these cool Gases.
So Nigel, the little Hillman, Steve Engelmeyer, Stevie D in beside him.
Yeah, Nigel always running a nice consistent pass, keeping it real, nice and straight and clean. Great pass.
I'm going to say that's a quick one too for Nigel, mate. 7:29, 97 mile an hour. Engelmeyer went 8.
All right, I guess you could say we've got the old and the new. Left-hand lane, we've got Mighty Mouse here. Mighty Mouse has campaigned this car for many, many years, originally racing at Surfers Paradise. And then they've got in the right lane, Blue Bayou, a new car on the scene. Done an awesome job, looks spectacular out there, great paint, got the stance. It's got everything going for it for a gasser.
David Gall usually graces with a bit of a dry hop, so there we go, on cue. Thank you, David.
Yeah, traditional move there.
Hey, Blue Bayou's about the only car I could get under with a creeper without jacking it up.
I tell you what, that's what makes it worthwhile.
So David Gall, that's a quick little car, this little Toyota 700. He'll get there 6:49 at 1:06.
Yeah, nice to see a bit of Mopar over in the right-hand lane and Mopar right beside him in the left. Dual Mopar lineup. Peter Klockner, been running the metal mauler for a long time here, small block Mopar powered. Must say, right-hand lane, I think he's running a 502 big block Chev, if I stand corrected.
Nice.
And certainly getting down a couple of nice passes out of that as well.
Yeah, it was good to watch yesterday. I love the way the thing comes up on that rear spring load as I lose the line, but maybe some dramas out there for Klockner. Looks like the metal mauler's playing game. 7:09 for Brad O'Regan.
Yeah, I think he might be just doing sheep there. He's maybe just bluffing. But anyway, some little problem with Pete there, but I'm sure he'll get it sorted out. He'll be back around. He's done it many a time before. All right, another great match up here. Another new car in the right-hand lane. And how's that for a bit of Holden 6? Nothing sounds like a hot Holden 6 when it's coming out of the water. So great to see the FE or FC, I'm not quite sure there, staying to tradition with the Holden 6 powered. And of course we've got the Falcon Ute locomotive, Windsor powered in the left-hand lane.
Mate, shout out to Ash Lowe too, was out here about a month ago, hurt the engine, put another engine together for this weekend, so great, that's a great effort.
Yeah, I do believe he has been thrashing to get that done, and it's great to see the boys supporting the class. Oh, wheels up there for Dean. Oh, we've got a bit of a wheel wobble, that's something you see regularly on a straight axle. Nothing to worry about, it'll sort itself out.
It took a bit. It took a bit. It had the real wobble up, didn't it? He tried to feed the gas back into it, but the wobble wasn't done.
You'll never know what that's like until you're hanging onto the steering wheel while it's doing that, I tell you. Yeah, nice burnout in the right-hand lane there by Brutal. Four-cogger car in the right-hand lane. Good to see the little delinquent in the left lane here. Looks like putting on a good show in the coming out of the water. Sounding sweet. Looks like it's coming a long way from last time I saw it.
Mate, I love the fact we can see all the suspension under the back of that thing too. Those bars leading 2/3 of the way up the car, just about. So good to see. Brutal's pretty impressive, mate. As you said, the cogger. And
good to see Dean. Sorry, not Dean, but. Callum's come up with his own suspension design on the back, and I tell you what, it is proven to be working. As you can see, little wheels up as he goes on the shift, four-cogger, and gets through for a nice pass in the right-hand lane, and the little delivery following up behind nicely as well. Well, those of you that know me know that this pass is probably tugging at my heartstrings as I see the Valiant wagon out there in its new livery and looking $1 million. And nice to see it up beside Danger Money over in the right-hand lane there. The Falcon Ute, which has been a fairly new campaigned car, looks $1 million out there as well with those zoomy pipes sticking up out of those front fenders.
Mate, looks a treat, that thing, doesn't it? But as you said, the wagon. I'll let you just soak this one up, mate. But this is cool. This is cool to watch.
Yeah, you got 500 cubic inches of blown Mopar in the left-hand lane here. One hell of a car, very exciting to watch, as are all of the gases.
Danger Money picked the front up on the launcher here as well, so good opportunity to get a photo of these two side by side. We're in the gases.
So there you go, there's our first bracket, almost done.
Mate, Ben Love had the left-hand front off the ground about 3 times as it went down the track there, so that's good to see.
All right, we've got the FJ over here in the left-hand lane with our well-known Simon Telford at the wheel, I believe, this weekend. Good to see Simon up having a steer in the Humpy. And of course, we've got the Executioner, another gasser that's well campaigned as well, been running for a long time, and gets down some nice strong passes in the right-hand lane there as well.
So Darren Cagle to take on Telf here. Cagle gets away nicely. He'll get there first in the right-hand lane. 683 takes on 817, so Telf getting a handle on it.
All right, great line-up here. Car that's yet to be seen very... Right-hand lane is Anthony Dack, or Tony Dack, with that beautiful Studebaker, boom shanker. Long story behind that car. His uncle owned this car and raced it at Surfers Paradise. Tony's since completely restored the car, runs a mechanical injected small block Chev, and it is an outstanding car, and it's great to see it out here this weekend. And up against one wild-looking Morris. Keep your eye on this Morris.
It's a piece of work, this thing. Marked eyes for sale too. Apparently got the number on the back windscreen there. So watch this and see how excited you get. You might want to go and cough up some dollars after this.
Yeah, you want a bit of excitement in your life, just copy that phone number down. That could be you at the next event.
So the Studebaker to take on the little Maury here.
Yeah, Studebaker makes a nice clean pass too, gets down very well, and Murray coming in nice and strong after him.
Mate, that was a nice lick for the Maury. 684 there, and Mark Dyer went 768. I'd say he'd be pretty happy with that.
Yeah,
it was fairly sedate for the Maury, so let's be honest. But,
yeah, he certainly kept it well behaved, well mannered off the line there on that occasion. So
sometimes smooth as fast.
Exactly right. But that wraps up the first qualifying for Vintage Gas. But do yourself a favour, get down the pits, check the cars out, have a chat to the guys, and we'll see you out here in a gasser next time.
It was pretty cool. I'm actually opposite you guys, other side of the road, so you look down the line up there and just see them lined up first thing in the morning. It's a treat.
No, it is great to see, and it's really good to see the support, the township up here in Warwick, and in particular Warwick Dragway. I know the guys are extremely grateful for the welcoming attitude that they've had to see the gases up here. So, yeah, it's got a lot of people talking, and we're very grateful for it.
Good on you, Sean. Good to have you in here. Guys, looks like we're going to have a bit of a break. Give all our wonderful volunteers and officials a chance to have a break, something to eat, something to drink. And we'll be back on track shortly. But and Sean, hopefully, will be back with us later.
Look forward to it.
Good stuff.
The lead radial, 28 to the 275 and 6 double A radial to the 1. Supercharged Emerald is ready.
So that was a pretty action-packed session of qualifying, wasn't it? Qualifying number 3. It's currently on a lunch break, which I think is just about finished.
Just about ready to go again. Elite Radial. Oh, he's hanging down the back. Elite Radial. 28 versus 275 and 600 Radial. We're about to get underway. Supercharged Outlaws, get ready. Do not roll, but get ready for us. Yep.
That's right, about to get underway very shortly with Elite Radial. Of course, Elite Radial brought to us by Gazard Brothers. Great to have support from them. Radial is all run, any size drag radial, heads up, pro tree, and the track will be prepped, which we've just finished, prepping the track for radial racing. And there is trophies and cash prize money involved. Don't forget, folks, too, we've got the food trucks happening down there. We've got some great food trucks. We've got the mobile pizza, which I'm told is brilliant pizza. We've got of course, the coffee truck. We've got a German sausage truck and a smoothie truck. So heaps of good options for you. And, of course, we got the best drag racing canteen around over there. Make sure you get over there as well. They've got plenty of great food. We were just talking, we were having a bit of lunch, had some of their famous hot chips, and they are probably some of the best chips you'll ever have. Absolutely brilliant. And the salad rolls are good too, I'm told, so that's good to hear. I know I've also had their chicken burgers. They're nice. They're good. And, yeah, they got heaps of great food there. But, yeah, good to hear about the salad rolls as well. Awesome. Now, I've been asked to tell you about the Blue Rowan van. That's the coffee van down there. They've got all sorts of great stuff. Coffee, of course. It's a coffee van, so no surprise that they have coffee. But they have more than coffee. They also have milkshakes. They have banana, mixed berry and mango smoothies. And they have ham toasties. Nothing wrong with a toasty, that's for sure. So if any of those things sound good to you, make sure you get down there. Check them out.
Hard to beat a toasty, mate.
No, that's right.
Hard to beat a
That's the one you have when you get home from work and you and your missus look at each other and go, oh, what do you want for dinner? Oh, I don't know. Toasties it is.
Toasties it is. All right, so Elite Radial will be first on track in this session. They're not too far away. 28 and 275 straight after that. 600 filling up nicely. So the Junga Bunga 600 Radial class. It's been pretty quality this weekend so far. Actually, all the brackets.
Oh, mate, it's been
We're
incredible.
having a real treat here this weekend, I'll be honest with you.
It's been absolutely incredible. I got to head down there while you were hard at work with Sean, commentating on the gases. So I got to go down there against the fence and watch them from the ground level. That was great fun.
Was good, mate. It was a good round of gases. Some of the guys run some good numbers there. Nice clean runs too.
Yeah, no, they're really concentrating on putting on a good show, those guys and girls. So great to see them putting on a great show like that.
Yeah, if you haven't already, make sure you get over the back here behind the tower. So head up to the second roadway up here in the pits, and you can see them just all lined up, all those gases lined up together, which is cool as well to have them all together like that and lined up
Yeah, that's right.
I woke up, rolled out of my swag this morning, looked out and just saw them lined up, and I think, life's good.
Nice. Yeah, that makes a great photo too. Just you line them all up, and looks great in a photo.
All right, Elite Radial going to kick us off here. As we said, Gazard Brothers bringing us Elite Radial this weekend. So the boys, the Gazard Brothers, Scotty Cortina at the wheel last night, took out the Radial Shootout, I believe. Struck a little bit of an issue with the car and decided not to run for the rest of the weekend. But hey, we got 4,500 in the pocket, if you don't mind.
That's what I call a win. Shame we don't get to see Scotty Cortina out for the rest of the weekend, but as you say, at least he took home the 4,500 bucks. A good silver lining to the cloud for him. So we see Reese Carkeet out there now waiting patiently for James Horan. I think these guys lined up together in the first qualifier this morning, didn't they?
Yeah, spot on, mate. It looks like we might be down to just 2 Elite Radial cars for the rest of the weekend. So.
Right.
So Reese Carkeet, he's got those burnouts down pat.
Yeah, not wrong. So we've had a bit of attrition in Elite Radial, have we?
Looks like it, mate. Looks like it. I think we got just the 2 left. So Reese in the EH. Golby's Lane, Golby's Parts and Fabrication, our lane sponsor for the tower side here. And James Horan has not been a good weekend. He'll be looking for a pass. He'll be looking for something, anything, something to work with.
Yeah, I think at this stage he'd just be happy to get the car down the track cleanly, wouldn't he?
It's getting to that point, maybe frustrating.
And oftentimes it just takes that one pass, might not be up to your usual standard, but at least it's a good, clean, straight pass, and sometimes that's all you need. He's got the guns out. Chris Diggle's with the guns out.
Hey, son, put them away.
We got the gun show happening up here. Unfortunately, more issues for James Horan.
You can see the frustration too. 5.09, Reese Carkeet can't run anything but a 5.0 this weekend. Every time down the track, 5.0, 5.0, 5.0, 5.0, 5.0. Horan looks like he was close. He was close to 1.26. I can tell you that's a long way off what I'd usually run on the 60 foot, but it looked like it was sort of there, and then all of a sudden pedal, and just out of frustration, he laid it flat out there about 400 feet out. It just blazed the tyres. So.
Yep, as you said, Jagger, it looks like that's the only 2 we've got left in Elite Radial.
Pretty much a good old-fashioned match race situation between those 2 now, pretty much. So
Yeah, that's it.
Unreal plates, 28.275, so you can run a 28-inch slick, as Phil said earlier, or a 275 radial. First call for Supercharged Outlaws. Supercharged Outlaws to lanes. First call for you guys and girls. Shane Baker, Andrew Lang going to kick us off for this qualifier session.
Andrew Lang relieved to finally get a decent pass down on the last run. He's been having a few troubles getting the car down the track all weekend until that last run actually had a half-decent run, so he was pretty happy with that.
Yeah, 5.11, so I guess obviously then the target is head for the 4s. Can he run a 4 this weekend? We'll tell, time will tell. Shane Baker's just going to be Shane Baker and run consistent and just eke away at a little bit at a time. So he went 5.10, so this is a good matchup here, even though it's qualifying.
Blows the tyres off it. Shane Baker.
Look at that thing just hover that left-hand front, and he goes 5.09.
Look at
Baker
that.
does it well. Baker does it well, doesn't he? 5.10, 5.09. Finds the sweet spot and just little tweak, makes it work.
Yeah, makes it look easy too, doesn't he? And we all know it's not, but that's the way he makes it look.
140 mile an hour too.
Yeah, big mile an hour, 140 for him. And unfortunately for Andrew Lang, they did take a bit of power out of it to run that good number last time and may need to do it again.
So other local heroes, Chris Carsberg, of course. Baker and Carsberg, how many times have they lined up against each other? That would be in the hundreds over the years for sure. Luke Knight in beside him was pretty impressive in the VL in the last qualifier. Carsberg hasn't had the best of weekends. Things about to change here for the Green Tirana. No, interest, no. Luke Knight looked all right too, but he was out of it just past half track, so 616 not representative. Carsberg went 137, keeping the gas in at the top end there. So he's got the power. Can't get off the line. Tony Goodrum tells me the car's nearly due for a birthday.
Yeah.
After this meeting, so getting a bit of a freshen up. Still the Suzuki Swift.
And of course, Andrew Rankin in that Toyota Corona over there in the PSR lane.
Turbocharged 4-cylinder of some description. Watch this thing actually hang that left-hand front as well. Had that decent little wheel stand going on last night. He's got a little bit more control today. .543 there for Goodrum. Rankin sitting there waiting his turn. Sounds like a tag the limiter out there actually. Sounds like it's breaking down a little bit. So that wasn't the pass that Rankin was looking for.
Did not sound overly healthy that time.
I think Goodrum will be pretty happy with that 543, nearly 131 miles an hour. Heading in the right direction, that's for sure. Brett Benz didn't have a good one last time out, so he's looking for a good pass here, as is Mitchell Bean in the Camaro. Good to see this Camaro back on track.
Always with the nice smoky burnouts is Brett Benz. And Mitchell Bean allowing Brett to start backing up before he starts his burnout procedure.
So Kim in the boot just doing something as part of the procedure as they go into stage here. Ben's getting his car lined up, going to bring it to the line shortly in the Golby's lane. Oh, we're holding them up for some reason.
Something going on there in Mitchell's car, I think. All good to go now.
No joy there for Brett Benz again. And nothing to write home about from Mitchell Bean. So both the boys struggling there as well. So it's been a struggle here this afternoon for some of these teams.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a struggle fest so far. But hopefully we'll get things back on track very shortly. This is the, second and final qualifier of today. And we'll move into racing after that.
Another call for Supercharged Outlaws. Got a couple of you hitting the lanes now, but Supercharged Outlaws, if you're running this round, we need you in the lanes, please. Just about to move into 600. Junga Bunga bringing a set. So still tight at the front of the field in 600 Radial. Dave O'Hamilton, 605. We saw the hatchback of Rob Armstrong go 607. Here's Gary Milgate without a bonnet.
Yes, we saw that thing fly off earlier. Looks like from here it doesn't look like there's any damage, which is good.
Yeah.
It's a gorgeous car.
Look at this matchup. How about a Monaro versus a hardtop? That's as good as it gets. HQ Monaro, that is David Mott.
in my opinion, the two best looking Aussie cars ever out there right now. For sure.
Beautiful. Very similar paint scheme. That's actually, let's get a photo shoot of those two side by side. That's it. That's about it, isn't
That's
it?
the planets aligning, my friends.
That-
Good people.
That's about it. That's as good as
That
it
is
gets.
it.
That's coming for the angels above. Randomly playing Hot Wheels cars. A B. And why would we be needed to be alert to that? Is there potential?
R&B's big difference there, I reckon.
David Mott lifts the front tyres and smokes the rear tyres.
And Gary Milgate's going to keep running without a bonnet because it went quicker. 6.11, 113, 6.34 for Daniel Mott, as you said. Haze the tyre, you can see a little lift and a little flap on the accelerator pedal, and he managed to get it in there for 6.34. But yeah, Milgate ran better than without the bonnet. So
Yeah, as you say, we may never see that car with the bonnet on ever again. Rob Armstrong in the hatch, the Tirana hatch. And of course, Brett Page in that beautiful big fair lane.
Armstrong currently sits in number 2 in qualifying, 6.07. This is a 600 bracket. Let's see if he can eke a little bit more out of the Tirana. Good side by side. These two down there, very much side by side. 616, 616. Pretty even on the tree as well. So that's good racing to watch. They would have been looking at each other as they cross the finish line. Misty. That
Big.
thing's looking real flash, actually.
It is. He's stepped up his game in the appearance stakes and the. But yeah, no, he's looking real flash, isn't it? You're right.
Really looking apart the Dodge Coronet.
I need some CO2. Oh, okay, I need the CO2.
They're in the Mustang and Misty, Tony Ebden in the Coronet. Misty trying to make this thing work. We know 588. Misty put too much into it. He gave it too much. 588 at 120. Kurawita went 625, which is his best qualifier. Guys, we got a racer in need. CO2. Has anyone got some CO2 or a CO2 bottle? We got a racer in need. Needs a CO2 or some CO2 or a CO2 bottle. If you can fill a CO2 bottle, or if you've got a bottle a racer can use. See us in the tower or head over to Mitchell Bean's pit and see Kim, because Kim's in charge of that.
He's gonna kill me. If he's still around, I'm gonna get him. Done. Thank you.
Or you can take a breath, think about it on the way back and change your decision.
No, I'm still gonna kill him and I'm gonna get in. It's not gonna change.
So racer in need, racer in need. Oh, there we go. We're making the pits work, mate. We're making it happen out there. Ray Balderson went 7.18 in the LE Monaro. Raheem Tahia went 6.31. So there you go. Kim sorted. Chris Schaefer's got a refuel station there for CO2.
Making dreams happen.
We're putting it together.
That's it.
We're making new friends.
Junga Bunga Racing 6.0 radial.
Adam Somerville choked that thing up. You can hear that fueling up big time as it left the line. Terry Bella gets a run in. Look at that, 6:26, 1:16.
You'll be happy about that.
He will be, mate. It's either hit the tyres early on the start line there or it's gone down the track, but that's the best one for the qualifying session for Terry Bell at Somerville. Doesn't want to know about that one. So there you go. We got the beans sorted. I can't fix the other problem. We fixed the CO2 problem. What was the other problem? The other problem is the marital issues. No. Oh no. Only time will tell. There was some threatening language happening. Nah, it's all good. It's all part of the fun. All right, so we got the mops out there in the secret sauce bottles. So a little bit of something the boys have spotted out there needs a clean up.
Yeah, it won't take them long. We got Phil Halpin in the send van coming up against big Dave Hamilton.
Phil sent it on the last one too. I joked to Matty, did he put before that lap, did he put the wrong tune up in and put the motorbike tune up in? He said he might have, because it definitely wheel stood like the bike that time. Phil said that's the first time he hasn't been able to see anything but blue sky. So got his attention. Didn't get out of it. Still went 6-1-2.
Yeah. I was about to say that didn't deter him. Kept the foot buried.
And the man leading the pack at the moment with a 6:05. We saw that 5:88 from Ebden. That's too quick. It's 6:00 and above. Dave Hamilton's the closest with that with a 6:05. Well, that's tamer from Phil.
That's nice.
Looks like it laid down a little bit in the middle there. Yeah, it did. 6:69, and Dave Hamilton went 6:16 at 1:16. Yeah, the panel van seemed to lose puff a little bit about half track, so and it picked up again because the speed's down a little bit as well. So yeah, missed the tune. Let's say that. Lukey Hauser, big boy.
Yeah, Luke Hauser from Long Boost, one of our sponsors here as well for the track, Long Boost Performance Parts.
Johnny Oliver in beside him on the chip. Always on the chip.
Yep.
Goes 6:56, 1:08. Hauser goes 6:71.
That's what the chip's there for, I guess.
What it's for.
You know, that's...
You don't
You
know
get
if
your money's worth. You
don't know
buy
if it's
these
working if you
things.
don't test it. Mate, these panel vans have impressed. This one too for Francis.
And who would have thought when these things come out of the factory that they'd be a good race car?
No one.
Honestly.
No one.
No one, yep. Correct answer. Everybody was wrong.
Gets away nice. You can see that's pretty aggressive on the bump box there at the start line. Goes 6:35. Just keeps getting quicker. He wants to keep going with qualifying because it gets a bit quicker each lap. He'll be enjoying it. All right. That's our radial class is done. That's the end of qualifying for all those brackets.
And of course, that means that we will be starting up with the next qualifying round for Supercharged Outlaws.
I'm looking down there in the lanes. We haven't called them yet, but if you look at the end of the lanes, you can see the fast street guys.
Oh, mate, I'll tell
ready
you
to
what.
go. They
Aren't
are
those-
ready to go.
Those guys are almost uncontrollable. They're champing at the bit every single time.
It's like they're waiting at the bottle-o for the bottle-o to open at 10 a.m.
That's it. They're loving it. Queensland Rock Breakers and R.D. Williams Excavator Parts Supercharged Outlaws. Rodney Hanson and Gary Cameron coming at you straight. Right. Yep, they just switched it over on me, but it's still the right races.
I was hoping Cameron was going to pull up along. Oh, they are. They're going to go side-by-side burnouts here. Here we go.
Here we go.
I like this script.
big smoky one for...
Rodney Hanson, look at that. He's past the finish line this time. He's gone 100 feet past it.
Really doesn't like those back tyres, does he?
Gary Cameron really impressed in the last round. 448 out of the red altered in the last round. That's stout. That's a very nice pass. Hanson struggled a little bit. 471 best for the weekend, but hasn't done that today. Let's see what he can do here. But Cameron's pass really impressed me. Talking to Dave Glasson before in the drags, he was not running this round. He actually is down there in the middle watching, but he said he's happy. He's happy with the car, so they'll get it ready for racing.
Nice.
See Gary Cameron in the Golby's lane. That's the red altered. Rodney Hanson from Toowoomba. In the right-hand lane. Cameron comes over to say, watch this sucker goes. 450 beats a 472. That's good fun. That's good fun.
Yeah,
Both
Gary,
the boys about 150 mile an hour.
as you said, Gary Cameron come over towards the centre line to say g'day to Rodney Hanson. But good driving job. Kept it off that line. Nice and safe.
Cameron's got that car working nicely. 105 to the 60 foot's not mucking around.
Once again, Randall Moore in the yellow Tirana, lining up this time against Christine Stefan in this gorgeous rear-engine dragster. Yeah, that's what we like.
Good stuff. We love what Supercharged Outlaws brings us, of course. We got the sedan over there, the little Tirana out of Roma, Toss Moore. Up against the Dragster, that's Christine Stefan. She's been the class of the field so far this weekend. Dave was having a bit of a laugh down there because he ran Christine there last night. Christine went real early on the lights.
Yes, she did.
Well, she's been running Pro Tree, hasn't she, in the funny car and that in the last few outings. She'd forgotten we're not on Pro Tree this weekend.
I'm sure she'll have that sorted by the time racing comes around.
Just a fantastic racer.
Sure is.
Previous Supercharged Outlaws national champion as well, Christine. Husband Ricky brings it to the line. Randall Moore, the little Tirana this weekend. Apparently hurt the engine in the FJ. That's why it's not here this weekend.
Look at that. 0-4 reaction for Christine Steffens. And she runs 434, 161. Randall Moore ran 573 at 123. Look at the 60 foot for Christine Steffens, 100.
Good stuff. Christine's put down 4 passes, all 430s.
Yeah, nice work from her.
Wait no longer. Fast street to the lanes. Look at them lined up on the grass down there.
Mate, they, as I said before, they are champing at the bit.
Fast street to the lanes, please.
That's what you like to see. Sedan against Altered here. Yeah, I think. onto it.
So Steve Tatum in the Dodge Avenger. Had this car for a little while there. I remember back in the day, used to have the little yellow Gemini with the blown spore block in it. He loves his supercharged car. Steve Tatum, Bart Bedrosian over beside him. Clean pass in the last round, 475, his best for the weekend so far.
.005 reaction time for Steve Tatum. That's a good RT for a blown car for sure. And he runs 504, 135 miles per hour. Bart Bedrosian, he goes 464 at a big 150 miles per hour in the altered.
No shoots for Bart. He's going to get around the top end there all right. I reckon he had that plan, but he was carrying some speed still. He still hit that return road pretty quick, but all good. 464, improved by over a tenth there.
Wanted to practice his drifting, maybe.
There you go.
There you go.
Altered's not built for drifting, but I can tell you that. I drifted mine on the grass at Benaraby. That was interesting. All right. This has been standout this weekend, this fast street class. Unbelievable.
They have. Hutchison Quarries Fast Street. And it's been a huge field. But as you said, what a huge field of quality cars.
Quality, mate. Everyone's
Absolutely.
been talking about how cool is watching Fast Street and the variety. We got a bit of everything. Tell me something we haven't got. We got Euros, we got rat rods, we got panel vans, we got wagons. You can't have a funny car in Fast Street. Wow, Michael Voss getting it all crossed up in the burnout. It's got a bit of that Hot Wheels look going to it, doesn't it? It's got those flared rear fenders. It's got a little bobtail. Yep. Supercharger hanging out through the bonnet. Patrick Shaw in beside him in the VL. In comparison, looks
normal,
very streetable.
Right for Patrick Shaw.
757 for that qualifier for him. Michael Voss goes 837. So once again, that thing's trying to clean itself up fuel-wise. You can see big clouds of black smoke coming out the rear of the car as he runs down the track. Our little Datsun Sunny. Even the cost of a set of 4x100s these days. A decent set of 4x100s that cost good money these days. Crazy, eh? Unbelievable. Andrew Bird in beside him. The WB. There you go, look at that. 749 for Sam Owen in the little sun. He made it hook up a bit better that time. Only improved by 3/10 on what he ran in the passes. If you can improve 3/10, you're having a good day.
Yeah, not bad at all. You'd be happy with that. Yes, here we go with the Kinger wagon. Holden Kingswood wagon.
It's hard to pick a favourite here this weekend, but they just keep coming at us. It's just like a buffet in Fast Street. Nick Smith, Kenny Cotton. 775, the bearer of the two there, Nick Smith, just keeps chipping away at another 10th improvement there, so the wagon gets quicker. 795 is the first 7-second pass for the Falcon this weekend.
And here we go, the two Power Plus Racing Fuels cars coming at it against each other.
So the Power Plus Fuels Racing team. Once get behind this team, guys. They're in recovery mode after having a devastating fire in one of their factories. So, supporting Australian product, a quality product at that. 671 there for the panel van for Martin and the 760 for Alan.
Lana Rice in the Tirana and Jodie Crimmins in the big HQ Pano.
So Jodie, actually stepdaughter, Peter's stepdaughter.
Yep.
Threw her the keys to the panel van and said, off you go.
Well, last time she raced this van, she top qualified, but then the meeting was rained out, so got some unfinished business.
Unfinished business, I like it. Lana Rice, so two lady races here side by side. Crimmins on a good run here. This will be good. 650, 650.
Quickest of the weekend so far.
Oh, hang on.
Ah,
Lenny Stewart's here.
Lenny Stewart, who let her in?
Lenny's here for just get one qualifier. That's all she needs
Yeah,
to
that's
get
all
her
she
eye
needs,
in.
mate. I'm surprised she's even bothering with that. She knows this track like she knows anything else.
Good stuff.
She raced at the Six Bang and Nats a few weeks ago and obviously got a taste for racing again.
Yes.
We haven't seen her race for a while.
Back on. Lynn's back. Trevor Keeling beside her. This will be a bit of a treat, actually, running against that blown car. But you know, Lynn's focused on only one thing, and that's her lane. So the blown car will get there first. Once again, it sounds like it's running out of fuel as it gets towards the top end there. 621 and 111. Lynn goes 847. We're just lining up the blown hole and utes now. Troy Barber next in line here on the PSR lane. Don't forget, Matty's still got some PSRs over there if you're chasing some tyres, even if you don't need them this weekend. You'll need them at some stage. Go and see Matty's got some 235s, some 255s and some 275s there. Go and see the Junga Bunga. Heath Ballard in beside in that beautiful looking hatchback. Barber goes into the sixes, 699. The crew's happy, and that's the main thing.
Oop.
The crew's put in the hard work. Well, the boss is here.
She heard us.
659 for Heath Ballard.
What's he letting us have a work? Hey, at the end of the field, Pete Wilson's running last in that Terraplane or whatever it is. They're letting go that Robinson's ashes. Parachute. Yeah, cool. So they said at the end, if you could give a say a bit, like to say about
Dave Knightley out there in the VL. That's another quick pass. I love how everyone's just chipping away at it this weekend, and we're seeing better passes each time down the track. 683. He improved by a tenth and a half over earlier qualifier. Jacques Spinard went 834 in the Stato.
Got a couple of two-door Commodores out there. Oh, we don't call the black one a Commodore, do we? Call it a Monaro.
Monaro.
CV8 up against the hothouse green Ute. The Ute is Dennis Hurl up against Daniel Costello.
So we know Hurley out from Rome away, so we know he's travelled that far. Costello, we've seen this car before. Turbocharged LS. He goes 651. It was actually it was the slower of the two cars in the 60 foot. So if he can get that thing to get off the line, watch Costello go in that CV8 at 651 at 114. Dennis Hurl went 694. Bud Kelly in the HQ dragged it out of the shed. Bill Martin in beside him. Oh, I was going to say Bill Martin's got 640 nearly every time he's hit the track until this one.
Not this time. And
might have tried something a little bit different.
Yeah, and again, those two, you know, put the number of passes they've done here at Warwick Dragway together and see how you go.
Yeah, 684 that time for Bud Kelly, and Bill will have to rely on his 640s from earlier in qualifying session to be his qualifying number. Daniel Thompson in the one-tonner. It's a HQ model. Look how clean that thing is too.
Both these cars are pretty well presented. Let's face it. Both could you could park them in a car show any day.
Any day. EH shoot over there, I should say, for Dobson. This thing's manual too. We picked up on that. So watch this thing sidestep on the start line. Dobson will get there first. He goes 7 flat, 700, 99 mile an hour. Daniel Thompson, 823. It spun the tyres out there. Pretty hard, actually, on the start line. So no joy there for Thompson. Fast straight, still full lanes.
Yeah, it feels like we've been going for ages and the lanes are still full.
Every lane.
I think we've got to get used to it,
Yeah, I think so.
It's a good problem to have.
It is.
100%.
24-hour a day. Motorsport inside.
Fast straight.
Fast straight.
Fast straight national.
Goes on for 24 hours.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just waiting till you have to work out this.
I think everyone in this place is palming that job off.
Of the what?
A drag racing version of Le Mans. We drag race for 24 hours. The ultimate drag and drive. The ultimate drag and drive. It's the big midnight special.
Nick Ballard, Graham Suter. We talked about Suter. He made the track down from Mackay. Nice little wheel stand out again in the car for Suter again now. Actually went too quick in qualifying yesterday, and he's gone too quick again. 592 on that one, 114 for Graham Suter. He's got a couple of 6-1 passes, so I have to use that for qualifying. Nick Ballard went 755.
You can push it by more diggles and say east versus west. You know, start in West Australia, to drive across.
Can't we meet at Uluru and get a dragster and build on it? Why not?
Dale Bennett, his HQ Monaro.
Uluru Raceway.
Yeah, that's got a ring to it.
Racing at the Rock.
Brett Lyon, the HQ Ute on the far side. That's our PSR lane. Two great looking holders. $691 there for Bennett, and it turned the tyres on the line, so it's got more in it. $691 and 103. Brett Lyon went 731. Where are they going to park? There's nowhere to park. Straight to the lanes. Well, straight to the grass, please. Straight to the grass.
When you get there, we'll try and squeeze you in.
We'll find a lane somewhere. Oh, look at that. Did you see that? Trevor Owen just dry hopped that thing and lifted the front.
Oh, missed it.
Good stuff. Trevor Owen, little 202 power Tirana. John Riley in beside him in the 1-tonner. Did Johnny Payne get sorted with a distributor? Hopefully he got something sorted. Hopefully. For John. 690 there for Trevor Owen. John Riley went 769. This is a car we've been looking out for, the little stealth Cortina. We're waiting for it to do something wild. It's got the potential, I'm sure. Really neat little car, this one. Shane Blinko in the Falcon Ute XC model.
Just blows the tyres off. It keeps the foot buried.
It's got plenty, mate.
It's
Look at this
got
thing.
plenty.
Look, he's going to keep it in the boot into it. Look, see, it went 108 mile an hour at the end of that. It's got plenty. It's got
Sure.
potential. That's for sure. Shane Blinko went 742. So we're going to do a quick drag with the tractor by the looks of it. Actually, the track prep's been on point by all the team here this weekend so far. It'll continue, you can guarantee. We've seen some good numbers. A lot of teams coming back to me and saying they're running PBs and some really good numbers out there. So happy days. All the hard work pays off. So just repeating, straight to the lanes or in that general direction. That'll get you somewhere. All right, it's another call straight to the lanes, straight to the lanes.
Just Christine and Simon, that's all. Don't worry about that. That's all right. Christine gives me heaps about my car all the time.
Really?
Yeah, she deserves everything she gets. Whoa!
Yeah, it is her coming up the steps.
Oh, look, here's a different Christine that I wasn't talking about.
And to think I gave you
Straight to the lanes, please. Don't be shy. Come forward, step forward. Straight to the lanes.
Hopefully they're not coming to the lanes and seeing them full and turning around.
Yeah, there's
because,
no room. It's like going to...
we'll find room for you.
It's like going to the shops and not finding a car park.
Right, stuff that I'm going home.
Do it next week.
You and I, we never show emotions, we just keep it down, down inside. Yeah, you and I, both longing for expression for the things we like, but we stay quiet. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go.
Ferguson getting a workout out there with just a couple more passes. Looks like just in that they're concentrating on that lane. Obviously, they found something. Need a little bit of attention or just some maintenance. So, the Junga Bunga, he keeps a high standard, doesn't he, mate?
He sure does, mate. He just constantly looking at this track and making sure it's in tip-top condition.
Actually, Theo's in charge of track prep, I hear.
Yep, he does a great job too.
If Theo says it's all right, then it's good to go.
No, it's all good, Dad. Good to go.
So I don't even know if we're even halfway through Fast Street. We've still got their last qualifier to go. Street up next. If you're not there, we need you there. Street up next, please.
Yeah, it feels like we've been calling Fast Street all day. it's like you said, they're only half full, half finished or less. But
we might just need a specialist Fast Street commentator just to fill in. Shift.
How good, on a different note, is this overtaking lane live feed? We've got a little screen up here that we can check it out. And they have, all you guys and girls that are watching the live feed, you'll already know this, but they've got the little thing down the bottom. They even have one for track cleanup. So when you see the tractor out there, it says down the bottom, track cleanup.
Nice. Maybe we need a sponsor for the track cleanup.
Yeah, I think so.
Who wants to put their hand up for a sponsor?
Mate, I'll tell you what, I was going to say before, if we're talking about vehicles that do the most passes on this track, you'd want to sponsor the tractor.
It's a red one.
It's a red one. So, we could sell a sponsorship. You get a nice big sign on the tractor, and then overtaking lane, I'll put your name next to the little sign that says track cleanup. That's not a silly idea. It's a great idea.
Here we go, Fast Street. Here's a beautiful Falcon. Here's a beautiful hold.
Mate, you get a beautiful hold, you get a beautiful Falcon. All is right with the world, isn't it?
It's all good. Ticking all the boxes. Jamie Brown, I love the fact that she's just a single pegger too.
Yeah, I know.
That's
I noticed
cool.
that.
Lazy XW on the number plate. Chris Hankin in the HZ finished halfway down the track from his burnout.
Yeah, the lazy XW, so lazy it'll only spin one wheel. That's, mate, who needs two wheels?
How lazy? One wheel lazy.
And of course the HZ over there, the 383. Nice.
Right, here we go. Fast Street continues. Nice little lead there from Hankin. The lazy was just lazy. Chris Hankin goes 6.96 that time down, goes 98 mile an hour. 9.67 wasn't too lazy. Picked up half a second.
Look at that.
Oh, he's a legend. 100 odd scooter for the win.
Imagine what Scooter would do if you actually told him there was a prize for the best burnout.
So Frankie, the F100. Ross Strange in beside him, the little Toyota V8, the 1UZ. Turbocharger hanging off the side of it. 6:38 best for Strange this weekend so far. This is the final qualifier for Fast Street. The one-tonner's on a pretty decent run here. Again, we look at the boards and we see 6:46 at 1:13.
Yeah, and Scooter goes 8:26 at 84 miles per hour.
One of Scooter's better passes in qualifying as well. So everyone bringing their A game to the last qualifying session here. Carl Sundham.
Scooter March actually building a gasser at the moment as well.
Ryan and the XY Falcon, look at that thing, Boogie. 440 cubes in that one, and it pushes it to a 668 at 105. Smiley went 849.
All nice people. All nice recreational. This is people having a good time.
I have found that since I started coming here, that most people are really genuine, nice people. Just don't go to them.
Oh, come on.
That's a little racist.
Cheetha brings out his Monaro. He pulls out alongside Luke Matthews. Matthews got away nicely, 0-3 on the tree. So some of the racers starting to get their eye in on the tree there. That'll go handy when it comes to racing. 7:39 for John Cheetha. That's his best. Nice clean VL here in the left-hand lane. The Golby's Parts and Fabrication. If you haven't already, make sure you get on their page, Golby's, and just have a look at the massive list of products and services they offer.
Alex Billett decided he needed to do another burnout. Mark Stone in the HR. He left a little bit early, but ends up running 840, 90 miles per hour, and Alex Billett actually, he runs 893.
And we just keep serving them up here in Fast Street. Jason Fuller in the VK Commodore pulls up alongside Glenn Vanner. Fuller out by a couple of car lengths on this one. He goes 764, 823 for Glenn that time in the Falcon. We can hear the sweet, sweet sound of a nitrous purge. It's Peter Norcott in the Willys Jeep.
Yeah, cool bit of gear this one. Nitrous injected, as you said. And looks the part with the beautiful patina. Looks like it's just been pulled out of a barn somewhere.
Tried and true product, isn't it? The early model on a 1-tonner chassis. So not much in them. We're about half tracked in. The turbocharged car starts to pull away on the top end. He goes 692. And Peter went 722. John Knightley, a little Tirana. Twists up nicely as it heads on down the track there. The Falcon starts to run away from him a little bit on the top end. There was a few miles in it. 700 there for Darren Lowe. 028 on the tree. That's a handy pass if he's going to use that in qualifying. HJ Kinger pulls to the line. Look at the teddy bear in the baby seat in the back. Yeah, I like that. That's cool. That's a cool accessory. The Moo crew, Adam Mooney in beside him.
Okay, folks, listen up. We've got a Medicare card and a heavy vehicle driver's license for Clayton Massey. So that was Clayton Massey. We've got your license and your Medicare card. So come on over to the scrutineering shed and grab that. That'll be something you'll need, I'm sure.
Sean Matthews brings that great looking 1 tonne to the start line here. He's run a best of 681 in qualifying. Let's see if it can improve here. Richard Rocket, the XR6 Falcon. Turbocharged ute. Richard Rocket, a regular racer. So you could hear the screech of the tyres from Sean Matthews as it struck the tyres just off the start line. Had to re-pedal it. Richard Rocket, no problems for him. How about 6:36? A nice run for Richard Rocket. He'll take that at the end of qualifying as we move into racing.
You and I, we never show emotions, we just keep it down, down inside. Yeah, you and I, both longing for expression for the things we like, but we stay quiet. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, break the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go.
Chris Saffy in the 55 Chevy comes to the line. Look at that thing. It launches nicely off the start line there. Chris Skews over there. Took a little bit of while to get going in the VE, but the 55 is going to get there first. He goes 7:57, and Chris Skews went 8:94. Is this the raffle? We're doing the raffle. We filled the board for the day, so shout out to everyone that got a raffle ticket. The winner of the raffle is... Matt Halpin. Matt Halpin will take the... No, Matt, no, redraw.
Tell him to come see me over under the party hut.
All right, go and see, Brittany. Sorry, Britt. Mrs. Junga. Mum. Matt Halpin, honestly. Oh, well, got to win something. Tom Ryan. 7:62 in the Commodore Ute. His best pass qualifying. Wade Perkins in beside him went 7:97. Matt Halpin won the raffle today. Guys, we'll do another board for tomorrow. So good on you for helping out. Obviously, all the funds for that go back to the club. So every little bit helps. Terry Mansfield French in the wagon. You know, the car struggled a little bit on the first one today, but this looks much better. Got away nicely. Ainsley Casbold in beside him. 760. It's off the pace again for Terry, so I don't know what's going on there. So we got Cameron Hunt in the VZ, Sam Campbell in the Falcon. We're talking about Campbell's car, it's just old school. Don't worry about narrowing the diff, just put the bigger wheels outside the fenders. Outside
That's
those
it.
rear quarters. That's how we used to do it. Tell you what, that thing works well too, Phil. It gets off the start line very nicely for a big heavy car. Goes 637 at 110.
It really does, mate. It's just, as you said, it's not designed to look pretty, but it's designed to go fast, and it does that quite well.
Does it very well. Really pretty to watch. Talking about pretty, this car's been awesome to watch, to be honest. The Premier. That's Nick Owen, HK. It's packing some punch, this thing. 642 in the last one. I was impressed when it went 680 last night. And he was like, that's nothing. How about 642? Try that on. Peter Neal in beside him from Pete's Hot Rods. We watch the boards here in the left. Hot goes quicker again, 637. I'm sorry, but that's cool.
That is cool.
That's cool.
Very cool. 108 mile an hour as well for Nick Owen. Peter Neely went his quickest today too with a 761.
Kristen Zell in the Falcon Ute, Adam Somerville in beside. So Zell was the quicker of the two. She went 729. Somerville was a bit sharper on the tree. 768 on the timing boards there for Adam Somerville.
Yeah, kind of a good display there of how your reaction time can really count, isn't it? He had a better reaction time, did Adam Somerville. He went slower, but he still managed to cross the finish line first just because he reacted quicker.
It might have been, they might have bumped the button in the front.
Clayton Massey and James Gardner.
Out in front.
That's Clayton Massey we were just looking for with his licence. So
Yeah, that's it.
probably missed out on that call, but anyway, yeah, didn't get a pass in there either. You can see no time come up there for Massey. Gardner, on the other hand, went the quickest. That big 57's gone all weekend, 669.
Yeah, so Clayton Massey, if you haven't picked up your licence and your Medicare care card yet, stop by the scrutineering shed on your way back from the break-in area.
Maybe
Grab
we can
that.
give it to him with his time slip.
That's it.
So I'll change their entry to their car number. Yeah.
Anthony Millard went 706 that time, and it was Greg Trappel out there in the Nova, 728. Massive improvement for him, over a second on what he ran earlier. So good pass there for the Trapnell team. Would you believe I can actually see the tail end of Fast Street, mate?
Well, it's been a while. I've seen the tail end of Fast Street.
Sean Morrison Got the big HCU pushing along nicely. 725 with a 7. Went 725 with a 16.
Look at this. John Payne obviously got his rotor button that he was after.
There we go. That's what we like to see. Races helping races. There we go. Someone representing Clayton Massey collected the goodies. Yes, as we said, Johnny Payne, legend Johnny Payne, has got the car fixed, got the parts he needed, and he's out there. It's the yellow Ute, big block Chev in that one. And Michael Sheether in the other family Mustang. Much in between these two as they head on down the track there, and it will be, well, there's not much in that at all. Michael Sheether 692, John Payne 695.
And once again, the slower car takes the win. Not by much, though, I tell you what. We're talking 400ths of a second. John Payne, he wasn't much slower, and he had, but he had the better reaction time.
Angela Holtz pulls the line in the Monaro. Now watch this little thing of Warren Bradford's. This thing gets some real attitude off the start line, this Hilux. Keep an eye on this thing.
Takes a good look at the 60-foot timers.
He almost needs to line up on the left side of the groove so that it ends up in the middle of the groove.
Yeah.
719 there for the Hilux, 735 for Angela Schultz. First shout out for our next group. So we need, where are we? Street. We need, drag bike. We need drag bike and we need our young guns. Drag bike and young guns. So when I say young guns, I mean the Young Guns Dragster and Young Guns bike. So drag bike and young guns to the lanes, please. So we watch that pairing go down there. That was Dennis Ryan. Oh, okay, Dennis Ryan's here as well this weekend. 673 for him in the VL. Warren Sander went 823. A couple of names regulars there over the years. Jason Martin with the solo here. We're just about done with Fast Street. He goes 734, so he waited to the last qualifier to run his best for the weekend, and that's what he uses as we go into racing. All right, guys, we've got a little bit of a tribute here. We saw this car earlier today. First time we've seen the car too. We've seen it in the build on the Facey book and that, but it's Peter Wilson. But a bit of a special tribute here. We had a regular racer here for many years, a bit of a hero of the sport too. He'd been around the scene as long as anyone can remember. But we lost Lep Robertson earlier in the year. So this run here with Pete Wilson in the parachute, we're going to leave a bit of Lep with us here at Warwick Dragway. This was his favourite racetrack. So we have got some of Lep's ashes in the parachute here of the Hudson Terraplane. So mate, shout out to Lep. He was just an absolute character.
That's it. That's
they've
it,
had to shut it down, mate.
Well, I'm sure, hopefully we'll be able to get him back out here. It's a very important task for Peter Wilson to perform. And as you said, absolute legend of our sport, gone way too early. And it'll be a fitting tribute to scatter his ashes here at his favourite track.
Yeah, mate. And son Jamie continues the tradition. He's got his own Supercharged blown altered that he runs. He'll actually be crewing on a funny car in Adelaide this weekend, but we know he'd love to be here. But he'd really appreciate this tribute. But yeah, some kind of issue there for the car. Hopefully they got it sorted. Now it looks like they're going to fire it up again. But hey, shout out Lep. He was an absolute character.
He certainly was. Always smiling and laughing.
There's still some concern under the car, so unfortunately it's not going to happen on this one.
So we should have drag bike, young guns, and young guns bike to the staging lanes.
Street bike as well, apparently. So we need street bike as well. So the call is, we'll just run through them again. Drag bike, young guns bike, and street bike. To the lanes, please. So we'll get your last qualifier underway shortly. Street lined up there, just about ready to go. Street
brought to us by Warwick Hotel this weekend. So if you're looking for a good place to go have a meal and a cold beer, make sure you check out the Warwick Hotel. Great place to hang out, that's for sure.
So James Lowday. So as I said, we saw him on the old Facey book. He graduated school on Friday morning and then was here Friday afternoon for qualifying. David Wilson in beside him in the Holden Ute. This is street 850 and up from memory.
That's right, 850 and up. Street cars and daily drivers. They don't have to be registered, but they must be in good running condition.
Wilson got there with a 916 and the little Ford Fiesta went 1120. Well, here we go. We got a bit of a race on here. We got Emma. So Emma Wagonsfeld in the left lane and we got Mum in the right-hand lane.
Good to see them advertising Emma's talents on the side of the car, on both cars actually.
So Sonia to take on Emma here. Sonia in the Commodore wagon.
If you're looking for a great singer to sing at your birthday party or something like that, I would certainly check her out.
$9.31 that time for Sonia. Emma goes 11.18. Peter Petrie. I reckon he found this during the week somewhere. Courtney Punter in the Raptor beside him. $9.74 for the Raptor and Pete went 11.56. So this is final qualifier for all our brackets here this afternoon. Then we go into racing. All our races take part in what we call Chicago Shootout. It's a round robin format. So 3 rounds of racing for all our races. And then somebody gets the job of working out who's in the finals. So the better you do in the races, the more chance you've got of being in our finals tomorrow.
Yeah, that's it, mate. The good thing about round robin racing is if you lose, you're not on the trail ahead at home.
100%.
You come back out for the next 2 rounds as well. You've got a chance to redeem yourself.
So Joshua Pina there went 9.16 and it was Mark Gill in the other lane, 8.63 there for Mark. Ellen Knightley brings the, is that an XH? I think a little bit XH. Panel van. Ray Winowski in the BMW, yep, that's right.
That's luxury for you.
We got a bit of everything here. You got a BMW here in the left lane, goes 8.83. His best for qualifying. Alan Knightley went 11.11. Josh Pike brings his little pickup to the line here. This thing's been around for a while too.
It has.
Matthew Richards. In beside him. Gets away in the van. Pike goes 8.43. His best at qualifying as well. So everyone's bringing out their A game for the final qualifier here. Matthew Richards 9.56. Will be on his time slip when he collects it at the bottom of the tower here.
I think the Commodore's staging with his back wheels.
He's definitely staged with the back wheel.
Whoops.
Pete's asleep down there.
Yeah,
Somebody wake Pete up.
He doesn't care.
Good stuff. Sean Chandler. So it's the Chandler combination again.
Maybe that's why we were going to let him get away with staging with the back wheels.
Chris has put a bit of money in the pocket of Pete, I reckon.
Pete's gone up. I'll take that.
9.54 there for Sean in the Colorado. Chris Chandler went 9.20. So he won even without the head start.
Exactly.
Well, you got to try it. You don't know if you don't try. Liz Close. Clean little Falcon Ute, this one, isn't it? AU model.
Yeah, very tidy little one-tonner style ute.
Plenty of work gone into it. And Phil Edwards over there in the Corvette. Used to see Phil, of course, in the big yellow El Camino. He goes 8.98 in the Corvette, and Liz Close goes 9.96. Keep coming with the American classics. We've got the 57 Chev here, so we talk about guys we usually see in other cars, usually in the big Chevy. This is Darren Ramsey in the 57. Is it LS powered, boys? Where's my... Yep, there's the nod. The big Chev, the big blue Chev, still for sale. Grab yourself a very tough super sedan. Steve Spittier in the 53 Chevy over there. That's a nice video. Go to the 53. Not biased at all. 8.39 at 88 mile an hour, 9.15 for Spittier.
G'day, Shags. How you going, mate?
Good, mate. Yourself?
Oh, mate, I'm outside taking in all the eucalyptus and tyre smoke I can smell in one breath, mate.
Eucalyptus?
Oh, no, you know, it smells of Australia out there, mate. The breeze is blowing around because you're going to get to a certain temp and all that little bit of oil comes out of the leaves. You should smell it. It's amazing.
Actually, I think I saw somebody had a photo of a koala bear here the other day.
Oh,
Yesterday.
Really?
Yeah. I think I saw
which class is he running in?
Everyone.
We've got a marsupial class here. Kane Schultz out in that track rod having a ball, 8.46. Darryl Freeman rolling on through 10.87. No, it's just, it is that regional atmosphere, that regional track. Got plenty of gum trees around. We've got plenty of recreation happening. In other words, they got everyone's camping, but they got a bit of something nice and shiny there to race.
Mate,
Well,
I'm a little bit concerned. Around the pits here last night, it was quiet. You know what that means?
Well,
tonight it's on.
you reckon?
It's on like Donkey Kong.
Well, you were here last night, yeah. So you would have gone for a little bit of a walk just to see what was cooking.
It's on like Donkey
You reckon
Kong
tonight? Well, the band's on tonight.
The band's on tonight.
We're actually finishing early for a nighttime schedule.
Michael Keeley out there in the GDS trying to make that clutch. Trying to make it his friend, let's be honest. Johnny Schmocker over there in the VX goes 9.07.
Well, this is our last quali session, isn't it?
It is, mate.
And then we've got to go round one of everything.
We're in.
So we're still here for a while.
Yeah.
I reckon we'll get it all in. Because it's going to be that, isn't it? It's going to be round one of, well, we've got some of that heads-up stuff as well as some dial-your-own stuff. Chicago Shootout.
Andrew Faulkner out there in the Commodore. I think it's a VB, that one. One of them. Ash Murrell over there in the ute. Faulkner will get there first. He goes 8.91 at 77. 10.24 there for Ashley Murrell. His best at qualifying.
God,
Here we go.
Mate, I said to myself, you know what, I'll let Phil and Shagger commentate. Oh, yeah, here comes Fast Street. I'll let them commentate that, then I'll come in afterwards. 90 minutes later, Fast Street qualifying's finished.
We almost need a shift change just for Fast Street.
That was a lot of cars. All right, so here we go. In street class, Battle of the Toolboxes here. Here we go. Michael Pope and Daniel Shaper.
This is cool.
Checker Plate Kingdom. Oh, I tell you what.
Look at Shaper.
What's going on there? That thing's moving well.
Shaper's taking trophies with this Colorado, the young fella.
Putting them in the toolbox at the end.
Yeah, collected. 10.68 at 63. It's going quick too. He's got it tuned up, I'd say.
It's had a bit of breath upon it. 046 light there for Dan as well. So the Shapers are out in force. The Mansfield Frenches are out in force. The Trappies. Car Keats, who else? We've got multiple families just racing everything they can. So what have we got shoebox-wise? 53, 56, 57, 55.
Yep. We got them all. We got them covered. Tick, tick, tick. This is Alyssa Safi in the 55. So she's improved each time down the track. She's starting to catch up on hubby too. Oh, there she goes. She goes quicker again. Look out, hubby. She's coming for you. 7.73 that time there for Alyssa.
Yeah, those cars double entered as well. Just allows that to be, I shouldn't say mistreated, used a lot. Used frequently. Thing never gets cold.
No.
You know what I mean? You bring it back. I'd actually love to see a little bit of, maybe a family of the four that are racing, just to see what happens between one round of racing, just what the pit area looks like. Set a camera up and go, right, here they all are.
Time
okay,
lapse.
You're out in the lanes first. You're there. Now it's you. Round two. No wonder what was quiet last night, Shagger. Everyone's sleeping because that's exhausting stuff. Maybe that's good that we're only getting one round in tonight. One round of racing, and then about 4 rounds of Bundy and the band, and I reckon I'll be right.
You'll be ready.
And there's a few yarns about, I hear, tonight. There might be a few yarns spun tonight, mate.
Well, wouldn't be a Dragfest if there wasn't.
Oh, look, all you got to do is talk to one other petrol head, and they'll tell you their recollections of something, and then you can sometimes remember either the exact moment or one similar, and start talking about that. But it's and it's the weirdest things jog your memory when you see something. Like as I said today, blowers. How many blowers we got out of the bonnet here today? Like, now we're living in a country where you can just walk past, oh yeah, that's one with a blower out of it. So what? This is Australia. Cars have blowers sticking out of them here in Australia, a lot.
Good stuff.
More than any other country in the world, including America, I'd like to say, per head of population.
You have to be up there.
I had a blower on the bonnet once. I put a blower on the bonnet of my first car I ever drove. It looked amazing. Yeah, a 671 on my Mazda Capella.
Did you really?
Yeah, it looked great. Wow. I put a carby on top. It looked very impressive. It's only when I decided to see if I could drive it around the block to see how many people I could impress with me blower on the bonnet.
Also had a 308 Bluebird, but that's a difference.
No, this was a Mazda Capella with a 671 and carby on it. But anyway, long story short, the blower fell off the bonnet onto the road in front of 50 high-skilled children. And I picked up the 3 pieces of it when I got out of the car, drove home, vowed never to do it again. That was 1988.
Wow.
Yeah, true story, mate. No BS there, mate. I'll put my hand up and say that was a bad decision. The only person hurt there was me. I think I went into my shell for about 15 years after that.
Oh, no.
But it's just crazy, mate, over this amount of time that we've seen it evolve to this, where you can either choose to go and get an out-and-out race car, which a lot of people have got, but then the choice between their back to street car is so much leverage in where you can have something that'll fit and work and use. Use is the key thing. And now share is the new thing. We've got more and more kids getting involved in it, whether or not they grew up in a family or not with cars. And so many opportunities to use them in southeast Queensland with cruises or nights out or whatever like that. So we are the lucky country, we're the lucky state. And Warwick, we're a very, very lucky town here to have Jungabunga at the helm of this amazing facility. And Dragfest now, as we've been talking about it in the background, probably the biggest eighth mile event in Australia. He's made the call, and I'd like to think it's got to be. Yep.
I'll back him.
So we are a part of the biggest eighth mile drag race in Australia.
Mate, I'd like to see Jungabunga in the under 30. You know, Drag Illustrated runs a 30 under 30.
Yeah.
Could you imagine that?
Actually, that's
a snapshot of that
we
young fella.
We better get him in there somewhere.
Drag Illustrated's 30 under 30.
That's a very good point there, mate. We might have to dob him in.
We'll get on to Wes Buck. Get him on the line.
Where's Wes?
Loretta Riss, so all the way from WA, so furthest travelled, got it covered. Eric Redmond in beside her.
That's just an astounding story. It's like, righto, you got a bike, you're in WA, where do you want to race? Warwick.
Let's go to Warwick. This Dragfest sounds good.
Jeez, I tell you what, it's a serious thing.
He's got that right leg stabiliser out there. And she runs the best pass of the weekend, 667.
Tell you what, it's not a bike to be messed with.
She can go back to WA and say I raced at Warwick Dragway and it was absolutely a hell of a time.
Yeah, no, these things aren't any joke. Let me tell you, Alex Redmond, just little packs a punch this thing. It's a little bit smaller bike, maybe only 1,000 cc, but super lightweight. Jack Roberts, he's up, Jack. Oh.
Those two steps just sound so aggressive as it pops through the pipes. Alex Redmond went 665 that time. Jack Roberts looks like he struggled a little bit there, I'll be honest with you. Was a long way off the pace. I think that's old Banker's old bike, that one of Redmond's, I'm pretty sure.
Could be. Beautiful thing. In very good shape. All right, plenty of them here. Rachel Redmond there, one of our many female bike riders. This could almost be a record also for the amount of female entrants at an event. I'd like to add that up.
There you go.
Hang on, where's our list of girls?
We got a list here to go through.
We're going to have to.
Peter Strudwick on the V-Rod Destroyer. So once again, the factory-built drag bike by Harley Davidson. He goes 630, 110 on that pass. And Rachel Redmond went 738. We got the three Redmonds, I think, racing this weekend. We got three Schaefers. We got 4 Ballots, I think, this weekend.
All right, well, that's the first one I've written down. I'm going to just continue to write ladies' names until I start seeing the same name again. This is a way to find out whether we've also not only the biggest 8th bowl drag race in Australia, but the highest female entered Australian drag race as well.
All right, we're on it.
I know that we get some big junior dragster titles with lots of kids, lots of girls there. Geez, that's a serious bit of attention there, isn't it? Clinton Swalling.
You get the feeling he's just hanging on to that thing and it's doing its thing. Clinton Swalling in the on the Kawasaki there. It's got, as we said, we've got the nitrous bottle strapped to the side of it. Bailey Davis in beside him.
Look, he got it walked off the line and now he's going to start punching some gears. 683 at 112. That's a bit better.
All right, Michael Anderson up there. This gives me like 80s pro stock sort of vibe.
Altered bike, like sort of altered bike or modified bike, square tyre, wheelie bar, super low, you feel more inclined that you get launched out of the hole like a rocket on a bike like that, where the no-bar bike, you're tippy-toeing the clutch out. These things let you sidestep the clutch.
These things just hit hard.
Yeah.
Hit real hard. All right. So Anderson there, bow striking beside him on the Harley Davidson Fat Bob.
Even though they ran identical 60-footers, 147, 147, 621 for Anderson, 624 for Strike.
624 for Strike's a really good pass on that Harley Davidson. To be happy with that one. But Anderson hugged that centre line as he got past 330 all the way down. Nearly took out another block, but he's playing it safe.
Beautiful day here at Warwick Dragway for Dragfest 2024. We are in race bike. Alex King now and Alan Annis Jr. Talk about guys who know how to ride no-bar drag bikes. That bike's on a string. 563, 124.
Yeah, another nice pass there for Annis. Puts another one down as he heads in the race. And call for Super Sedan. Super Sedan and modified to the lanes, please. Super Sedan and modified. We need you in the lanes, please. So the last call for Super Sedan and modified for the lanes for your last qualifier. Matty Halpin just won the raffle.
Did he?
Just won the raffle, did
What?
Matty Halpin.
Redraw.
That's exactly what I said. Edwin Terry in beside him.
Where were you going, Edwin? Looking for gears as well. Matt Halpin waited for the tree. Edwin kind of just sort of left early. 609 for Halpin.
Yeah, went 603 earlier, so nice back up there. 609 on the MT09. Edwin Terry went 813. Shane Ball on, as you said, the Nutcracker.
Ouch. Another one of these sort of, you feel enough confidence to sidestep a clutch and know you're not going to get a wheelie because of the wheelie bars, and just that, the physics, laying the body down. They call this more the lay-down bike.
Lay-down bike, yeah.
That was the lay-down bike.
Got that big fat top rail, why? Because that's the fuel tank.
Yeah, great idea that. Oh. Yeah, so that run had to do a bit of rolling off the throttle there to get the thing to stay alive. It's almost like it just had a big bog, cleaned itself back up. I think he rolled it back a bit and then it cleaned itself up.
He was saying in the pits earlier he's changed carbies, but he doesn't think he's fixed the problem. So some kind of other issue there, fuel issues that he's chasing. So anyway.
I haven't tuned a motorcycle ever, but my word of advice, take out the two-step chip and go give it 8. Off the line. Try that. Try and work.
Write that on his time.
Rev over the flat spot. Rev over the flat spot. Just what could go wrong? Just set the chip up another 2,000 higher and really come out of the hole. See if that flat spot's there. Get back to me. So that is our bikes done. It's now time for Young Guns. Now this is our last quali for them. Q4 it says here. Is that right? Or Q?
We will actually be in the 5, mate. Oh, well, it is 4.
We are.
Sorry, we did lose one yesterday.
Technically,
yeah,
yep.
Sorry.
So this will be, as we said, the last for everyone.
Yep.
Isn't it amazing how many hours one round takes when you've got 250 entrants? We are on the 8th. We do manage to get through them quite quickly due to the distance as well. I mean, quarter mile stuff takes a lot longer to push this many cars through. We're lucky enough that we've got limited downtime on a lot of these cars because they're all holding their stuff together, not crashing, not leaking. That's the key to making this, and not leaking, not braking, not oiling the track.
Yep. Keep it flowing. We're doing a fantastic job here. Actually, when I say we, I mean everyone else but me.
Everyone else except the lungs, the bunker. People, John, haven't had to use the bunker yet, but we're going to go round one of racing tonight, so we might need the bunker.
Yet, yeah. Charlie Usher, Max Rowling. Young Guns Dragster. So Usher's done the little burnout. A Junior Dragster there. Double A Junior Dragster, the new class over there. That's Max Rowling.
Love that. I want them to have an actual blower. Let them have a blower. Like, if you're going to put double A, mate, I'm old school, mate. Let me write the rules.
I got a little AMR 500 at home. We can whack that on.
I was going to just suggest one or two of them, yeah. Oh, mate, I'd be in there in a flash.
That's going on the Beetle.
I'd rent that.
We can use that on that.
I'd rent that little Puerto Rican carpenter, El Chipo, and I'd have him in there. Supercharged double A JD, fake ID, but the other way. He's 27, but you make him 16. Hit it.
Rowling out on a nice pass here. These guys up from New South Wales went 166. This is
770.
Slight improvement on yesterday. Went 771 yesterday, so that's the best we've seen for the weekend. 862 for Charlie Usher that time now. So
84 mile an hour. That's fun for a kid on a Saturday afternoon.
So what are we getting at? We're starting to head towards 140 kilometres an hour, aren't we? We're in the high 130s.
And I know what a go-kart feels like at 60k an hour. Can you imagine one of these things at that? Big shout out to Tony Webb watching on the live stream. Connor's 18th tonight. They got the hall booked.
Very nice.
They got the soon-to-be famous band, the Royals, playing live tonight. Royals are a high school band from Connor's school.
Oh, right, yeah.
My son Maxie goes to the same school, so I watched them play the other night.
They go all right?
They're going to be future stars, I tell you.
Yeah, nice.
But they're playing at Connor's 18th tonight. Big shout out to the Webbies. Probably chilling in the aircon before heading to the venue to then try and control an 18th birthday party. Good luck, boys. See if you can get a big screen on with this live stream playing. Next thing you know, we'll have 500 shout-outs coming from the party. Hey, we don't mind that.
Nah.
The party can not just be here, it can be everywhere.
We can spread the love. Ronnie Janish over here in the left-hand lane. Cody Sedmak. Omar doing crew chief duties this weekend.
Little flat spot, but then it cleared itself up. It's got some horsepower down the other end.
Once the lock-up comes in,
yeah.
It's got the lock-up in that one. 1165 keeps getting quicker. It's supposed to go the other way. Well. They're trying to make that car slower. She's actually going too fast, young Bronte, and they're trying to make it go slower and it's going quicker. So it's a tough game.
I love that we've got kids here in Young Guns with a little bit more than most kids get to use here in drag racing.
Taylor Smith in the Moonshine Mayhem. She's ready to go. We saw her go in the 770s earlier today. Kyle Day in beside. Dad Dougie out the back playing crew chief this weekend.
Oh, that's on a mission, that one. On a mission. 775, 85 mile an hour. Yeah, what a great pass. 168 and a 60 foot. And 775. That's got to feel good.
Good stuff. Nice to watch. Kyle Day in the other lane went 861.
Okay, so this is not Dakota. This is Paige King, it says here. Or is that Dakota? Is Dakota down there? That must. Wow. All right. What's your diagnosis? Let's go to the bunker. What's happened there, Shagger?
We just had to reset that one, mate. We just had we had the wrong numbers in there, so we just got that sorted. We preempted the next pairing. All good. Sorted. We're sorted. So the cars fire back up again. Dakota Bray in the left lane. Smith Transport sponsored car. Fletcher Usher over there. Fallon. They got the sponsors on board, these juniors. The young guns.
Oh, well done. What a launch. 167. This will be a good number for Dakota. 805. Fletcher Rusher goes through for 1067. Here's double A Telf. Gasset. Yeah, no, this is the place to be, mate. It's the place to be. Still acclimatising, are we, to Queensland weather,
Fletcher
are we?
Usher 1067. H King takes on Nash Pirano here. So Pirano down from Rockhampton in central Queensland. Paige in the pre-stage, ready to go. She's got the eyes on the prize. $7.92 there for young Nash, $7.92 at 79 mile an hour, and Paige went 8.89. Isabella Hunter to run a solo here. So young Isabella doing a good job.
Hello. A couple of gentlemen here with smiles on their faces and a story to tell. Yes, gentlemen, what can I do you for? Just quickly, the kids, the young guns. Well, come on. Don't worry about them. It's only a kid. Adult problems first. Sorry, yes? HQ rear brake shoes. Now, I can tell you the part number of those. HQ rear brake shoes. Is it a 10 bolt? It's a banjo. Okay. So it's got HQ drums. So you need HQ drum brakes, drum linings, set of brake shoes. Okay. Good luck. Let's see how we go. No worries. Now, which car is it for? Okay. The 69. Oh, the orange Monaro. One of the orange Monaros. Oh, dear. Okay, well, look, if someone can help us, we'll get them to come to the tower, then we'll yell it out if it happens. Jeez, we've had some tough stuff today, Shagger. Can you remember what he said? Brake shoes for HQ drums. E13s. No, I remember the part number. I'll look it up for you. Yeah. You know what? If you went into any parts store now, they go, "Give us the rego number, son."
Auto or manual?
Yeah, no, they wouldn't even ask that, mate. They wouldn't know that there was a manual option.
Yeah. What's the registration number? Lexi Lancaster, Amelia Wright, the two young ladies here in Young Guns. So we need some HQ rear brakes. We need some brake shoes. All right, here we go. Lexi Lancaster, Amelia Wright. Watching this pair intently. Amelia Wright got out nicely, 08 on the tree. Lexi had a bit of a snooze, but that's all right. Can get away with that in qualifying. 811 there for Amelia, 873 for Lexi. So that'll round our qualifier for Young Guns. We're going to move into Young Guns bike. So we had 2 yesterday. We got another edition today. So we got the 3 of the young racers here on the 2 wheels. The Mansfield French team represented strongly. 2/3 of the field. Another call for looking at the lanes. We're still waiting on modified, so we need some more modified cars to the lanes. If you're running this round, modified to the lanes. Super Sedan looks pretty much fully subscribed. We might be missing a couple, but Super Sedan, if you're running, we need you there. Modified, we need you there, please. Xavier Mansfield French and Dominic Harley. So Harley on the little scooter, little steps through. Xavier Mansfield French, the young fella, in the left-hand lane. Xavier's going to get there first. He goes 9.14. That's a good pass there. 9.14, 74 mile an hour. Dominic on the step through went 11.59.
Oh, I can go if I want to go. Scotty went today. He's doing the route. Yeah, oh, he is. I don't know if it's uphill or private. That's all going to make him stop in front of this. Didn't even know it existed.
Oh, young Scarlett Mansfield French. She's been doing a fantastic job. She gets this thing off the line nicely. So she's going to round us out here in Young Guns bike for qualifying. We're going to work on those gears too. Ah, she's very... got dialed in nicely. This is quick actually from young Scarlett. Yeah, there we go, 9.27 and 73. So well done to the kids. We're done for qualifying for those guys and girls. Good stuff to watch. Street bike up next. It's another call for modified. We need modified in the lanes if you're not already. Daniel Rybout pulls into the left-hand lane. That's our Golby's Parts and Fabrication lane. Once again, big shout out to all our wonderful sponsors. Lane sponsors commit for the season. So that's Golby's Parts and Fabrication, our left-hand lane, and PSR, the right-hand lane. So big shout out to those two wonderful companies. And of course, 1320 Motorsports, our venue sponsor. So Chris Shaper, third of the Shaper family racing here this weekend. He's on the bike this weekend. Daniel Rybell in beside him. Oh, Shaper's gonna carry the front wheel out there past 60 foot. Rybell's gonna get there first, 700 at 113. Chris Shaper went 838. Sean Close and Nobby Morn. So Nobby Morn, the quicker of the two, is going to get there first. Go 7:52. 7:80 for Sean Close in that qualifier 4 for street bike. John Dell and Phil Halpin took double duty this weekend. We've seen Phil in the Sedan van, the panel van, but he's on the VMAX this weekend. 1700 cc's that Yamaha, 665. That's his quickest of the weekend on the bike. 940 there for John Dell. Cody McLeod and Anthony Anderson. Anderson's on a nice pass here. We talked about that bike earlier, one of the fan favourites, 670 that time, 113. Cody McLeod went 980. We had the Young Guns bike out there before. This is one of the graduates that come from Young Guns bike, and that's Bobby Nicole Schluter in the Golby's lane here. Tammy Goldthorpe. Goldthorpe away, actually red light. Tammy, you'll want to get that one out of the way in qualifying. Don't want to do that sort of stuff in racing. She gets there first, 720. And Bobby Nicole goes 737. Jared Comerford out there on the V-ride. 7:01 at 110, just shy of a 6-second pass where they're close. He's close. Street bike continues here. Is this the matchup? Is this Mick to take on Lisa here? So husband and wife here, the two Mondays. Mick in the right-hand lane. Lisa on the step-through scooter in the left-hand lane. Oh, the pressure was on Mick and he red lit. Put the pressure on. Look at him coaxing Lisa on. I don't reckon he knows he's red lit. So Lisa's got the win there. Keep going with the Harley products. We got two here. It's a lowrider in the right-hand lane and the Sport Glide in the left-hand lane. So that's Aaron Grout on the Sport Glide, the later model. Justin Comerford on the Twin Cam lowrider. Ground the better of it on the start line here. Goes 680, 106 mile an hour on the speed there. Justin Comerford went 746. Matty Halpin also doing double duty this weekend. We saw him earlier in... he's on the Tenere here in street bike. Rochelle striking beside him. She's on her street bob. The fat bob, I should say. Turn the tyres on the line there. She had the roll out of the throttle and get back into it. Now she starts to make some mumbo. 7:23.107 there for Rochelle.
Sorry, Shags, I was talking to Telf.
No problems at all, mate.
Telf's frothing
We
around
missed a
here.
few. I reckon we're going to have to...
Oh, no.
cut a few.
So here we are doing our ladies list, and I get distracted talking to Telf, so I've got
That's
to wait
all
another round.
Plenty more to come, mate. Plenty more opportunities.
We nearly set a record already.
Yeah.
If you reckon I've missed 4, that's 10 or 11 already. Here he goes.
All right, we talked about it before. We talked about Peter Wilson coming out in the terraplane. We talked about our mate Lep Robertson. So we lost Lep a few months ago, and this was one of his favourite places. It seems fitting to have Lep riding on board with Pete Wilson in this wild bit of gear. So Lep riding along in the parachute. We got some of Lep's ashes in there as requested by the family.
All right, Lep's last pass. I'd hate to say we can start a trend there, but I've got some of Kerry's ashes coming, which Laurie's giving me. She goes, do what you want with them. I said, well, I think we've got a good idea on what we can do with some of them on multiple tracks. Whoa, that's the gearbox, though. That's the gearbox, Pete.
Wow, went all right until it didn't. That you could see that was violent through the car when it let go.
I'm sure that's what it was. Either that or it's done a re-yoke or something.
You know what? Lep doesn't want to go.
No, he's saying not yet,
That's
Pete.
the second time we tried to...
He's probably saying, get yourself a new gearbox first, mate. Get me to the finish line and then let me out.
We might see the gearbox come out of the panel van to get the tariff.
Well, you know what? A smart man had come up with that solution. I suppose if you're going to have multiple cars, it wouldn't hurt to have all of that be swappable. You know what I mean?
Jody might have just lost the gearbox.
Well, it seemed that way, didn't it? It did seem that way.
So that was actually quite violent, mate. It got out just past 60 foot, and you could see just right through the car. It wasn't happy.
I don't know whether it's dropped anything on the track, but it's something that's stopped Pete's progress there. Went 161 in the 60, so it was coming out okay and making a bit of power, but the world's first ever Judson Terraplane drag car, we're yet to see its full potential just yet.
Did you see Pete do the shed skid on it and come out of the shed onto the grass?
Yeah, well, I think he is on a bit of land there, so I think he can get away with that. But we'll just have to see what we can do with him, what we need to do with him, whether we are tilt traying or whether it's. No one's on the mop here behind it, so I don't think it's.
Not a lot of urgency, which is good. That's a good sign.
It's just about recovering the thing now. But still plenty to go. And as you said, I probably lost 4 or 5, 6 ladies there just from the bike area. But we are into that part of it where we've just, what did we have scheduled? Supercharged Outlaws again, didn't we?
No, mate, we've got Super Sedan coming up shortly.
Oh, okay.
Then we've got Modified.
Then there's Modified,
Yeah.
sorry. I can see that far lane there, yeah. So
We've actually got a few in here. I can see Debbie Robb at the front of the pack there in the Falcon. So there's one of our ladies. We've got Sue Dawson in the Altered there. So we've got plenty, mate. We've got
yeah,
plenty
I'll put them on there. Got to keep my eyes out for that. And then in round 1, just...
Benita Marchant, of course.
Yeah,
Benita's
Benita.
back there.
I'm going to put that in there. We can put that in there now. Right?
Benny
There we go.
Benny sent me a nice little message earlier, and she reckons Kerry's sitting in the front row watching
Oh,
on this.
perfect. Good. I think he is too. I think he's having a fat time.
I think he is.
We're all in our element up here at the moment. It's just a beautiful part of the world to be on a Saturday afternoon. Beautiful weather for the moment. Nice breeze. That's been keeping the comfort level up a bit. You know what I mean? Like if it's no breeze and you got that sun on you, that warm air, it just sort of does get you sweating, get a light shine. But that breeze has managed to keep us all cool. So there we go. They've recovered the terraplane. They had the tray. It's good to see that tray looks like it didn't get anything on it. That's the aluminium tray that they would want to throw down just in case it started to drop its guts.
A bit of Telstra rope to go with it too, so good stuff. That's how we roll in Warwick.
We'd be the only country in the world that would describe that rope as Telstra rope. So there'd be a top 20 Aussie sayings that nowhere else in the world's got. Telstra rope. If you're in America and they go, "Can I get some rope?" and you go, "Oh, give me some of that Telstra rope," they won't know what it is.
They got Tim Tams in the Esky now.
Yeah, I didn't see that. No, Wishka. Oh.
Gap here. Just a reminder to all races, if from the seating order, races, if for whatever reason you can't make sheets.
They are hard to get out of those bar mitzvahs, yeah.
I've always struggled.
Yeah, especially if you've got the same surname, you definitely got to be going. But also if you're broken. So, look, actually we haven't had too many actually come up and say we're out. But
haven't actually?
No, they haven't. So, I mean, that's the advantage of having the commentary box right next to race control. You get to hopefully see everything that's going on, including when people are in distress, including these gentlemen that need a set of
HQ, rear drum brake.
Drum linings,
shoes.
yeah.
There.
Brake shoes. For some people here, maybe generation, we might have to explain that some cars in the past had drum brakes. They are described as a drum because they are kind of a cylindrical drum with 5 bolt holes or 4 bolt holes on the wheel axle. And inside are some expanding asbestos linings pushed hydraulically out against the inside of that metal drum, thus calling it a drum brake. So kids may not have seen that.
No, 100%.
They would know what a drum brake. I grew up with a family of old MGs. We had drums on the front and drums on the back.
Drums everywhere.
You ever pull up on a car that doesn't have properly adjusted drum brakes? That's why we went to discs. All right, Debbie Robb, I'll put that name in there. There she is. And how about that Telstar?
Andrew March from Glen Innes. We need Blake's car here this weekend. There's Blake out the front. Well, that's tame from Andrew March. That's a short one. I think sees plenty of revs, but young remember Blake's HB Tirana?
Yeah.
6-cylinder, manual gearbox, big wheel stands.
Yeah, the Telstar was a very well-selling, medium-sized car. It was almost described as like the mum's car of the 80s. They were a Mazda 626 as well, based on a Mazda 66. Ford rebadged it, obviously, and did some styling, called it the Ford Telstar, like the Ford Laser, which was the Mazda 323. But that Telstar there, they got dragified pretty much at the same time with Chimera's, and the best they've ever looked when they became drag cars. Telstars and Chimera's have never looked better than when they're drag cars. Looking for a gear, gets it now, hits the stripe, 577, 124 mile an hour.
I don't know if you caught that at the end there, but Debbie Robb went from the middle of the lane right over to the centre line in a real hurry there at the finish line, so she did well to hang on to that, I reckon.
Went for a bit of a walk near the top end. All right, it's Damien Morris and Mark End. That beautiful little Anglia utility again. No slouch into the 6-second zone. Great super sedan class brought to us by Performance Wholesale. Oh, getting his lights in. 006 for Damien Morris, getting ready for round one. Who's going to be the round one victim for him? 006, 6-4. Oh, do you imagine that if he was at Kenda? That's the sort of run he should have run at Kenda 3 weeks ago. 64000. Okay, have another go. Gases to the lanes, please. Yeah, that sounded exactly the same. Gases to the lanes, please. Gases to the lanes, thank you.
Billy Osling comes out in the Camaro. We got the Salika in beside him, Eric Rowley.
They've all got a place somewhere, don't they? In super sedans where you could take that innocent-looking shape and put some fats on it and turn it into a drag car. Every Hot Wheels looks tougher when it's got some rubber under the back. Bill Osling back out there from Tamworth. 540 cubes of BBC.
Billy Osling, he's had some cars over the years too.
The Hoff had this at one stage,
This
I
was
remember.
Hoff's old car, yeah, 100%.
Big tyre cars. Salika out there with a 14860 foot there, but here comes the big cubes of the Camaro. 648 though, best for Eric Rowley so far. 577 for Bill. Getting that last qualifier in. So as far as practicing hitting the tree, Eric Rowley's gone way too early there, so he's in no man's land for round one. And you also got to think of dial-in time, don't you? So
100%, yeah. Bill might need a Red Bull before round one too. 406 on the tree. He's not going to cut it.
no, where's all that going to end up? All right, Beth Mansfield French back out there, the family XD. Gets a free run here, no distractions. We can put her down because she is...
Yeah, we had the Alston Camaro due to run beside her, but they're pushing it away behind the water box here. So some issues there, which is a bit of a shame because they're up near the top of the pack there with the 532 from earlier.
Well done, Beth. 696 at 102 mile an hour. Oh, here he comes. The Hilux. One of the Hiluxes. I'd love to see him match race the Black Ute, actually. Both Grayson and Horan together would be pretty cool.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, you did? Oh, are they sorted?
Morgan Park Performance as
Okay.
the
Okay, attention to the people looking for HQ drums. Attention to the people looking for HQ drums. Morgan Park Performance down the road has plenty of HQ parts, so you should talk to Matt. There we go.
How good's that? We're making it happen here today.
Saw it on the live stream.
So
Oh, really? There you go.
So pass it on. For the people looking for HQ drum brakes.
They saw it on the live stream. That's the word. So there you go.
Look at this, Neil Grayson, 605, 131. Leon Power, 712. So yes, those people looking for the brake shoes for the HQ drums, Morgan Park down the road, Morgan Park Performance, Mechanical, I think it is, down the road. Matt. That's nearly 100% fix-up rate today.
We're going well.
Nearly 100% fix-up rate.
What have we done? We've done CO2.
We get them CO2.
Delco rotor button.
Yeah, Delco rotor
We got
button.
HQ brakes.
HQ brakes.
Pete Wilson will be up here soon, probably.
For gearbox parts. I got a Supreme Pizza, double pineapple. I
Nice.
mean, we've solved a lot of problems today.
Ismet Vojic and Mark Sugars. Mark Sugars in the Falcon Sprint. Got the wheelie bars out the back. Why? For a reason.
Wheels up, boys, both sides. Let's have a look. It's a shame he can't sell that car, but he probably really doesn't want to. It's such a nice car. It's just so quick. Keeps on giving. 617 at 111. Hey, they're getting the lights right. 073 for Mark. 095 for Izzy. 677 there for the hatchback. All right, come on, Jai. Let's get it all together this time. I want to hear the lungs on this thing.
Mate, actually a little bit surprised. He was out of the groove a little bit, Tom. That's what happened, I reckon, last time, just from my expert opinion from the box, because we're all experts up here.
I just didn't think it shifted or something, or made a move, and he didn't persevere with it.
Oh, mama.
Oh, it is a state of the art. Well, in the States, it'd be called a super modified. They are a weapon, these Cavaliers, with no matter what combination on board.
About 278 cubes of small block.
Yeah, she's horsepower per cube. No one's making more horsepower per cubed today, Aspo, than this bloke. Drop me Sonny.
Oh, here, mate, down here. Josh Luter in the Chevy Cavalier. And Bradley Lynch in one of Holden's favourite, the HQ.
Yeah, turbo small block on board for Lynchy. What a great class here, Super Sedan. Going to be dial your own tonight, round one.
Schluter goes in. We're ready to go.
So good launch. 124 in the 60, but I don't know whether... I'm sure it's got a manual gearbox in it. I don't know whether it's slipping or doing something there, or whether it's an auto.
Second, but then after that it went away. So I don't know what the issue there. Lynch went 679. So. Damien Hannigan brings his split bumper. 70.5 Camaro to the line. This thing's been pretty handy this weekend. Well and truly into the fives. Trevor Davis in beside the Mark 1 Cortina. He calls Jaffa.
What's that, mate?
So Hannigan in the Camaro comes to the line. Davis sits there, waiting patiently.
Oh, Trev goes for a look at the wall.
He did, didn't he? He was right out of there on the right-hand side there. Hannigan straight down the middle, no dramas for him, goes 589. And Trev went 691 that time.
Side-by-side trappies. This is a piece of Aussie drag racing history right here.
Almost feel like we should be looking at it through black and white, mate.
Almost. The old surface days. Pete Pallett used to drive this thing with not enough cubes, but that was an F-gasser for you back then. Big pounds per cube you had to carry. Small engine. Yeah, tell you what, imagine if you woke it up. Imagine if you put Josh Luter's 278 cuber. Just for... Hey, if I won Lotto, mate, I want to put a late model 2.5 horsepower a cube, comp eliminator and Liberty in something like this, and just make it the quickest it's ever going to go in its life. I said that to old Captain Nitrous with the old FJ. I said, mate, I'll buy you Liberty if you want to go as quick as you ever want to go. I'd buy you Liberty to see that grey motor scream.
You'd scare the sign right off it.
Oh, it'd be amazing. Sometimes we just love to retrofit some good stuff in there, but hey, it's good as it was. It will always be. There's some photos of this thing from surface, like on the bumper sort of thing. Not that it should go there now, actually.
Jeffrey over there in the Chevy.
That's a bit better for Jeff. It didn't backfire on the hit. 678 to a 670. Nice side-by-side race there.
there now? Still there?
All right, Luke Dowdy, Michael Shaper.
All right, guys, we've got a black Isuzu D-Max parked over here behind the grandstand. We need it moved. You're causing a gridlock on the return road, and we don't need that. We definitely don't need that, so we need that car removed immediately. Black Isuzu D-Max over the behind the grandstand here. We need it removed immediately.
All right, Michael Shaper bumping in. Hopefully he gets this down the track, Luke Dowdy. Yeah, no, it's got plenty there in reserve. This time he gets there, 625 and a 566 there for Shaper. Honing in their reaction times here, 017 for Shaper, so he's ready for next year. Now, it says here he was the winner of 2014 Dragfest, several Dragfest, Michael Shaper.
That's
so
10 years ago.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Wouldn't it be good if he could win 10 years
10-year
later?
anniversary,
So, I
there you
mean,
go.
you know,
Yeah.
that's... You deserve to go up a little rung of the ladder for that sort of stuff as far as just sheer racer cred. Jeff Alston now, Les Rice.
Alston in the Camaro. They actually pushed his car off to the side before, but they whatever it was, they've got it resolved. 657 and 133.
They're all getting a little bit quicker there in some manners. Jeff Alston, 133 mile an hour, best of his so far.
Yeah, some kind of issue there on the start line. It looks like he left before the third, but it's gone 250 to the...
Yeah,
he might have gone
sort of
through and then
rolled
jumped
through,
on it.
just
and
kept
then,
rolling.
Yeah.
009 there on the lights for Les Rice, so he just about to be ready for round one a little bit later on. We are scheduled to run one round of everything today, come back and do 2 and 3, and then work out where we are for finalists. I'm glad the ladies will be working that out here in race control. They're quiet now,
Yeah.
but you wait by tomorrow afternoon.
Just shut the door. Don't want to get involved in that.
The average amount of F words expelled per minute does go up. But that's okay. It's normally just the F word, so it's okay. All right, here we go. Lucas the Gun Holtz. And Sarah Dawson, I'll write her down. There's another one, Sarah Dawson. I reckon we are definitely on our way to... Definitely onto our largest ever female entry list outside juniors. You've got to include the juniors, of course, but you know, when you have a big junior event, there's probably going to get 30, 40 girls. But let's see how we... An event like this, let's see if we can at least get, between the girls and the adult ladies, quite a decent group racing. The more the merrier. Like, it's weird at Kenda, we might have 2 or 3 maximum. Jambo the same, but here we're already going to be off the page. Is it just that? It just must be that accessibility to the track in a variety of different classes that you can use different cars that aren't available at some of those other events. It's just that entry-level regulation that allows people to go racing. That's why we've got so many more of everyone out there. Kids, adults, ladies, young blokes, I guess, the young guns, so they can afford their own car.
So Lucas Holt, 066 on the tree.
Yeah.
Sue out in front. She's going to get there first. She gets 573 on that one. Nice and consistent, actually. And a 604 that time for Lucas after a 600 earlier.
Yeah, well, he's honing in on the tree. Some of these guys have got their eyes on the prize already. Benita, got her name down.
Darren Aldo gets the rattle up in the front end as he brings that thing to a stop again. It's a bit of a constant with the car. So the front engine dragster for Darren Otto. Benita Marches, nice strong burnout from her, and Roddy Marches are going to bring her back into those fresh grooves.
Is it amazing after all these years that you can still get by with torsion bar front suspension? That it serves its purpose and that maybe no other front suspension design need be invented? They're the perfect dragster suspension. They do the most amazing thing, considering how basic that they are. Enough for drag racing. I don't know how long you'd win Le Mans with that or anything else. Great for drag racing. Like, there's some things that were invented in cars that only seem to benefit drag racing, and nowhere else was it useful. Torsion bar works well. All right, Darren Otto in a familiar position. Warwick Dragway, Saturday afternoon. Ready to have a go. Oh, Benita 063 light. Let's have a look here. 494 for her. They're getting a bit more speed, 140 mile an hour. 635 there for Darren.
He went 6-1 earlier, so a little bit off the pace there, but still he's got something to work with as we go into race. And round one, obviously, later on this evening.
Yeah, Bag's not driving that hot rod, eh?
So I'll be the gear. Just about got the upright steering in that too, I think, I tell you. All that cage work's there for a reason.
I used this term a little bit in regards to Scott. I started with Scott Hoffman's little Corolla, and I said he's built himself his world's fastest personal roller coaster. I think this is Dave Hutchins' version of his own personal roller coaster. Why spend millions on a full German-designed roller coaster that has to be maintained every probably day to be running at its true thrill-seeking potential? However, for a lot less than that, build your own roller coaster and turn the dial wherever you want as to scary or really scary. But I know that there's a lot of Kiwi hot rodders that have got license plates on these things. And there's something about the hot rods, you can get them through rego. These things, the hot rod will never die as a pure transportation device. That's got to be fun. That's got to be fun. 585 and a 592. 585 and 592.
One to go to round us out here in modified. Then we're going to move into the gases. But it will be Johnny Sting. And in true John Sting form, this thing is gorgeous. Very well presented. All got fantastic looking gear on this thing as well. It's got a glove box there. You show me the glove box on this thing.
It does, hey? A glove box.
I don't know what for, but it's got one.
Well, I don't know what brand it is because, you had things like Undercover and Spitzer and Vanishing Point and whatever. But even if it was something like a Spitzer, and I think Spitzer are known for that single strut wing. So if it's a state-of-the-art Spitzer, remember back in the days of drag racing in its prime, that they'd mass-produce these things. So you go to Spitzer, they're all on jigs, they're all tinned, they're all ready to go. Oh, well, that doesn't surprise me. That's what happens with nitromethane. That was an explosion, was it? Damien, was it? Oh. A top fuel explosion at Tailem Bend. All right, Stingy. 500 plus cubes, I think. Yeah.
5-0s earlier today. Let's see how he goes on this one. 503 with a 1.
048 off the tree.
503 with a 1.
There we go. There we go. That is. Check the speed though. What's this 169 though? Like, that seems interesting.
Yeah,
136.
That's probably more in the ballpark.
That seems very interesting. Well, that's the end of a very big group of cars, including modified, and now it's over to gases, and I reckon Phil will come back in. Oh, Phil, you guys go for it.
No worries.
You guys know what you're doing. Sound like you know what you're doing. Sounds good.
We have a crack. Tell you what, Diggs, out of all the wealth of knowledge, I never thought I'd come here and hear the part number quoted for a pair of HQ brake shoes. I can assure you that just gives you some idea of the repertoire that this man carries behind him.
For sure.
Well, here we go, Phil. Nice to have the seat here with you, mate. We've got gases, and more gases. Warwick gases to the water box. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The temperature's cooled down a little bit. I think you might see the boys throw on a bit more of a show. What do you reckon, Phil?
Yeah, I'm sure you're right, Sean. We got first up Brad O'Regan in the Plymouth.
Yeah, trying to get them hides warmed up there. A little bit of a show there. We've got Mopar, Ford combination. It might only be a time trial here, guys and girls, but these guys are in it for the real deal. It's like match racing already.
That's it, mate. Darren Cale it is over there in the Ford, the Executioner. This car can live up to its name, I know that much. It's a pretty tough bit of gear.
If he's living up to his name, he's about to chop the head right off Craze, but we're about to see right now. Oh, we've had a bit of a stumble at the line. Potential breakage.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of drive to the back wheels there.
Perhaps an axle, maybe one gone. We might be driving home on one there.
Darren Cale runs 6.77, 101 miles per hour. But as you can see, Brad O'Regan in the Plymouth. No drive to those back tyres. Probably would have been good to maybe pull over. We didn't have so far to go to grab him, but that's okay. We'll still grab him.
Yeah, hopefully it's nothing too terminal.
I think he's trying to roll down to that first loop exit.
Yeah, hopefully mightn't be something fixable, but let's hope so for his sake, so we can see him back for his first round in the next couple of hours.
Yeah, well, our starter Pete down there, he doesn't seem too concerned, so that's one good thing. Means there's no cleanup involved.
Which is always a good thing. It's what we want to see. All right, sitting down here in the water box, we got Falcon on Falcon. We got the Delinquent up against the Gas Bagger. So we've got a 960 on the window closest to it, an 820 in the far lane on the Gas Bagger. We'll see how serious the boys are getting on this qualifying. See how they go on their. See how close they can get to this dial-in.
That's it, mate. James Brennan, it is in the Delinquent sedan delivery. And up against the Gas Bagger ute of Stephen Danglemeyer. As you said, already got some dial-ins on the window, probably from the last meet, but we'll see how close they can get to those dial-ins. Probably a good practice run for them for the as we move into actual racing a little bit later on today. Looks like the track's clear. We should be able to get underway very shortly. Nice burnouts both sides of the track there from James Brennan and Stephen Danglemeyer. Both cars about to go into stage.
Good to see the diversity that we're seeing out here, Phil. Like, really, it's to your own likings. There's no particular style we're chasing here with vintage gas, as you can see. Boys getting away nice and clean off the line there. Nice clean pass, no issues.
Pretty close off the start line there with the reaction times as well. But Stephen Danglemeyer in the Gas Bagger that goes through and takes the win with an 8.56.
All right, we've got the locomotive in the left-hand lane here. Dean had a little bit of an issue with the wheels up, getting a little bit off camber on those front tyres. Got a little bit of tyre shake, but driving a stick shift manual in that tough little Windsor. She wants to lift the front. I think he's got it sorted out for this round up against the Blue Bayou. Beautifully presented little gasser over in the right-hand lane.
Yeah, that's Shane Lucas over there in the Blue Bayou. As you said, lovely little gasser there. Goes nice and straight too to Shane Lucas.
Yeah, he gets down with a very nice clean pass, running a 7.4 at 94.
Yeah, Dean Kubler with a once again not a really clean start there, but once he can sort that out, he'll be a real force to reckon with in this Warwick Gasser class.
And in our left lane here, we got Brutal. Seems to be on a mission. He had his first experience of getting those, hanging them hides. Had the fronts up at his last meeting, and it's his mission in life at the moment is to keep them front wheels hanging off the start line. So once again, another stick shift gasser, Mopar up against Mighty Mouse in the right lane. Let's see what sort of a show we got here, Phil.
Yeah, mate, I reckon Brutal does seem to be on a mission to put on a great show for us. There he goes.
And there you have it. Wheels up, ladies and gentlemen, from the Val in the left-hand lane, and finishes with a strong pass too.
Yeah, mate, he red lit, but really who cares when you see a nice, entertaining wheel stand like that. 7.99 across the finish line, and David Gall with a 6.48, 106 miles per hour in the Mighty Mouse. The little Toyota 700. Yeah, as you said, Callum Scott really on a roll here with these entertaining wheels up launches. Here's the headman from Street Machine magazine, Simon Telford in the Barbara Ann Humpy gasser. We're just going to shut him down for just a quick minute. A little bit of a clean up there.
Might be a good opportunity, Phil, just some people mightn't understand the concept of the gases. Obviously started probably in the 60s in America, where the concept was to get the front sitting high, which would allow for transfer to the rear wheel under acceleration, which would ultimately give you traction. Whereas it might have been a theory at the time, it certainly created a great spectacle, something that really the crowds drew to, and we're very grateful that we see that trend continue here today, all these years later.
Yeah, well, that's it, mate. Back then, they didn't have all the technology for suspension to get these cars to hook up. So they didn't have things like Caltrax, and didn't have things like adjustable coil-over rear ends and things like that. So, as you said, the idea was to get the front of the car up so the weight transfer would push the tyres onto the track. So they could make plenty of power, but they couldn't get the power to the track. And as you said, the byproduct of that was a very entertaining bracket called Gasser. We call them either Vintage Gas, or here at Warwick Dragway we call them Warwick Gassers.
Warwick Gassers.
Yeah, we're very, very proud to have the Warwick Gassers here at 1320 Motorsports Warwick Dragway.
And I must say, Phil, I'm privileged to be here. It's the first time I've been to Warwick since the upgrade of the track, and what an impressive sight it is. How good is it when you've got a team that have gotten behind a facility like this? I knew there was a great deal of volunteers that got behind them, and to see them reap the rewards at the moment with events like this is just a credit to them.
Yeah, and the thing is, mate, you see all these hard-working officials, and as you say, events like this just wouldn't happen without those hard-working officials. But the good thing about it is you never see them without a smile on their face. They're always happy. Whatever happens, they just get in there and get it sorted out. Yesterday we had a little bit of rain. The track was very wet. A lot of people were saying, well, that's it for the day. But these guys got out there and got stuck in. The rain didn't hang around long, just put a lot of water on the track. And luckily there was a little bit of heat in the track, which helped. We got out there with leaf blowers and all sorts of stuff and got the track dry in record time too, I reckon.
Yeah, fantastic work, and looks like we're back on schedule, back on track with Nigel Elsmore over in the right-hand lane in the Dog Gone Crazy. We've got a little bit of a conversation going on with Barbara and the FJ. Looks like we might have a bit of an issue, and Nigel takes a solo pass.
Yeah, the little Hillman panel van or station wagon or whatever you want to call that. And Nigel runs a 7.45, 97 miles per hour.
And I'm just thinking, the person that bought that little Hillman brand new, I wonder if they ever thought that they'd be seeing that car do a pass at Warwick Dragway under that livery at the moment.
I helped a mate years and years ago build a little Hillman panel van like that, like a street car though. And yeah, we used to help each other build our cars. And I often wonder, just in the back of my mind, when I see Nigel's car, I wonder if that's that old blue Hillman. Probably not, but you know.
You'd love to know who the original owner was, so you could take it back just to take him and let him have a bit of a look and another drive, perhaps. So
I'm sure they would not recognise it.
And I'm sure it's making a bit more horsepower than when it left the factory.
Yes, much more. We thought my mate's one was pretty quick. We put a Hillman Hunter motor in it, so we thought that was pretty good. But mate, nothing like what Nigel's done.
Absolutely. And looking down the staging lanes here, we've still got quite a few gases coming forward, and a great example here, beautifully prepared Falcon Ute, Danger Money, and we've got Baby Blue, the little FC. FE or FC?
FC, I think it is.
FC, I think it is. Two beautifully presented gases here.
Outlaw it is in the FC, and this is the culmination of pretty much an obsession with Holden Red Motors for Ashlow. So I've been racing a pretty tough little 202 Tirana for many years, and this is kind of like the next step up for him, and it's an absolutely beautiful little car.
It's great to see someone that's been racing for a while. I'm sure at some stage he's gone somewhere, seen the gases lined up, and he's gone, you know what? That's the future for me for drag racing. I'm building a gasser, and that he has, and he's turned out a beautiful looking gasser at that.
And of course, Rob McIntosh, as you said, in the Danger Money Ute. What a gorgeously presented car this one is. Lots of gold leaf. Wheels up for the Danger Money. And look at that RT, the reaction time from Rob McIntosh, 001. That is as close as you can get to a perfect line.
Any better than that. All right, it looks like it's supercharged gasser time by the looks of it. We've got the blown 500 cubic inch big block Chrysler up against, I'm not quite sure what's in the Murray. It may well be blown small block, I think. I don't know what else you could fit in that just quietly, but...
Yeah, Benjamin loved this Valiant station wagon. Not only tough as nails, but also another one of these immaculately presented cars. Beautiful car it is. And of course, Mark Dyer in the Murray.
Just quietly, I think you need to be a brave man jumping in that little Murray. As cool as that is, it's all business, I tell you. It's all motor at the front. Tyres, we've got a single roller wheelie bar at the back, which I'm sure gets plenty of use.
Yep, short wheelbase, the lot. Ticks every box for the scary ride.
And watch the wheels up on the Valiant. Oh.
690 for the little Morris, and Benjamin Love in the Valiant wagon goes 610.
And when you talk about beautifully presented gases, here's another perfect example here with Anthony Dack with his Studebaker in Boomshanker.
Yeah, this is the first time I've actually seen this Studebaker. I've seen photos of it, but the photos don't do it justice, do they? This thing is absolutely gorgeous. Just holding up the Stude while we sort out the computer. Good to go.
Yeah, running a really nice clean pass in the Studebaker. It's probably about only the second meeting since Tony's driven the car. It's on song, mechanical injected small block, and he's got it worked out, and I'm sure he's loving every minute of it.
Yeah, mate, he ran a 689 and cracked the 100-mile-an-hour barrier with a 100.94, so got to be happy with that. As you said, second meeting of his driving it, so great to see him doing well and getting a handle on it. And that is it for Scott Coggan's painting Warwick gases. Until next time, that is the final qualifying pass for those guys. Next time we see them out there, they will be racing, dial your own round robin racing. So, great stuff, as you say. Great having them guys put on a great show. Thanks for coming up too, Sean. Such a pleasure to chat to you. You got that knowledge and the passion for these gases. So thanks heaps for coming up for this, and hopefully we'll see you in the first round of racing.
Look forward to it, mate. Thanks very much for having us. It's been awesome.
Anytime. We prep the track for the Elite Radial cars. No cars to the staging lanes just yet. No cars to the staging lanes.
So that's quality for everyone. That's quality.
friends, but it felt like the end of myself. I was shut down and all drained out. I was lost, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turned on me. But now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am. This is who I am now. No matter what they saying. This is who I am. This is who I am now. They think that I have lost my mind, that I'm not being true, but they don't have a clue. Cause this is me when I cut out all of the shallowness and everything I suppress to fit in a small frame. But I won't play your game anymore. So I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turned on me. But now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am. This is who I am now. No matter what they saying. This is who I am. This is who I am now. I'm gonna let them talk, but I ain't following nobody else. How can I be resentful when I finally respect myself? I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turned on me. But now
Here we go, folks. About to get underway with Fast Street. First round of racing here for the 2024 Warwick Dragway Dragfest event. And we got Bill Martland and Trevor Owen up first.
There's that little dry hop from Trevor Owen again. Now, guys, the beauty of this is we're round robin. Everyone's what we call Chicago Shootout or round robin. Everybody runs all 3 rounds. As long as you show up, you'll get to run those 3 rounds, and we take the results of that for our finalists. So, here we go. Trevor Owen and Bill Martland in beside him. Handicap start, but each racer dominates a dial-in. They've got to run as close to that as possible. Trevor Owen went 690 on a 689. How about that for a pass?
Not bad at all.
That's handy. 6902 on a 689 for the little 202 powered Tirana. So Trevor Owen, there you go. He's got a W next to his name from round 1.
It was a pretty close race, that one too. Just 400s in it.
Alex Bellin, and that's not going to help. Turn the tyres hard on the line there in the VL. The 1-tonner out in front, Ballard coming back at him, but it's going to be Daniel Thompson with the win, 785 on a 720. So he struggled a little bit too, to be honest.
Yeah, that's he probably won't get away with that too often. It's only because Alex Bellett, sorry, I keep saying that wrong. Alex Bellett spun the tyres off the line. That's how he got away with it.
Trevor Keel, good to see Keeley back in the ute, 620 the dial in for him. 0.8 of a second head start for Johnny Knightley in the little Tirana. He's in the pre-stage. Keel reversing up from the burnout. Here he comes. Look at that thing lumping forward. Both in the full stage. Here we go. The little Tirana's away. Keel's away better. So Keel's pretty much up alongside. Actually, he's pulled past him even before we get to the 330. Rolled out of the throttle early. Still went 625. The presidential limo. That's what we call it. Is it president?
Prime Minister.
Prime Minister. Oh, geez. So, pardon me. Prime Minister. I went all.
We're still a monarchy here.
I went all American. I went all American on it.
It could be.
Nick Owen and Dennis Hurl. So Nick Owen, this thing went 6:37 on the final qualifier. What's he dialed in with this? 6:37. Dennis Hurl in beside him, 6:90 in the Commodore Ute. The boot popped open. He's got a bit of active aero happening as it goes down the track. 6:49 for the win. 018 on the tree. Nick Owen bringing the A game to round one.
He's in the boot. Ready to throw the boot open when...
It was me. It's me. Dennis Hurl went 6:95 on a 6:90. Not bad, but that light that Owen strapped on him got the job done. Couple of Falcons. Look at this. Look at this matchup.
Almost heads up. 677 on the left-hand lane and 670 on the right.
Jeff Ryan threw it away on the start line. It'll be Darren Lowe to take a win here. 685 on a 677. Jeff Ryan, actually, he went a tenth and a half too quick as well. So double trouble, red light and a breakout.
Yeah, a couple of Holden Utes out there. White one, of course, in the Golby's parts and fabrication lane is Andrew Bird and Troy Barber in the black car over there, PSR lane.
Barber left his quick pass to the last one as well. He went 699. Dialed in with a 7 flat. Bird in beside him 690. So just about what we call a heads-up class again as Trevor Keel rolls back behind us in that that blown ute. Throwing shadows so we can see the screen. 702 on a 700. Well, he knew what he was doing, did Barber.
Not
Andrew
wrong.
Boyd, 29 on a 90.
He'll be pretty happy with that 702 on a 700.
Good work, Phil. Man, fast street. So cool.
Yeah.
Dale Bennett, 685 the dial, and Anthony Millard, 690.
The Killer Q, what a beautifully presented car this one is too.
Turn the tyres, a couple of rotations here on the start line. They hit the 330 pretty much together. This is a nice close one. Millard will get it. Millard got there, 706 on a 690. Bennett actually squeezed it by a full tenth. Went 675 on a 685.
Yeah, it went way too quick. But that's okay. We've got round robin racing here at Warwick Dragway, so we'll see the losers of these races come back for round number 2 tomorrow morning.
Martin Stevenson's had a busy last, well, I'm going to say about 6 weeks. I had him at Palmyra and Mackay back then. Then he went to Springmount in Cairns. Then he was back in at Willowbank. And now here he is here at Warwick for Dragfest. He's been all over the place. Gary Dobson in the ute, 690 for the EH. We talked about this. Watch him throw the clutch in the manual EH, 383 on the number plate. Well, I'm going to assume that's the engine source. We'll go with that.
We'll go with that for sure. Got the tailgate removed as well for aerodynamics.
Mate, he brought a pillow with him to the start line apparently. 847, but have a look at that. Martin Stevenson broke out by 6 thousandths of a second. Gary Dobson, after a big snooze on the start line and 3/10 off your dial-in, still gets a win.
Mate, he'll be pretty happy to get that one, I tell you. He wouldn't get away with that too often, that's for sure.
It's got an L next to his name, and that's for luck. Dave Knightley in the VL, Bud Kelly. in the HQ. Pretty close matchup, this one. 680 takes on 683 for Bud Kelly. Both the boys pretty even on the tree. Knightley's got the big top end speed. He comes back at him at the finish line and breaks out. 677 on a 680. Bud Kelly goes 84 on a 83.
Nice work from Bud Kelly.
Pumping them through. We got to. We got hundreds of them out the back end there in Fast Street. Peter Norcott, the Willys Jeep. Nitrous Purge to clear the lines. 710 for him. Sean Matthews says 692 is where I want to be in the one-tonner.
Yeah, mate, we've got just over 2 hours of racing scheduled time, and
That's
I
Fast
reckon.
Street.
No, yeah, well, that's it. What I was about to say, we'd be lucky to get through Fast Street at that time. We are pumping them through, though.
711 on a 710, so got the old Willies dialed in.
We have split Fast Street into 2 groups as well. So this is Fast Street A, and after these guys, we'll have Fast Street B.
So just a reminder from the club group, just briefly too, guys, if you want tickets in the multi-draw raffle, that'll be getting drawn tonight at the party. So get over and grab your tickets from the party hut over there near the canteen. If you want tickets in the raffle, do that. We'll be drawing that at the party tonight. All right, Chris Hankin, 696 on a 694 will get the job done. James Gardner actually turned the tyres pretty hard there on the start line. That was the end of his race. Jody Crimmins in the panel there. There's Pete. Pete giving her the okay to give it plenty. Sam Rosa in beside him.
Sam Rosa had the better reaction time. But Jodie Crimmins was a little bit quicker to the 60 foot. She went too fast. 622 on a 650.
Nearly broke out by 3/10 if you don't mind.
Yes, so she went too fast. Sam Rosa takes the win with a 703 on his 690 dial-in.
622 on a 650. That's a big breakout. But well done to Jody. I think she'd be pretty happy with the time. Heath Ballard in the hatchback Tirana. Richard Rocket in beside him. So I don't know what happened there. Richard decided he was going to try and run a time more than win the race. 634 on a 634. But the 2.2 second reactions not going to win many races.
Tragic. Although, having said that, it's one of the good things about dial your own racing. You can actually lose by going too good. It's going too quick and still lose, but as you said before, you can still be happy with the pass.
Sometimes it feels cruel. Daniel Costello in the Monaro, the CV8 model. Turbocharged LS. Up against the Turbocharged 1UZ. 4 litre V8. For Strange. Strange goes 640 on a 644. Too quick.
Too quick.
Too quick. Again, we're seeing plenty of breakouts here this afternoon. Costello will go through to the next round with a win from round 1, 655 on a 650.
Yep. Less than 4/10 too quick, but still too quick.
Michael Sheether. One of these Monaros needed drum brakes and we got it sorted. How are we going this weekend? We're on fire.
We're sorting everyone.
692 for the Monaro. Kristen Zell. She's in the XD Ute. She's dialed in with a 710. Sheether's in. Zell goes in shallow. on the line. She's going to do well to get him from there as long as Sheath... No, he had it covered. Looked over the shoulder, I reckon, rolled out of the throttle big time.
Yeah,
Only
look
went
at that.
84 mile an hour.
Yep.
Played it smart. So the boys have spotted a bit of fluid, actually quite a bit of fluid down there, and maybe out of that Monaro. So
keep an eye on this one. Looks like it's not going to go down too far down the track. Or I could be wrong.
sometimes they just evolve.
Oh, it's just this little bit, and this little bit, and this little bit. Nah, that's not too bad.
We'll take it.
We will.
Sam Campbell up next in the wrecker. That's the XD Falcon. Very stout Clevo engine in this thing. 635 the dial in for him. Terry Mansfield French in the long roof, the wagon. 725. Now Terry was a funny one in qualifying. That thing either went 720 or it went 760. So hopefully for Terry's for cause as he goes forward, he'd like to see a 725 ideally.
Exactly. He's usually pretty sharp on the lights, so that'll be a big help.
Start-up signal for the two here. Sam Campbell, Terry Mansfield French.
Thank you.
Someone brought them into work the other day, so then I went and bought them 2 more packets.
Good work.
You know when you have something and then you just got to have it yet.
All right. So here we go. 9/10 of a second head start for the wagon. Sam rolls straight into full stage. Crazy light. I'm still chewing on me Tim Tim. Double 2 for Terry Mansfield French. One of the better reaction times we'll see all weekend. 7:42 gets the job done. Campbell was 49 on his 35.
I reckon that's the second best one we've seen this weekend so far.
Oh, you've seen
Earlier
better?
today we had a 001.
Oh, I missed that one.
Yeah. So, yeah, as you said, though, can't get much better than that. Certainly wouldn't complain about it, that's for sure.
Just a couple of utes here. How about a little Hilux, Warren Bradford? This thing's got some attitude off the start line. Watch this thing. Sean Morrison, big block powered HG Holden ute for him. Complete with Torno.
Street to the lanes, please. Street to the lanes. Street to lane 6 and 7. Street to the lanes, please.
It was Warren Bradford got the win there, 7:19 on his 7:05, and Sean Morrison went 7:43, 2/10 off the pace, won't cut it that time. So a couple of long-time races here. Dennis Ryan, 6:72 the dial-in for the VL. Greg Trapnell in beside him. Greg's in the Nova, 7:15 the dial-in. Look at that, 0-1-3-1. Wow. I don't know, did you see that? Well, I was watching both those cars go down there. Trapnell was having his own issues. That thing was cutting in and out. But Dennis Ryan was using up a little bit of lane. 674 and a 672. Both the boys bought their A game on the tree. 031 to an 036, but Trapnell's car didn't want to play the game halfway down.
Just a reminder too, folks, we're going to bring the Supercharged Outlaws up earlier. They won't be right at the end of the round. We're going to get you guys to come out after the Warwick Gases. I'm pretty sure Chris went around and told you all that anyway, and we did announce it a little bit earlier. So you probably know that already. But we will call you when we're ready to have you come out. Just a reminder about that.
So quick dusting out there from Matty Junga with the weed sprayer. That ain't zero or Roundup. That's good stuff, sticky stuff.
The sticky Roundup.
Graham Suter dialing with a 590. Gavin Harding beside him, 680 the dial-in.
VH Commodore there for Graham Suter. And the HG Kingswood over there in the PSR lane for Gavin Hart.
So 9/10 of a second here. You'll see the King get the kick here. Suter's away, having the front wheels a little bit slow on the line. He's got some work to do. He left it too late. Gavin Hart, 682 on a 680. Suter went about the same, actually went a little bit closer to his dial-in, but the reaction time let him down.
So we were talking about earlier about how the reaction time can be very, very important in dial your own racing, especially. This gives you that little bit of an advantage there, a little bit of leeway if you can outreact your opponent.
Yeah, it's always a tricky thing to I do it nearly every meeting. Try to explain how it works, the combination, and not only the time you nominate and the dial-in, how close you can go to that, but also add that reaction time to that. You have to be quick on the tree. It's combined.
Yeah, we often call it a package, don't we, where you're trying to put together a good package where you're close to your dial-in and you've got a good reaction time.
Phil loves a good package.
Oh, yeah, sure do.
In the mail.
Hang on, doesn't everybody?
In the mail.
Christy says she doesn't like a good package.
There you go.
There you go.
Chris Hughes, Jarks now.
Remind me not to send her a birthday present in the mail.
No Christmas present this year. So the Statesman, 830 the dial-in. Skews 845 in the VE. Much in reaction time wise, one of the cars out there sounded like it popping as it's going through the gears.
Yep.
832 on an 830 is a good pass fair for Jarks. Chris was too far off the pace and won't get a win in round one, but he's got two more rounds to try and get a win before the weekend's out of it. So,
that's right.
So used to saying the day, but we're 3 days here this weekend at Dragfest. Nick Smith, 776 in the wagon. John Riley, 769. So you wait to see the difference on the tree unless you're very sharp. Riley was better on the tree with the reaction time as well. He's out in front. The wagon's coming back at him. But Riley was too far out in front. 764 breakout on that 769. So Nick Smith got a little bit lucky there. 780 on a 776.
I remember explaining drag racing to a non-drag racing person many years ago. I told them about the dial-ins. They said, "Oh, okay. Well, how much leeway have you got on that?" I said, "Zero."
Zero. You
and
want to win?
They couldn't believe it.
Do you want to win?
I said, "You go 1/1000th of a second too fast, you lose." No way. True.
We go decimal places here. Luke Matthews, Mark Stone. Mark Stone goes 760 on a 52. Matthews was out in front, got there first, but went too quick. 813 on an 818. And Datsun Sunny. $7.48 the dial in for CMO and Ken Cottam. Dropped the Big Falcon into the 7s on the last qualifier, so dialed in with a 7.90 this time. Sam Owen turned the tyres pretty hard there on the start line. That's going to hurt him. How much does it hurt him? Quite a bit. Yeah. 8.01 on the 7.48 is not going to cut it. Kenny Cottam, 7.98 on that 90. He'll get the win. Thick and fast. That's how we're bringing you Fast Street this afternoon. Nick Ballard, bad 400, the VK. 7.55 the dial in. Alan Stevenson beside him, 7.58. Stevenson, that car looks like it's struggling out there. He's obviously got some kind of issue. 8.16 on a 7.50, that's a long way off the number. But Nick Ballard goes 7.55 with a 5 on a 7.55.
I think probably he should keep his dial in.
Well, that's the trick, isn't it? Going into the next round. If you go that close to your dial in, do you keep it?
Yeah, or do you think
do you give yourself a little bit of margin?
That's the thing. You can overthink it, can't you?
100%. Definitely can. Chris Saffy, the 55. Jamie Brown, 8.50 in the XW.
Yeah, nice there from Jamie Brown, 0.13 reaction time. But it runs a 9.58 on an 8.50, so that's over a full second off the dial in.
Well, I was going to say, mate, because it went 9.60s in qualifying,
yeah,
so I don't know if we had a bit of a mix-up there with the dial in, but anyway, it is what it is.
Seems a bit strange, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Chris Saffy takes the win on it with a 7.74 on his 7.35.
Yeah, that was a strange one. Peter Neal, the Commodore wagon. Brett Lyon in beside him. 7.29 for Lyon, 7.58 the dial in for the wagon. So nearly 0.3 of a second for Pete's Hot Rod proprietor. .019 on the tree. Lyons said, come and catch me, mate, if you can. And he gets the job done. 7.32 on a 7.29. And I think he was on the brakes too. I could see a little bit of brake light insurance, as we like to call it, right there at the finish line.
Yeah, Pete Neal was a tenth of a second off his dial in as well, so that certainly didn't help him either.
Plenty of close races here in round one of Fast Street. As we watch Warren Sander and Robin Iverson. Look at that pair side by side out there. A couple of classic Holdens. Iverson, he's got some kind of issue now. The only thing you can hope for here is that Sander breaks out. Touch wood. I don't want to put the mockers on him. He's played this game plenty of times. As Warren Sander.
Yeah.
Plenty of times.
Rolled off the throttle.
We've talked him up all weekend.
We have.
Terry Larson. 7.70 the dial in for the little Cortina, who went 8.23. So he reckons he can go at half a second quick. I don't doubt it. Looking at the speed this thing generated on that last pass, if he can get it off the start line, this thing will hammer.
Shane Blinko with a 7.42. Does get it off the line nicely. The Falcon Ute goes an 0.8 reaction time. And quicker to the 60 foot as well. He takes the win with a 7.50 on that 7.42 dial in. Terry Larson went 7.85 on a 7.70. 110 miles per hour though.
Yeah, man, it's got plenty of that thing. If you can
does.
get off the line, like 208 slow on the 60 foot.
Sure is.
Just doesn't want to get away. If you get it away, look out. All right, Street, if you're not in the lanes, this is your last call. Street, last call for you for round 1. If you're not in the lanes, we need you there in a hurry. This is your last call. How much fuel? All of it.
I was going to say, that doesn't look like tyres, mate.
It's almost wet, the guys behind him. 780 for Michael Voss, the Pontiac Trans Am. Probably not not burning all that fuel, let's say that. Jason Martin, 697 in the Falcon. The size of the tyres on that thing. Michael Voss got the job done. Hey, what do we know? We know nothing up here. 811 on us.
I was about to say, Jason Martin, he should take out this one. But lucky I didn't because I would have looked stupid.
We got nothing. I don't know what happened there. 784 and a 697.
That's what happened.
That dialing's a bit funny for Jason Martin too, I'm going to say. Anyway, we move on. Glenn Vanna, red lights. It's all over before it's, at the start. Red light work out this race. Cameron Hunt goes 8:41 on his 8:33. Glenn Vanna, shame actually, went 8:24 on 8:20, but the red light, as I said, determined the race right at the start. As the smoke clears down there on the star line. Wade Perkins lines up against Jason Fuller. Fuller in the VK, 750, takes on 791. I was going to say Perkins got a good lead there, but he went up too early. Another red light's going to determine this one. It will be Jason Fuller with a W next to his name from round 1, 759 on 750. Lana Rice, the Hell LH, I should say.
LH.
740, 765 for Adam Somerville. Got the big drop tank. You don't see so many drop tanks these days, do you?
And it's a shame. It's a shame. Go! He's on it, as usual.
That's the message I get. This skid is for you guys in the tower, he said. Thank you, mate.
Good on you, Scooter. We love to see it.
Good stuff. Lenny Stewart, this is tough. Which way do you go here?
Oh, mate, I'll tell you
love
what.
both these guys. Lenny Stewart in the Gemini, 810. Scooter March in the F100, 810. So identical reaction times. This is like saying which is your favourite kid.
That's right, mate. That's right. Look at that, Scooter nails one to the tree. 0.02 reaction time. And he takes the win. 8:32 on an 810. Roll Linny, she went 8:38 on an 810.
Yeah, Scooter nailed the tree, didn't he? And they were both not too far, both about equally off the dial-in, but he did it with the reaction time. So Scooter March gets a win over Lynn Stewart, and as we said, that's a tough one to pick.
That's okay. We'll see them both out later on. Tomorrow, actually, for the second round as well. So we'll see Linny back out there anyway.
Another one decided by a red light. Smiley went too early. How early? 1900ths of a second too early. 8:54 on a 45. But Angela Holtz, she'll find herself lucky. She went 7:30 on a 7:32. So she might have to rethink the dial in tomorrow. But then you start thinking about weather conditions, how much different they are to right now. Right now is really nice compared to what time we'll race round 2 tomorrow. So she might leave it, to be honest with you.
It'll be nice, probably nice and warm tomorrow compared to now.
New other Monaro, John Sheether, Clayton Massey.
Who's there? Oh, sorry.
We need drag bike, young guns bike, and a street bike.
Yes. So. Okay, guys, drag bike, young guns bike and street bike to the staging lanes, please. That is drag bike, young guns bike and street bike to the staging lanes.
Patrick Shaw comes forward in the Golby's lane. He's in the VL. Tommy Ryan, the young fella. We saw Dad out there earlier. We saw Dennis Ryan. We saw Tammy on the bike. There we go. We got another family. Everyone's racing this weekend.
There you go.
I can't believe Tommy's got a licence. I remember when Tommy was this big. A little baby.
A little baby.
Oh, man, we're getting so old. Pat Shaw, 740. Look at this. Tommy's going in shallow. 095, pretty decent tree as well. Pat Shaw, I don't think he's going to get him from there unless Tommy Ryan does that.
Wow, look at that. Double breakout.
Double breakout. The one that did it by the least amount will be the winner. The one that did it by the least amount by 0.02 of a second was Tom Ryan.
Mate, close, very close.
That's a tight race. Johnny Payne, Daniel Pace. Daniel Pace in the wagon. He's up against a legend, and John Payne in beside him. Rolls out of the throttle early, goes 6.99 on a 6.90. Win in round 1 for John Payne.
There's the experience showing through there.
That might be Fast Street.
I think we are over with the Fast Street. It's almost scary to suggest it, but it seems like we are finished with Fast Street. Well, you know,
We're still working on this Fast Street Nationals. We need to. Maybe that's an event we can do next year. We'll get on to Junga Bunga.
Well, I tell you what, we've had race meetings here with less cars than what we've got in Fast Street. That's for sure.
100%.
So we will be moving into street, brought to us by the Warwick Hotel.
You and I, we never show emotions, we just keep it down inside.
Is it possible to rock yourself to sleep with all this horsepower? Yes, I find myself. Well, it's just a chill day, isn't it? A beautiful sunset here at Warwick Dragway for our 2024 Dragfest. And yeah, we needed to get those guys early, didn't we, Phil?
We did. We got them finally out of the road.
And now we've got slightly less populated brackets, but still tons of them. And where's my lady list here? Because we've got to keep adding to the lady list here.
Lady list? Well, mate, I was going to say, we won't tell the missus about that one.
Ladies.
All ladies.
We got Sorry?
Kangaroo
there's kangaroos at the track.
Okay, so we've got to have a quick kangaroo break.
Is that right?
Who's got a gum leaf?
What's he doing down there?
Just
Jeez, he did just pop out, didn't he?
Yeah,
We got him there camera-wise. Is that what we can see there? He's got the long shot.
Oh, there he is.
He's coming straight down. Is he
Straight
coming
down
up
the track.
Is he coming up this way? Is he? What a cheeky marsupial he
he's
is.
doing a run. He's doing a run.
So can someone get a timer on that?
Oh, mate, there goes Roscoe on the four-wheeler. I'd run from Roscoe as well.
He's gone down there with the 22. No, sorry, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. No, this is Australia. You can't do that. You can't go roo shooting. Kangabunga. Kangabunga racing. Here we go. So we've got to get Skippy out of the way down there. Wouldn't be more Australian than that, mate. Regional Australia. Here we are in beautiful Warwick. Beautiful afternoon. That breeze has just been keeping us, just taking the edge off us all day. With that sort of time of the day now where the afternoon sun's kicked in. The ranges in the background have all cleared away. Quite a lot of smoke sort of coming up through the range this morning. But then the breeze has just kicked in and cleared everything up. Beautiful afternoon, as normal, that we find here at Warwick. And we do believe, officially / unofficially, the biggest 8th mile event we've ever had in Australia.
Nice.
There you go. 260
Very nice.
odd entries, I believe. There's not too many others that can attest to having an event of this size, and especially in a category like Fast Street, where it's just been 80 odd cars running down for their first round tonight. This street class promises to be just as tight and as interesting. Because one thing about 8th mile racing, of course, is that you've got less distance to make up for mistakes, i.e. you're late off the line or your vehicle's not running properly on a run. So then you don't have all the rest of the track to use all your horsepower if you've got some. You run out of space. And then you find in most drag races, you do run out of space if you've been whole shot.
That's right. As you said, that's less of a margin for error out there. Spin the tyres a little bit off the start line. Not much time to try and make that back up.
Looks like we have got rid of the distraction. It's only a solo one. Like normally there's a mob, but
he had a solo pass.
There's always one petrol head out of a mob, isn't there?
That's it. The rest of the mob are going.
I reckon they're all over on the side there, and they're all going, "Go on, mate! I dare you! Off you go!" You dare me, I'll do it. All right, Skippy, go. I'm sure you will, I'm gonna.
He's actually done it.
He's done it. I can't believe he's done it.
Can't believe this idiot.
High five. All right, 11:15 to 9:15 here. Emma Wagonsfeld, David Wilson. 11:15 getting chased by 9:15. That is 2 seconds clear. Head start there for Emma. I'd say in the daily, you can take a Mazda CX-5 and turn it into a drag racing weapon. Watch this. She goes. Oh, nice light. 2-3-1. Here's the weight. Oh, red light. Hands it back. Did not want to wait, David Wilson. Emma Wagonsfeld gets a round 1 win and will go lucky. 11:07 on 11:15 breakout. But that red light, Dave Wilson's wasted a 9:19.
Yeah, so Emma will be happy to get a win in the first round.
All right, James Loday and Darren Ramsey, the 57 Chevy. 850 chasing a 11:18 for the little, I think it's a Fiesta. You watch these chases though, that they do become quite spectacular near the finish line. The closing speed difference, getting that 57 in, there we go. Round 1 here today of street. Reaction time 127. 237, a little bit better reaction time to the Fiesta. That 57's got tons, running out of distance. Whole shot and everything. 8:39 on a 50 breakout. Gives the win a 14 on an 18 breakout for James Loday. The margin of victory, 49 thousandths.
Double breakout too there. So we see this beautiful 53 Chevy. You know what I love this car. It's one of my favourite cars here this weekend. The only one thing that would improve it, roof chop.
Oh, you like the roof chop?
Oh, mate, I love a roof chop.
Courtney Punter out there now. That's another lady. Let's get her on the list. She's 9:42.
Courtney Punter, yep. In the Ranger, the big Raptor. She's got the better start line reaction there, but the Chevy was marginally quicker to the 60 foot, so this could be a close one. 9:41 on a 9:42 is too quick for the Ranger. Steve Spiteri in the Chev goes 9:19 on a 9:13.
Oh, yeah, there's some tight racing here. We knew there would be. We knew there would be in these classes. All right, next one, Ray Winowski and Phil Edwards. How about this? The BMW 881, 890 for the Corvette. Very tight race coming up here. All right. Red light to the BMW round one, so that'll be a scratcher win for him round one, a red light. Instant win to Philip Edwards, 9:04 at 8:90. Good that he's got the... Hey, it's good to know you're hitting the hay tonight, whether you've got one win or not. You know, it's got to feel good that you pull up stumps tonight with a win. Under you. What were those brackets again?
So the brackets we need are drag bike, young guns bike and street bike to the staging lanes, please. This is a final call for drag bike, young guns bike and street bike.
All right, Peter Petrie out there. Sonia Wagensfeld to do the chasing. Reaction times, nearly identical reaction times. So right now we're looking at the stripe. Anyone's race to the finish line. Here comes the wagon, fast closing for Sonia and the win. 9:23 on a 9:18. Oh, 23 thousandths at the stripe. 23 thousandths right at the end. That is a tight drag race right there in Street Eliminator. All right, Mark Gill and Joshua Piena. So Joshua in the VT. That beat up HQ, dialing in at 8:55, chasing down a 9:13. Round one of street. Dial-ins are on the doors, on the windows rather. Round one of racing, beautiful. Saturday afternoon. Oh, red light, there we go. Win over to Mark already.
Yes, the patinaed HQ ute.
Pressure's off immediately when that happens.
Yeah, look at that. He ran an 8:44 on an 8:55 as well. Maybe saw that win light and decided to keep the foot buried and test the dial in.
All right, next pairing. Colorado versus Supercharged 6-banger. No details. Entradado 3. I'm sure we had a name on him this afternoon.
Yeah, I thought we did too. It's pretty cool little pickup as well. That looks like around about the early 40s, I would say, for that one, for the pickup. I did have a 1940 Chev pickup at one stage, a project car.
Oh, lovely.
Never got done. Sold it. Actually, I'm pretty sure I sold that to Darren Cales racing the Executioner.
There you go.
There you go.
Clean greens right in front already. He's got to watch that 850 dial in here. This shoot might be just a little bit too quick. Hey, 61 on a 50 is the win. Tight, 61 thousandths at the stripe. Clean greens both sides, the win there. Oh. All right. He's got the fridge in the back. He's got the checker plate toolbox. Daniel Shaper, 1068, getting chased by Kane Schultz's 850. Fair little weight here on the tree. You to be off and gone. There's the tree. Clean green. 265. 420.
First time racing this car today, Kane Schultz. He's gone too fast by a fair way too. 817 on an 850. Daniel Shaper went a little bit too quick as well, but he takes the win. 1059 on a 1068, so double breakout. But Kane went much more under the dial in than Daniel Shaper did.
All right, Andrew Faulkner, Ashley Murrell in the water. 890, 1024. Just getting him up the bottom loop here. Oh,
smoke show.
Yeah, doesn't it what? Andrew Faulkner. Having fun.
And Ashley Morrill over there in the PSR lane in the satin red Commodore Ute. Interesting.
All right, 10:24 for the Ute. Oh, you get nothing in it. Nothing in it reaction time-wise. Nearly identical, 3.24, 3.22. They hit the stripe. The Red Utes out in front looking for a gear. Might have saved him a little bit. No. 10.46 couldn't keep him at bay. 9.01 on an 8.90. The win there for Andrew Faulkner. 1 from 1. That's all you can hope for. All right, Liz Close. That's another one. Put it down here. Liz Close.
Yep, with the this Trayback Falcon 1-tonner looks very nicely built. Looks like it's got some good gear going into the build on this one.
$9.95, getting chased by $9.49 for the VN. Can we get Super Sedan to the lanes, please? Super Sedan to the lanes, please. Super Sedan to the lanes, please. Hold the phone.
It's holding them up a little bit. What do we got down there? We got
some stuff on the near the finish line.
We've got a car still on the in the braking area there.
Some stuff might have come out of a car there. We're just going to go check on that. Word is there might be some additional fruit and vegetables out there somewhere. So going for a bit of a scurry. Whatever it might have been, it hopefully shouldn't have happened just quietly. Those a lot of these things are normally pretty reliable.
Yeah, no,
so it'll be interesting what it might have come out of it. The ladies here in race control are so polite. Super Sedan to the lanes, please. Super Sedan to the lanes, please. Now, I don't know why that needed the single finger raised, but she got her message through. Super Sedan through to the lanes, please. Yeah, so looking for some bits and pieces reported to have come off. Dan was very fast on the report there to say that there is some fruit out there or something that's dropped off. Doing pretty well. We're only 9 minutes to 6. 9 minutes to 6. We're doing pretty well for ourselves. Oops. That's all right. It's just the lid to the lolly jar. So we've still got something stranded up there, have we?
Yeah, there's still a car up there in the right-hand lane as well, in the braking area.
I wonder if that's the one.
The track,
yeah,
as you said.
I wonder if that's. What? Might have been a bit of. All right, so we're looking for bits and pieces, but the car's still stranded. So I mean, it's got some issues there. It's sort of nearly up the hill. It wasn't that red ute, was it? Because that was a manual, and the worst thing you want to do there is jam it through a gear and then break stuff. But sometimes we are forced to think in extremes because this is an extreme sport sometimes. The horsepower that some of these cars are packing will find you the weak spot. And normally that's a quite violent physical breakage of a component. But we are just tending and having a bit of a look around. Obviously our roadside assistance will be arriving up there. So it's all drama here. Let me tell you, it's all drama. It doesn't matter what class you're in. Like Fast Street went through as fast as we could for 80 odd cars, and now in Street Eliminator, it's blowing up with other good spectacular things. There we go. So it's like it wasn't dirt. It was a bouncing diff parts. So Dan likens it to bouncing diff parts.
Bouncing diff parts.
Yeah, and that normally also involves a degree of oil and components, you would think, if it's punched something out, or it could have been a uni which would have kept all the oil in. But we're not straddling for oil yet. So whatever bits and pieces, we've just got to identify them, locate them, and pick them up. Meanwhile, we still have that ute up there. Junga is going for the vac truck, so that might be the best way to pick up what we found there.
So we should have drag bike, young guns bike, street bike and super sedan in the staging lanes right now.
Yeah, they're all racked up there, ready to hit. But yeah, another call, super sedan down that in lane where you've been before. Plenty of bike stuff there ready to go too. As we said, round one of everything gets a hit tonight before or our off-track entertainment. Yes, Mick, that's true. I don't know whether he can see. I'm wearing a singlet now. I'm getting bagged for the singlet, saying, don't you need muscles to wear a muscle shirt? Is he referring to me? I wore a singlet because it was hot. Now it's getting cold. I need to move to the jacket, or the thing I normally like to wear up here when it gets a little cold, and that's the Queensland jersey.
The Queensland jersey.
Just to get a bit of comfort. Feel bulletproof wearing that too, which is always very handy. Gives me the strength and the power. So right now, I did see some brake lights for the red vehicle at the end there. Whether or not it had lost, well, obviously it had lost drive. If it's blowing some bits and pieces out, but if it's moving, we're obviously still.
Yeah, it's being towed.
Oh, it's being towed. There we go. That's why it's moving. Looks. I don't know. My eyesight. I didn't see a vehicle in front, but there it was. So towed off, lost drive, broken stuff, possibly drive line. Vacuum truck is just doing a little strafe of the bits and pieces. We've obviously got our eagle-eyed officials on there to make sure that we've got all the bits up. And for all our people that are down there reporting on that, just keep your eyes out there as well. And if you do see some stuff that they may have missed, or certainly alert them to it. But that was the initial report that's come from the finish line. That's good when we've got eyes in the sky. That's good when we've got people watching from every angle and just happen to click us a little message through. They can tell us that stuff down track that we don't quite see. It does come in handy when you've got eyes and ears everywhere. So Junga back on the vacuum truck. We are walking back up the centre there to make sure everything's A-OK. You could certainly probably allow Liz Close and Matthew Richards another burnout if they needed to. And the dial-in's still there ready to go in the system. Plenty of cars in the group. Tell you what, it must be nearly tea time. We've got quite a few people hooking in at the famous Warwick Dragway Canteen. Actually, you know, a trip to Warwick Dragway should also include a trip to the canteen and select some of the best food you can get.
Yeah, well, if you...
Best track food you can get.
If you haven't been to the Warwick Dragway Canteen, have you actually been to Warwick Dragway? That's the question.
That's a good question.
That is the good question.
And right about now, I would think that we would need to sample, I don't know, a couple of burgers. I don't know whether James has eaten here on the stream. Have you eaten, James? I don't know. Yes, so maybe just by accident, if, I don't know, 3, just as an experiment, just to see whether 3 burgers and chips could turn up here with a can of Coke each.
Yeah, well, that would be...
It's happened before. That's why I thought I'd try throwing it out there again to see whether or not, to keep us going until the end tonight, that the Warwick Dragway Canteen could come up with 3 burgers and 3 chips and 3 Cokes.
Yeah, you do get that miracle happen sometimes. You just wish upon a microphone and and a miracle sometimes happens.
Thanks for the support there, Pup. Thanks for the fat shaming. People are already hinting that means I've eaten too much today, just because I ate a whole pizza before. Mate, I don't know about you.
Mate, if they didn't want you to eat a whole pizza, they wouldn't have made a whole pizza.
Well, that's right. Matthew Richards won that race against Liz Close by only a tiny margin. But mate, drag racing makes me hungry, mate.
Yeah.
It makes me hungry.
And, mate, you don't need that type of negativity in your life anyway.
No, that's right. I'm eating every day, not one. I don't worry about what I'm eating, whether it's bad or not. I just enjoy the moment. Adam Moody, 870, the dial in for the Tirana, giving chase to Chris Chandler in the Commodore. So not much difference here. 0.41, neat light on the tree, head start going to the Commie. First round of Street.
Well, let's be honest, this is a pretty exciting, intense sport. You've got to get all the energy up here to get through it.
That's right.
So the adrenaline pumping increases your metabolism.
Round one adrenaline, there's nothing like it. Round one adrenaline, when you're in the beams, ready to go. He's on and off the throttle, closing the win up. A 92 on an 870, the win, only by 56 thousandths. Chris Chandler came home 926 on a 910.
Yes, the win going to Adam Moody in the Golby Parts and Fabrication lane. We've got this high revving, screaming HSV Commodore over there now of Michael Keeley, lining up against this beautiful Falcon panel van of Alan Knightley. We've got plenty of panel vans here this weekend, but this one a little bit different, being the Falcon instead of the HQ HJ.
Love it. Alan Knightley, beautiful car. 211 light, 391 light here. Michael Kelly grabbing gears. Slipping tyres, doing whatever. Here's the finish line. He got 1098 on a 1097.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, 33 thousandths at the stripe. These races are tight.
Michael Keeley went too fast, 821 on an 835.
Yeah, when you got that much horsepower, you wish you dialed in a little bit quicker there, but got it all together. Sometimes it works too well on one run and you're in no man's land.
That's it.
And he backed off there. Okay, so John Schmocker and Darryl Freeman. Darryl Freeman in the utility, 11.30. Getting out first, Alyssa Safi. Got to write her name down.
So,
Alyssa.
The list is growing. Alyssa Safi in the 55 Chevy up against Michael Pope in the, I think that's Colorado.
Oh, she's really legged it out in low gear, trying to get to the stripe. The Ute is out there. No one's on the brakes just yet. Oh, they both get there.
Double breakout. Once again, the win goes to the dual cab Ute of Michael Pope. 11.24 and 11.30. And look at that, Alyssa Safi in the 55 Chevy. She went 7.92 on an 8.50. Whoops, all right.
Yeah, a little bit carried away in round one, especially if you feel like you've been left on. Sometimes you will rev that thing another 500 before the shift, and she definitely made sure that thing got pegged. John Schmocker now and Darryl Freeman. Sorry, that's what we had last time. That was Alyssa Safi, Michael Pope. Right now on the line, Commodore versus Falcon. Almost showroom specials right here. John Schmocker, 9 flat, 1085 for Darryl Freeman. What is that, the EL? EF, can't see the front. Could be EFEL, and what are we there? VX of John Schmocker. Clean green, better reaction time to the Commodore. Might have a little bit more in store here. Looking for brake lights, Oh, brake lights for the Commodore, and the win. 909 on a 9 flat, 1083 on a 1085, and the margin, 51 thousandths of a second. It's not,
nice.
He won by a second. He won by 51 thousandths of a second. That's extremely tight at the finish line, folks. Let me tell you. That's extremely tight at the finish line. Another call for Super Sedan to the lanes. They're there. I can see our young guns there. I think we're called modified there as well. A little bit of a track drag happening right now before the next round of that. So that's a hell of a list, and I know we've got a few more I'm going to try and find through the middle of young guns, but I'm just canning them up now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We're over 18, maybe nearly over. It'll be over 20.
And that doesn't even count the young guns.
No, I sort of Give us a wave. Where are you, Scotty? Giving Scotty a wave. All right. Where's Scotty?
There he is, over the other side.
Oh, g'day. G'day. How are you? Look at you.
Having a ball.
Having a ball with all you blokes over there. Up against the fence. Enjoying your times, mate. Is that Richo? Is that Richo? Yeah, it's Richo there. I thought, who's the homeless bloke you picked up on that side there? It's funny. Richo over there. Which I just can't tell. I need the binoculars over here. I don't know, mate. It's still a smaller beard than Grantley Schlosser's beard, eh? The lumberjack. That was a crazy story. That sort of blew the internet up this week. I mean, you know, all the people that are into supercars were all waking up and saying how boring Bathurst was. And all the drag racing people waking up going, it was like we had an America's Cup. It was almost pretty much the biggest news and again, let's just say, in Australian radial news, I suppose, because, mainstream drag racing probably didn't even wake up to it either. But anyone that knew that No Mercy 15 was on over at South Georgia would have known by now that Grantley Schloss had purchased this Proline Nova and proceeded not only to fly over and test it and shake it down and then enter the biggest radial race in the world in Pro 275 and then just have the most amazing driving performance right to the final and take out the baddest Pro 275 guy in modern history, Mo Hall, on a hole shot and win with a 369, beats a 366, takes home 20,000 US in the biggest radial races in the world. That was our Monday. That was a lot of people's Monday. And I think even Simon O'Carroll summed it up. He goes, that 3.69 seconds was more exciting than the entire Bathurst. And pretty much have to agree with him, mate. That one run, I mean, we could think, well, hang on, you can only go so far with your luck first time out. Yes, he's qualified. That was a good achievement. We were happy anywhere along the line that he did. But for him to just knock him over, run after run, race after race, and actually drive the thing like a demon, and then to nail that in the final was just probably the biggest news of the year, 2024.
100%.
Yeah. 2024, absolutely.
I'm actually proud to say I saw exactly 0 seconds of the big race at Bathurst this year. And I did think to myself a couple times, I was busy all day Sunday, but I did think to myself, maybe I should try and make an effort and see a couple of minutes. But apparently I didn't miss anything.
You and I, we never show emotions, we just keep it down inside. Yeah, you and I, both longing for expression for the things we like, but we stay quiet. Hold me now, hold me now.
Now I know why. Now I know how Tesla drivers feel. Just now that I've charged back up, I'm ready to go. All right, here we go. Loretta Wrist, all the way from...
He would have just stolen mine anyway,
Loretta Wrist on the bike. Round one. She nailed that to the tree, absolutely. Jack Roberts now going to be careful about the 645. Oh, that's okay, she's going to get the win. Problems there for Jack Roberts. All right, so we are into our race bike round one. Yes, Scotty, we will have a beer later. Looks like Al from Outlaw Performance is Outlaw Performance Exhaust is having a few now. Are you, Al? Yes, that's the way. You guys are getting a head start on old Diggs. I've got to just pace myself around here. I've learnt to pace myself at the racetrack. I'll hit the second kit later, mate. I'm not even on the first kit. I'll hit the second kit later. All right, here we go. Edwin Terry, Alan Anders Jr. Well, reaction time a little bit better. Alan's going to roll the throttle right now. 579 beats a 756. The margin was a couple of tenths, but the reaction time a little bit better to Alan Annis Jr. They keep on rolling through, which is good. Yes, Janie, you can have a beer too. Janie says that she wants a beer. She's watching the stream. A lot of people watching the stream. Send us through pictures of roll call. Alex King, Alex Redmond. It's Alex and Alex. Alex is out in front of Alex. Alex out. It's going to be Alex this time. Oh, well done and commiserations to Alex. 6:37 breakout for Alex means Alex will get the win. 7:79 for Alex. Great win.
Alex.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for Alex, he broke out. Yeah.
Unfortunately.
But I mean, right at the beginning, it was all Alex until about halfway through when I thought Alex was walking away with it. But then it turns out Alex broke out and giving the win back to Alex. Yeah, I love it when they do come up that way. Matt Halpin now and Eric Redmond, 6.99 to a 6.00. So Matt Halpin, he has to sit there for one neat second, Nelly, and hold his horses while Eric Redmond lets his go. I love this class, let me tell you, it's intense. Race bike round one here tonight. Bogs it down. But I think he's got enough because he's nowhere near him, Matt Halpin. Yeah, 016 light. 016 for Eric Redmond. 708 on a 6.99 gives him no chance. 6.14, no chance for Matty Halpin. He was dead late.
Yeah, no, like you say, Eric Redmond, the bike did bog down off the start line, but it wasn't enough to hand the win back over to Matty Halpin. Eric Redmond was able to hang on and take the win.
All right, here she is, Rachel Redmond. Our first lady I wrote down when I had the idea to write down the ladies. So somewhere in between, I've still got to find quite a few names apparently I missed during the young guns. All right, here we go. 7.35, chasing at 8.10 from Bailey Davis. Oh, yeah, right. Whole shot. The thing's not running neat here like it sounds horrible here, does Rachel's bike, but she's going to get there. 57 on a 35 is a safe win, but Bailey Davis lost it all on the start line, a 4.39 light. Just on nearly 3 seconds to the 60, it was in trouble. Yeah, right from the word go.
Rachel Redmond's bike didn't sound real happy on the last pass either, that last qualifier. So she'll be definitely trying to find out what the issue is. Lucky enough to get away with the win on that occasion.
All right, Peter Strudwick. 6.29, 6.21 for Bo Strike. Oh, this is a quickie right now here between the two. Round one race bike. Nelly heads up race right now. Oh, a little bit better for the Harley in the tower lane. Peter Strudwick, the destroyer. Yeah, 6.18 breakout for Bo Strike, gives it back. 29 on a 29 for Peter Strudwick. 46 thousandths at the stripe, even including the breakout. 46 thousandths at the stripe. All right, Clinton Swalling and Shane Ball. Shane Ball from Bly, the laydown bike. 6.30 the dial. Chasing a 6.70 for Clinton Swalling. Clinton's got the nitrous bottle on the side. Firmly attached with, I think, only the thickest zip ties you can find.
Highest quality.
Highest quality zip tie. Oh, okay, he's going to let this loose here, Shane Ball. That's the best thing about a lay-down bike. All the physics goes... 002 Cherry for Swalling. 023 for Ball. 72 on a 30. Good win for him, but yeah, 002 minus for Clinton. So close to a perfect light. Yeah. A 688 on a 670. All would have been nice, but woulda, coulda, shoulda. Round one of drag racing. It is woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Yeah, a bit of a heartbreaker there for Clinton Swalling. But as they say, if you don't red light occasionally, you're not trying hard enough. And that one was very close to being a very good light.
Yeah, well, it happens that way sometimes. That was... they don't hold back, the bike riders. The big 2 steps in there, I can tell you. All right, I think it might be young gun time, I think. Yeah, they come. God, these things... Now that we've got a bunch running in that sort of 770 zone, they're fast being very easy to watch when they're that fast. It's like, wow, they get out and because they are a smaller sort of vehicle, they do look quite quick. 7 seconds over the 8th is no mucking around.
Yeah, no, the other thing about these young guns, I went for the last round, I went out there on the start line, and it's been a while since I've been that close to them, and they are a lot louder than I remember these days. They're obviously making a lot more power than back in the day as well, of course, but certainly nice and loud as well.
Okay, we've got to flick these switches, all right. Was Junga coming up to do that? I don't know. There we go. That's great. Lights are on.
What's that all about?
There we go, Junga. You had to come up to turn the lights on, Junga. Is that what you wanted to do? Yeah, take a seat for a sec. Yeah, so sometimes the master controller can sit here and get 30 seconds of aircon because the man's still cherry red, like the glow I'm feeling from Junga just sitting there, and it's not the loud pants. They're jelly bean pants.
That's it.
There's a couple of odd-shaped ones there, just a couple of... Is it going to be jelly beans all the time or just colour? Yeah.
Everything.
I reckon I'm going to buy him some red Eshays as well to match him. Get those red shoes going.
Some places won't let you in with red shoes.
I know.
That's crazy.
The
Well,
Esh...
I'm not sure. He's got some wild things, but I don't know what he's got.
That'd be good. If you and Theo walking on there with the same hair on.
I've got Taylor Swift. It's Taylor Swift. Taylor Smith's written down there.
Taylor Smith in the Moonshine Mayhem car.
Could be one of our quickest side-by-side junior races ever. 765 giving chase to a 773.
The other thing I noticed about these young guns when I was down there earlier is they are 100% focused.
Yeah, these things are no joke. You can hear that thing lumping away there. It's a serious thing. Hang on. Is that Benny Bray running out for the starter motor? Geez, is that the fastest I think I've seen Benny run for a while? Or was that Benny or someone? Was it? Yeah. There we go. Got to get that thing started. Get that thing. Yeah, thanks, Mick. Thanks for the. You gotta have muscles to wear a muscle shirt. Well, it was cold before. I mean, it was hot before. I was wearing a singlet because it was. Well, what I was wearing was quite warm, and I chose the singlet. But now, of course, the temperatures come down. One hiding his high beams. All right, so here we go. Tight race going to be here. Go!
Max Rowling with the start line advantage there.
Geez, they thunder, don't they? 772 to a 777. 85 thousandths at the stripe. Better reaction time to Max Rowling, but geez, how's the thunder on the way down, eh?
Yeah, they're like I said before, I was quite surprised they're a lot louder than I remember when you get down next to them.
Maybe we need 30% nitro in them just to make them a bit louder, eh?
Yeah.
That'll be the way.
Just imagine one of these things with a flame coming out the pipe out the back.
Absolutely. Bronte Jadouche now, 1190. She'll be sitting there thinking, oh, okay, I'm probably going to get chased a couple of times over the weekend. Fletcher Usher, 1062. One of those guys that will probably be thinking the same thing, but tonight he gets to chase Bronte in this one. 1062 to an 1190. Love the sound of a bunch of cranky Briggs and Strattons. It's like a mower convention, isn't it? Yeah.
Mower convention.
Imagine firing them all up at the same time outside a mower shop on a Saturday morning. That'd be good. Here we go. Oh, red light. It's all over before it's begun for Fletcher. And he has, and the Messiah has landed. Our prayers have been answered.
Told you miracles could happen.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Nan.
Thank you.
Nan. Nothing wrong with Nan's hearing.
Thank you, Nan.
Nothing wrong with Nan's hearing. We said burger, fries, and Coke 3 times to the tower for Phil, me, and for was it James? And for James on the stream. We didn't worry about the ladies because they've been giving us a bit of crap. So yeah.
Good stuff. It's a bit like when you say Beetlejuice 3 times, it shows up.
God. We did a big stint, so I just. Hey, anyone that does fast street, that's a big stint. Yeah, I'll get in again. Thank you, Nan. Thank you so much.
Good stuff.
Best burger and chips, and you can get it at Drag Strip anywhere. 805 on an 801, not enough for Dakota Bray. Page King, 888 breakout though, hands it back. Dakota, the win. Thank you, Nan, for very good ears, very good hearing. Because that's maintained the sustenance for us here.
That's right, nobody else was listening to us, but Nan, she come through for us.
Because the chips are good.
The chips are always good. Isabella Hunter and Cody Sedmack out there now in the Young Guns. Isabella with a dial in 920, Cody Sedmack 875. So yep, that's it. There's another one for your list there, Chris.
All right, here we go. The chips are perfect, eh?
Ah, the chips are always perfect. They're great.
Oh, red light. Tell you what, Cody Sedmack, 013 on the tree. What a good run. 835. Big one too. That was making all the power then, Cody Sedmack.
Yeah, I think Isabella just got a little bit too excited that she's made your list and got just left that little bit too quick.
Felt that pressure. Lexi Lancaster now. And Charlie Usher. Charlie, 858 chasing an 873.
Win light goes to Lexi Lancaster. 884 on an 873. And Charlie Usher went 861 on an 858. So a margin of victory of just 74 hundredths.
Kyle Day and Amelia Knight. Oh, it's as simple as Day and Wright. Oh, Amelia Wright. I thought it said Amelia Knight. All right, here we go. Oh, clean green's a little bit better for Kyle. Amelia trying to haul him now, an 857 to an 855. Oh, Kyle Day, he gets it. 126 thousandths at the end. Tight racing out there. All right, Nash Pirano. Looks like he gets the solo. 791 the dial. Oh, that hits the spot. Absolutely hits the spot. Righto. That's a cranky thing. Off he goes, 044 light, 178 to the 60 foot. Listen to that thing through the end. Thunder goes 829 rather on a 791. So 829 on a 791 finishes off Young Guns round one. And we almost successfully finished off our best track burgers ever during that session. We're rushing to do them. James has just about annihilated his.
I think he inhaled his.
He's inhaled his. That just go. I knew James was getting a bit hungry. I thought, you know what? When are we going to get him something fed between now and the end tonight? And it was like, well, maybe not. That's why the shot goes out. And a big shout out to Nan for hearing us.
James was looking pretty wild-eyed there for a little bit, like he was about to start biting. He was so hungry.
Grab that track burger. Grab those chips. Honestly, you grab that stuff and devour these delicious delights.
James has come all the way from Victoria for this meet, and he's just given it the thumbs up. He said he'll be back just for the canteen. And he said, thanks, Nan, you are the best. And we agree with you. We agree with James. Nan, you are the best. So we are about to go into Young Guns Bike. Got a field of three.
Dominic Harley and Scarlett Mansfield French. 11:47 break out there for Dominic. The win goes to Scarlett with a 9:48 on a 9:20. Oh, listen to that. This is Xavier Mansfield French. Now, they've definitely found the launch RPM, haven't they, these kids? If it's not Bobby Nicole or if it's Scarlett, it's Xavier. Our young gun bikes, they know how to do it on the R15. Yeah, she's too old for the juniors now, but she's got that same launch RPM. Knows that it's got to, in order to do a drag bike launch, you need the big RPM. Look, 902 on a 912. Going to have to adjust that by a tenth, Xavier. He's done a best of a 901, so nearly a PB for him then. 9028 at 74 mile an hour. Just goes to show how quick the junior dragsters are, or the young gun dragsters are, when they're going, like they're going 1.2, 1.3 seconds quicker to the 660 than like a high performance 150cc motorbike, I guess. So it looks like the ladies got their order completed there. So all we're going to do is ask, and you shall receive, but no one asked. Maybe it could be related to the attitude, I don't know. All right, so just getting a few things sorted for the next round of these guys. We've got a big super sedan field coming up here shortly.
Yeah, street bike. Brought to us by Clinton Swelling painting contractor.
Wow.
So, as we know, Clinton is one of the competitors in drag bike. So great to see him also supporting one of the other bike categories.
Forgot about street bike. All right, here we go. Here she is, Miss RPM. Coming up shortly. Katie McLeod, 920, 680 for Anthony Anderson. That beautiful Z900 to do the chasing. All right, being very careful to stage. There we go. Here comes the tree. Nice launch, not bad. Oh, reaction time's not much in it between them. 187 to a 173. He's grabbing the gears here, Anthony Anderson. Has he got enough near the finish line?
Cody McLeod takes it out. 930 on a 920. And Anthony Anderson went 703 on a 680. He had a slightly better reaction time, as you said, not much in it, but Cody McLeod was able to drive around the outside, run just that little bit closer to his dialing.
All right, Bobby Nicole Schluter now and Jared Comerford. 735 getting chased by 670. Big RPM there for Bobby. That Harley's quick, but look how quick Bobby Nicole is through the gears. So the Jap bike gave every chance. 32 on a 35, a safe 71 on a 70 the win. Reaction time a little bit better to Jared Comerford and 40 thousandths of a second.
Mate, not much in it.
At the finish line.
And doesn't that V-rod of Jared Comerford look like a wild ride?
Yeah, that's a chopper on steroids, that thing. I mean, it's not really a chopper per se, but it is, you know what I mean? It's got that sort of custom chopper look about it. All right, Justin Comerford and Tammy Goldthorpe. 717. Oh, this is a great race, virtually heads up. Wow, serious quality here, round one. Tammy's done the whole shot, 079 to a 386. Now right at the finish line, there's a bit of break. A little bit of break there right at the end for Tammy and a win. 732 on a 717, beats a 740 on a 715. So yeah, that's nice to get that out of the way, round one, a win. Thank you very much, Nan, from the canteen. Made with love, absolutely, down to the last bite. Oh, thank you, Dan. That'd be nice little after dinner drink there up to the tower. Thank you. Geez,
wild right there for Daniel Rebel.
Wheel spin, wheel stand. Has he got a chance? He might. Hang on a sec.
Not quite.
Oh. Modified to the lanes, please. And gases to the lanes, please. Hey? Chips are good, eh? Yeah, but
that's why they're called hot chips.
So we do see. This is why you don't get stuff first when the complaints come back, saying that the chips were too hot. See, we wouldn't have complained about that, Phil.
We're not going to tell Nan you said that.
Ladies in race control are saying that the only complaint they've got is that the chips are too hot. That's the creamy potato inside them. All right, Johnny Dell, entrant 8240, red light, wind going over there. That might end up being a rerun yet, we don't know. 678, there's a red light beside it there for John Dell. Just holding a few things, just hold it up for a sec. There you go, so we just may not have quite got the full race number on the far side. Just got to hold them back for a sec. This will be a lovely young lady with a delivery, is it? Is that you? Oh my goodness, thank you, Cheyenne. Oh, what's going on here? Thank you, ladies. Oh, thank you. Thank you, ladies. We had Ms. Carkeet and Ms. Case up here. Thank you. Don't bring me any more, but Diggs will go to sleep. Let's go. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Uncle Diggs will need to have a nap.
I sure will. I sure will. That's what was getting me in trouble earlier on in the day, I think. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, Ms. Carkeet. Thank you, Ms. Case, for your selections.
That's better than DoorDash any day. Ooh, nice. There's a JD, mate, double.
That's a toss of the coin. Which one well, we'll flip for it, Phil, if you want. Of course, we've got to keep them on. We've got to keep them cool until such time as we can enjoy them. No, I'll have it now. I'll have it now, Phil. I'll have it now. As an after dinner, that one will stay cool for a bit. Sean Close and Chris Shaper. Look at that, 8:38. The win there for him. 094 reaction time he had to overcome there by Sean Close, but just running a little more off his dial-in was Sean. And we are back on with Race Bike. Now there's a bit of a chase coming up here. Oh yes, they'd be a little bit too easy to drink, those double jacks. Just doing a science experiment here. The subject this weekend, I'm doing a science degree, sort of, out of campus, they say. Yep. So this weekend it's about chemical reactions this weekend.
Reactions,
yeah.
Yep.
So
this is your thesis that you're working on?
I'm working on this thesis. I'm just introducing a little bit of double jack into the control environment.
Yep, that's a good idea.
Just to see what happens.
Just release a little bit at a time.
I'm just only seeing whether or not I start hugging everyone or start picking a fight. Like it's I know if that's a Bundy, I know how that normally works. Yeah. Court case in a can, they call it.
We've already done that thesis, so we're moving on to the JD double shot.
Double jacks are making drag racing great again. Here we go, Lisa Mundy, Matt Halpin. This is an unheard of chase. 6 odd seconds, 6.55 seconds the finish line. Oh, tap of the brakes, 8:02. Breakout, Lisa Mundy turns a step through into a lethal drag racing weapon and beats Matt Halpin.
Yes.
2:63 reaction time for Lisa, 2:44 for Matt. Matt just couldn't wash enough speed off. He got there, but then it was too quick. 8:02 on an 8:05 gives the win back to Lisa. See, I can tell these things can be great drag racing weapons.
She went 14.67 on a 14.60 dial-in, which certainly helped her cause. 0.07 of a second.
All right, so Mick Mundy, look where he's staging, right near the on the stage, and being as close as he can to Rochelle Strike. I wouldn't recommend that. Normally when you're slow and being chased, you should be as far away from your opponent as possible so they can't judge the finish line. But he's going down the centre line here, Mick Mundy. He might do what Lisa did. Oh, red light, so they have.
Look at that.
The slowies, it goes right past him, 106 mile an hour going past him. So look at that closing speed difference there. It's nearly 60 mile an hour difference at the end. So going to show you don't need the 6 second and 5 second bikes.
That's right.
To win. You can do it with 13 second bikes. Well done. The Mundies, who knows? They might just clean them all up with the little slow bikes. All right, little spray and a drag here because I have a funny feeling we're going to unleash the next categories in just a sec, but that is street bike through that session.
Yep, so we should be, I believe, moving on to Super Sedan.
So in theory, all of our races so far that have gone through round one of elimination, Chicago Shootout, effectively sitting in the clubhouse and enjoying themselves.
Yep.
They've qualified today. They've had a round of racing. It's now time to probably nearly kick the heels up a little bit in true Dragfest style and enjoy the rest of the categories until we're done. And then obviously, I do believe there's a little do for the racers and their crew over in the over in our VIP areas there.
Look like they're setting up the party tent at the moment as we speak. It's going to be a live band later on as well.
Yeah, they do bring the live band in, which is a good thing. You don't see a lot of that in drag racing events, but they've always made it a tradition. I remember coming out here years ago, maybe nearly the first Dragfest. I'd have to check with our punters as to what years exactly that was, that first Dragfest out here. Came out for the 2 days, slept outside, like literally slept in a trailer. I did sleep well. Had a massive hangover on Sunday. The drive home was one of the more longer, dramatic drives home as well. But I've learnt from that.
Well, that's the thing.
No, I haven't, to be honest. No, I was saying that I should have learnt. That's maybe the best way to say it. I should have learnt about that, but I don't know. You get the energy around here because you get so many people in one area. We're all here for a good time. We're all here for a chat and a yarn, sharing all the same common interests that we do have. And you just get wrapped up in people's energy, and then next thing you know, it's 2 in the morning or 3 in the morning, and you try and hit the hay.
Having said that, I think you did learn your lesson. You just didn't apply that lesson. There's a difference.
It's not just me; it's everyone else here.
We always learn something from everything that happens. It's just whether we want to apply that.
Not enough time to catch up with these people, so
right.
that means the early hours of the morning. If it's a yarn to be spun, and
absolutely nothing wrong with that.
What's that?
I said that's the internationals when you've got to catch up with everyone you haven't seen for a year.
That takes a long time to do that. Sometimes I shouldn't say you get caught in people's pits. You just get. I shouldn't say it's stuck. You don't get stuck. You just basically get distracted. Yeah. Well, you do, and then sometimes the party comes to you. You're there, and then a golf buggy of revelers turn up, and then
that's it.
And it can go from there. And I only do that a few times a year, mate. Like every event I get to, pretty much. That's if it doesn't have that element of it, I'm nearly not really interested because I do like that camaraderie that you have with the teams. And
that's it.
Over the years, you get to know quite a few of them, and we all kind of were living pretty much in the same bubble, being Queensland. Yes, we have a lot of travellers from North Queensland and in South and everything like that, but it's even better when they turn up because then you really have got the opportunity to catch up with everyone. And Junga's going to continue on this tradition here at Dragfest, and as we say, just officially / unofficially, probably one of the biggest 8th mile events we've had in Australia ever, just with the sheer numbers. And the category, like we've never had categories with like things like Fast Street having that many cars in it. It's just ridiculous.
And let's we make jokes about it. We're not complaining at all, but that's a huge field of cars in Fast Street. We've enjoyed it. Feels like it never ends, but we've enjoyed it.
I'm just watching this little kid down here against the fence there. He's doing his own little drag runs here. Straight down the fence. Little distraction there through with Dad, and off he goes. Meow. He's just doing his little run down there. And yes, my kids used to do the same thing. When you kick a bit of dust up, there's nothing better when you kick a bit of dust up as a kid. It's a bit of smoke.
Yep.
And yeah, my kids used to literally run, dragging the feet to get the dust up. You know what I mean? So this little one's doing pretty much the same thing. Knows he's got a bit of dust under him. And he's doing these little runs.
Look at him go.
Of course, it does toughen your feet up too, which is a good thing. So he's loving it. He's loving it. And this is the one thing I love about it too, Phil. The kids. We've got the kids just roaming around here. And the more I see the kids hanging around, the more enthusiastic I am towards the future of the sport. Because I know when they grow up, I don't know whether they're going to go, oh, you know what? I chose to play the cello and I no longer attend the drags. No. You're not going to get that story from these kids. No. They'll be out there letting go of the button or dropping the clutch in the future. You can be guaranteed of that. Yes. And the more kids we see running around, the more I go, well, I can't wait to be calling those kids on the start line when they race.
100%, mate. That's and that's the great thing. It's a very oriented, a family-oriented sport. And that's one of the things we love about it. As you said, kids everywhere. Generations of people, of families everywhere. Not unusual to see grandparents, parents and grandkids. Here we go into Super Sedan.
All right, round one, Damien Morris. He got a nice reaction time in that last qualifier today. So he's looking to try and cut it into that O, somewhere in the O's he might need it. 6:37, chasing a 6:80 from Les Rice in the HB Tirana. So 0.43 the difference. One light stagger on the Christmas tree head start to the Tirana. Clean greens. Yeah, Damo goes 0.85 to a 1.27. No tapping on the brakes near the finish line. Pushes it with a pedal. Oh, 38. Look at this.
Oh.
Look at this one, folks. When it sets up this far,
oh, wow.
when Portatree goes this close, 6:38, 4.839, 6:76, 8.75, 3 thousandths at the stripe to Damien Morris. 3 thousandths with a breakout there by Les Rice.
It says the distance of victory, half a foot.
Half a foot.
Half a foot.
That's when they spit out the decimal points like that. That's a tight race.
That's very.
That's a real tight rate there.
It's been a while since I've seen one that tight.
All right, here we go. Leon Powers, Debbie Robb. All right, Debbie Robb, 6 flat, 7 flat there. Clean green, 0.25 for Debbie. This time, can she make that work? 5.99 breakout. Oh, Debbie, 5.99 with a 7. 5.99 with a 7 on a 6 flat. 7.10 safe for Leon Powers, but Debbie's just done herself out of a good race there. She'll look at that time slip, and I don't think we need to shed a tear over it, but I'll shed the tears. I don't want her to cry. I can't stand it when ladies cry.
No.
I'll cop that. I'll wear the tears for that one. 5.99 with a 7 on a 6 flat. I'll wear that one. Beth Mansfield French now. Trevor Davis, 6.83, 6.80. Virtually heads up. Here we go. The bunker is back.
The bunker.
Oh, red lights both sides, but it was Beth Mansfield French's cherry first. 7.03, throws it away. He went minus as well, Trevor Davis, but his 6.88 is a round one win. Sometimes you've got to take a win like that.
That's right.
Double red lights, double red lights.
That's drag racing, isn't it?
Absolutely. Got out of jail by the slimmest of margins because it was ladies first. We're all refreshed there. We had a visit from the Burger Fairy. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you weren't here, so we couldn't add a couple of hours, but See, it's tough being Shaggy. You kind of get mobbed as you walk around the place. Oh. Whoops, whooshka.
That happened as I sat down. Is that an omen?
Have you checked your earth lately? Oh yeah. Well, these were deliveries from Miss Case and Miss Carkeet. We didn't even ask for them; they just got given to us.
So all right. Mark Sugar's Josh. Is this super stock?
Yeah, nearly. So Mrs. Schluter came up and told me that it's actually a new 358 cuber.
It's a big cuber.
It's a 358.
It's a pro stock truck.
Pretty much 358. Yeah. So 570 chasing a 616, and yes, he does have the Liberty on board. He's got a clutch pedal here. Geez, I wish Mark Sugar's had one in that car. That car deserves a manual. Oh, red light. He knows he can send it here, Jai. Clutches it early, 556 on a 570. Everything went right on that run except the 007 minus and a 614 breakout for Mark Sugars gives the win back to Jai.
Yeah, double breakout there, hey? So both those guys running some numbers. Actually, Suter was a long way out of the group, didn't get out of it.
No, that was good driving. But he trusted it enough, and he trusted the track enough to give it more of a drive. There we go again. Whooshka.
I swear it's not me.
Did you shuffle on the seat then, Jagger?
This reminds me when I did some renovations at home and I was screwing a shelf to the wall and the fluoro went on.
Oh.
And as I backed the screw out, the fluoro went off.
Oh, no.
It's all good.
Baby, when the lights go out.
Mark, in the little angle there, just had a look at this thing in the lanes. It's in there.
That
little Chevy's
yeah.
just jammed in there.
Clean greens, bit better reaction time than the little utility. Telstar comes to the stripe though. Andrew March on a march. 556 on a 553. Can't get around him. 59 thousandths at the stripe. Folks, we've just got a little light flickering on and off in here. It's making the commentary box dark and then light again. I mean, I'm not arguing. I love it, but just concerned. It's a little disco. If I break into a little fit, I'll be all right. What are you pointing at? Oh, yeah, right, eh? Oh, well done, Shags. Damien Hannigan and Ismet. 575 for the hatchback, 578 for the Camaro. Not much in it here on the start line either. Saturday night here at Warwick Dragway for the Dragfest 2024. 1320 Motorsports Warwick Dragway. This big super sedan field, round one right now.
Here and up, a heads up battle between these two. The Camaro gets away nicely. Too late here, big snooze, so I've got no idea. 078 there for Gears. He's going to take this one out. He goes.
Oh! Breakout. Oh, he gives it back right back to his into his lap. Damien Hannigan.
82 on a 78 for Hannigan. Got away with that one. Definitely got away with that one.
That's going to happen all night.
Unbelievable.
All right, Luke Dowdy and Bradley Lynch. The difference here, 585 for the HQ, chasing a 620 from the Camaro. He's barely scratching the surface of this car, Luke Dowdy. This thing is a full tube, real deal, this thing.
LS too, I believe.
Is it? Yeah, right.
Yeah. Definitely looks the part. Dowdy in the pre-stage. They go in together. We're ready to go.
Oh, red light. Thank goodness it's 3 rounds of Chicago shed out and it's not on the trailer. You're going to run again tomorrow. 604, finding a bit more in the car too. Probably a nice time to find that out. Going to cost him the win. 597. On the prowl here tonight.
I was thinking more containment device.
More containment device. Yeah.
On your car, a
what?
containment device.
Yeah, cross bolts on your dump pipes. Yeah, you need all of that. Whatever we can put in there to
Jeff
make.
Olsen from Manila.
He's from Manila. Oh, from Manila, New South Wales. I thought if he had a ping pong pushback girl, I'd wonder where he came from. But Manila, New South Wales. Not from Manila. Eric Rowley, 640, the dialing for the Celica.
530 the dial-in for the Camaro. He was one of the quickest cars in qualifying. Rowley's got 1.1 on him on the start line. The what were they? R28, RA28? RA was the later one.
Yeah, but they did have.
That was the Mustang one, was it?
So they had the T.
So yes, the TA20.
So they had 2 Ts and 3 Ts, which was the TA, and then the 18R, which was then the R as well. So it had the both of them. But oh yeah, they're a rare thing. In good nick too. And another car that's gone by the wayside, and now you wish you grabbed. Clean green. A little late. He's a little late. He's not going to have any distance here to make up against the Celica because he is LATE. And the win, 674 on a 640 by only 25 thousandths at the end. He nearly gave up too much.
Not often you can go 3/10 over your index and still get a win, but reaction time let Jeff Olsen down here. So here we go.
He nearly gave up.
For Billy Osling. Billy Osling, remember he had the UC hatch back there many moons ago. Then he had a Porsche at one stage, didn't he? A 928.
Oh, yeah.
928 or 9.
Yeah,
Something like
I remember that 928, yeah. All right, here we go. The next one up, Bill Osling and Rob Trapnell. The old 55, definitely Telf's favourite. He came first thing he said to me when he came up here today, goes, how's old 55?
That's cool. Actually spent some time up there with the boys, the Gasser boys. One of the boys with the Gassers owns my old Hamster. So there you go.
Is that right?
Yeah.
The world gets smaller. Here we go. Clean greens. Oh, 009 for Bill Osling. He can dictate the race right now from here or make a mess of it. No, he chooses the ladder. 593 on a 575. Rob goes 675 on a 670, but that 009's hard to defend.
Yeah, give himself some margin there. Rolled out of the throttle, play it smarter there, and only 98 mile an hour there for Osling.
Oh, boys, getting into it.
I was soaking it up out there, boys. That's half the drama. But look out there and have a look down at the mound and the grandstands there. It's awesome to see. It's a good night.
Okay, so couple of young blokes have just handed in a phone. Thank you, fellas. So if you're missing a phone, come up to the tower, identify it for us, ring it or whatever. Thank you, lads. God, boys, hey,
Give us
how good
a
are
ring
those
if
blokes?
you're missing a phone.
They're almost too young to give them a free six-pack for that, but nah, we'll keep them on the straight and narrow.
Too late now.
Well done, boys. Thank you for that.
Mick Schaefer for mixed towing service in the 57 Chev Ute. Been a little bit off his usual pace this weekend, but it doesn't matter if you're consistent. That's what all that counts. Jeff Trapnell in beside of him. The Chev's not playing the game this weekend.
I don't know. Sometimes takes Trappy a little while to get into the groove. Could be right now. No. 022 light there. Now all he can do here is hope. Yeah, there we go. 560. Oh, nice safe click. 567 on a roll off, and the win for him. But Jeff, the thing's done it again. It kind of did not want to have a bar of it on the hit. He had. Yeah. It's just not happy on the hit there. Like it's. Yeah. It's almost like let me use the nitrous, and it's saying not today, and then he takes the finger off it and it works. Hasn't this thing grown a set of late? Now that it's 615 cubes, I did say to James Horan before, I said you got to go pick on the FKN grey ute. So we want the black ute and the grey ute racing each other. Identical model Hiluxes from the early days. Neil Grayson, 615 cubes. He gets a solo here in Super Sedan round 1. 532 the dial. Oh, nearly! Wow, that just goes to show how much he's willing to put out there.
Turned the tyres a couple of rotations and then he just fed it. just stayed in it, and yeah, that's frustration more than anything. He's usually a calm character, Neil. Oh no, he's not.
No, just now that you think about it, yeah, just before you reframe that statement, feel free to pull the paintbrush out, put a few more things on the paper, but yeah,
One of those
Neil.
crazy concreters.
Yeah, well, give us a top 10 list. Give us a top 20 list.
We got some lists this week.
I'll put Billy Shelton, if you're going to talk about crazy concreters, I'll put Billy Shelton straight in there over the top.
There's another one.
There's another one. The kings of the grey stuff, mate. We've got a few kings of the grey gold out there pouring hundreds of cubic metres a week.
We're going to have to start a website with lists. Is that going to create a drama?
I'd love to see top 10 quickest plumbers, top 10 quickest concreters. I think you could get a whole new industry engagement there, mate. But guess what? We'll save our ideas for the not mainstream drag racing world, because we've got the characters here, mate.
We got Underworld.
Yeah, we've got them all. We've got the underbelly. Oh, and now someone's ringing that phone. Congratulations, husband. Yes, it says husband. And get this phone. We won't embarrass you. Okay, bye.
Lucas Holt's in the little yellow Alton LS powered. Oh, husband, what have you done?
It comes up as husband. There we go. I'm gonna change that to my wife's phone, so that's what it says. POS. I'll get mine to say POS husband, and then when someone's ringing, it'll be like, oh, that's
Point of sale.
Point of sale. That's what I mean. Point of sale husband. Okay, I call him the Shark. Lucas the Shark Holtz, 597. What's that? All right, the girls are getting a bit raucous in here.
Oh no, it seems a bit. They run their own show over there.
I was trying to keep their blood sugar low, just so but now they're firing up after the food. 590 to 597. Hey, this is one quick hot rod. He says he's retired, Dave Hutchin. Well, I suppose this beats a set of golf clubs. Oh, what's happened? They both sat there. Even Lucas Holt sat there. Lucas is normally leaving on time. He gets it back if Lucas rolls the beam. He gets it back if he rolls the beam. If you roll the beam, Lucas, you're going to get it. Because technically, there you go. There we go. That is a Bradbury moment like you wouldn't believe.
Dave Hutchins has just got 1/1000th of a second too quick. Lucas Holtz went 18.29 second reaction time.
I wonder if he went backwards whether he would still get that win.
I don't think he would.
I don't think he would. So he just had to do what he had to do. Now, I don't know whether trans brake failed or whatever, but Lucas did not move. And that is very un-Lucas-like. You watch, because of that, he'll go win the whole damn thing now. He'll win the whole damn thing.
You can't let Lucas Holtz off the hook.
Not like that. 89, 589 with a 9 for Dave Hutchin. Poor bloke's retired. The last thing he needs is stress.
He just lost more hair.
Yeah. All right, so that's that. All right, Peter Nielsen and John Fleming.
Here's husband. Husband's here.
Whose phone is it? Hats off to the blokes that handed that in. There's nothing worse than losing something like that, is there? Having said that, where's my car keys? I've lost my car keys. So there you go. Oh, yours are in it, and you locked them in, eh? That's how you get extra.
Your keys are at Chris's car. What?
That's how you get the extra security. Lock your own keys in your car.
That'll fix
yeah. Not only can you not go home, but no one else can steal it. It's a great idea. I actually had the all-four day this year. A bloke locked his keys in the car, and we had about 10 blokes try and break in. It was almost like, I said, we could turn this into a game. We had a bloke on one side with a bit of strap. We had a bloke on the other side with a bit of strap.
$50 to the winner.
We should have the World Car Break-In Championships. Guy walks up, smashes the window. Sorry, mate. Wrong. We wanted you to get in the old-fashioned way. All right, Peter Nielsen, John Fleming.
And you're up for a window. John Fleming starting to get a hold of this little front engine Dragster. Really happy with the last pass, talking to Langy down there earlier.
That's too quick. I think that dial-in of 978 might have been a 578.
If not, that's the biggest breakout of the night.
Yes, Flemo, 628 on a 610. That's what it probably may have should have been instead of a 978. But that's on the boards to read. So that's on the boards to read. So if you're seeing that and it's not right, you've got a chance to alert the attention of the officials. And that's not only the driver but the crew. So that's where the dial-ins are. So if you're looking for the dial-ins, folks, there they are down on the main board. Sarah Dawson now and Jamie Folker.
So Folker in the blue altered here in the Golby's lane on the tower side here. Had a look at both of these in the lanes. Cool little cars.
Oh, it's got, hasn't this blue one got a real old school stance to it, including the big Formula 5000 scoop.
Yep.
Everything just looks like and it's a little shorter than 125.
Might be 115.
Yeah, I do like that. That's a bit of you, Shags. Maybe Dragfest next year we'll get our altereds out, eh? We'll get our...
I've got my converter here.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking about putting a blower on the 2J just to be different. Here we go. Oh, red light. Yeah, she can race, Sarah Dawson, no doubt about that. She buries it through the finish line, 74 on a 73.
Good numbers.
And a red light there for Jamie Folker, 627 on a 33. A little bit too quick, but throw that run away.
Yeah, it's only a little supercharger on that thing too. I had a good look at that down in the lanes.
We could sneak one onto that Holden motor, couldn't we, mate? Actually, let's see if we could. We might have to do a crowdfund between now and next year and say, let's get Shagger to be the quickest 253 altered in the country. I know, but let's go back to it. Let's get a little 286 built, right?
I'd have to run 2-inch pipes out the back.
Well, that's what we're doing. Sorry. Anything you need?
Sassy.
Another category? Outlaws to the lanes?
Sting in the Dragster.
Outlaws, are you okay? Oh, pretty please. Thank you. She's giving us that weird sort of... Everyone's getting a bit loco here tonight. All right, Darren Otto, serious run. 6:15, getting chased by Johnny Sting. I would not want to be chased by this thing. Talk about keeping your hand in. It's like Bud Kelly with that lazy 509 Cuba HQ in the corner. What's in the corner there, Stingy? Well, he's got himself pretty stout spit. I'm pretty sure it's a Spitzer. But oh yeah, how many of these are to be made? When you add up things like Super Comp, Top Dragster, there's got to be thousands of these in the world. But I'd also be curious to know whether those sales over the years have plateaued as new forms of, especially sedan racing. A lot of guys with sedans more than centre steer cars, but you're still always going to have those traditionalists that don't mind steering the centre steer stuff. That is the purest form of racing from the early days. Rail jobs, as they used to call them. Oh, Stingy hits the tree. 061. Darren Otto can't do anything other than watch him. Oh, 00. 500 on a 500. Stiggy backs himself all the way. That's going to be a handy looking time slip to look at when he comes back from that. To go bang on 500 with an 8.
Stingy will be knowing Stingy will still be upset. There's numbers there to be made.
He'll have to hit the practice tree a few more times. But remember, you read about the Dragmaster chassis. You could buy a Dragster kit, a mail order Dragster chassis.
I still got my Mark Williams Dragster blueprint thing they used to send you. So still on the old carbon paper that I bought back in the day.
So you could build the car as a kit.
Yeah.
When you listen to some of the drag racing history from the 60s, and that you could, with the drag racing craze, buy the Dragmaster chassis. So everyone had this same slingshot chassis out there with a variety of different combos. Sort of the first bit of mail order mass production to meet a need. And of course, if you read it, there's a book, I tell you what I should lend you guys, called King of the Dragsters, and it's actually a biography, an autobiography by Don Garlitz, up to about the late 70s, nearly into the 80s, this book. It's an old book. It was in a library somewhere because it's still got the original library card holder in the front. And of course, I don't know where I got it from, but I've got it. I borrowed it and never gave it back, but it wasn't a library. Someone already had the same idea. But it's a hell of a good book to read because he was building his own dragsters and all that back then, Garlitz. And then when he felt he needed a new one, he'd build one.
Bonita Martin on a solo
It's
here.
a little book.
492 for the Dragster. Goes 005 on the tree and backs up with a
Oh.
93 on a 92.
Yeah, now that's a run. Imagine if that was him and Stingy together.
Or her and Stingy.
Well, her and Stingy, yeah. Benita, sorry, force of habit. 493 and a 492. Stingy went smack on the 500, but that 005 for Benita is nearly our best light of the round.
One of the best, for sure.
All right, Benita, well, we'll keep an eye out for you out there. That's a 1 from 1 for Benita, 1 from 1 from Stingy. Lucas 1 from 1, even though it took the longest out of that round to get a result by sitting there. Yeah, that was interesting how that panned out. A Bradbury moment, in a way. Watching your opponent. Here we go, the gassers. All right. This is price of admission stuff right here, eh? Like, this is definitely price of admission stuff. The metal mauler. And what's it saying over there?
Doggone crazy.
Doggone crazy. They can be as fast or as slow as you want with these cars. There's
no.
no.
Going to tell me before, this is just dirty old stock 318.
It should last forever.
Beautiful.
He's got a pretty fat fun curve coming out of this
8
thing.
years so far, he tells me.
890 getting chased by 723 from the Hillman of Nigel Elsmore. Round 1 of Warwick Gases. Clean green, clean green. A lot of hesitation off the line there for the Hillman, and he might just run out of space here. Clockner's already there. 902 is safe on an 890. 799, all too late there for Nigel Elsmore. Jeez, he's loving this, isn't he? David Gall, Shane Lucas. That's just about the ultimate gasser stance. Like the thing is climbing a hill while standing still. It wouldn't fit on one of those banana back trucks because the thing would flip itself over. You can't have that much angle on a banana back. The thing would tip over. I love the dry hops, boys. All right, 745. Getting chased by 646 from Mighty Mouse. The Toyota 700 with that small block Chev chasing Lucas. Blue Bayou.
You may as well call it a second. Here we go. We know how tough Gall is. Lucas has got his hands full here.
Red light.
Oh, red light. Decided to run down the start line. Gall's still going to run it out the back door and test that dial.
Yep.
He's got 642, so you might have to have a rethink. Actually, no, we won't actually, because we're going in tomorrow's totally different conditions.
That's right. You can't really take anything that happens tonight. Oh, come on, give him a clap, cheer and a whistle, folks. The delinquent doing what delinquents do.
James Brennan, nice little burnout there for him. This is the guy that's got my old hamster, the young fella. So,
Is he?
He's
Yeah.
got a couple of cool toys, actually.
Well, speaking of hamsters, Stephen Danglemeyer's also dabbled in hamsters before, but you know what? Like most of those cool cats, you could probably fit a gasser in there as well. A gasser and a hamster. 820 for the Ute, chasing the delinquents, 920. And that colourful Perspex windows also. Great thing about gassers I remember from even the 70s, going to the drags in the 70s at Surfers.
Brennan's in, waiting on Dangelmeyer. He's in. Brennan's away.
Yeah, he's going to turn this
Play
in.
it smart here.
Yeah, no, Danglemeyer's done enough. 820 on an 820. You take something old and rusty and you turn it into a thing of pure precision. Oh yeah, and wouldn't be a gasser without a bit of six-banger in there. And to be honest, for anyone out there considering building a gasser, don't always have to go down the V8 route. Even if you had to build one and you snuck in a dirty old barrow, we wouldn't say anything. Just don't lift the hood. You know what I mean? Don't lift the hood.
You'd get lynched.
Gasify a barrow. You know what I mean? Put a carb. Well, you know, you can buy in New Zealand that Aussie Speed. Actually, Aussie Speed does it, and there's one in New Zealand. You can use a 4-barrel manifold for a barrow. So in Speedway, they do that in New Zealand. So yeah, you could carbify a barrow.
Talking to Ashlow before, very happy. The little Holden's working very nice.
Oh, not much on the reaction times. They're going to be dead level at the finish line right now. If they follow their dial-ins, 27 too quick. 81 on a 75 gives it back. The six-banger, too quick.
Ashlow won't be disappointed at all. Was very happy with the 730. 720s now. 727, 93 miles an hour. Rob McIntosh and Tony Dack. Good to see Tony out there in the Studebaker.
Boise saying rude. I don't know what the rude's apart. Which part? Oh, nothing wrong with the barrow. There we go. So because he heard a little bit of barrow hate, and straight away Boise's on about rude. That's rude.
Straight onto you.
Robbo, rude, mate, rude. All right, here we go. Tony Dack, Rob McIntosh.
McIntosh still out in front. Looking pretty good at this point. Did Dack come around? He did.
He did.
Got him. Dack got him.
Oh.
685 on a 665.
11 thousandths of a second. 11 thousandths. Now, folks, as if you have not got your money's worth already, 2 stick-shifted gases together, why not? Dean Kubler and Callum Scott, 8 flat, 775, virtually heads up. Whole lot of gear jamming just about to happen, so get your cameras ready. How's the blue glow and the golden glow?
Love it.
Inside. Here we go. Hello.
What's that one in there? Callum Scott just shrook. No, he might have an issue there by the looks of that. Oh, no. Okay.
He's been doing some big wheels things.
Nah, he might have an issue. Yeah, he's just telling Pete, nah, he's out. That thing's doing.
Yeah, I love it. That was a race I wanted to see, but there's something going on in the tranny.
Ooh.
Yeah. Last call for Outlaws. Outlaws to the lanes, please. Outlaws to the lanes, please.
Mate, I don't know if that's
No.
tranny or diff.
Or
looking at
diff.
that.
Could be
That
diff.
looks like there's a tooth missing.
Yeah, there's a tooth. There could be that. Could be exactly that. It is not looking good. Maybe the best thing Brutal can do is go forward again.
We might need a trolley. There's the trolley jack on cue. Beat straight onto it.
But I have problems with gases and trolley jacks. You need a block of wood to get it to the diff. Yeah, I don't think the trolley jack, you know, when you've ever had that problem,
We might have.
you know what I mean? You jack it all the way up. I need another 4 inches to get the wheels off the ground. He might need, no, he might have them yet. There we go.
We're right.
There's nothing worse than having it too high for the trolley jack. Yeah, that's why I keep like 4-inch blocks of timber at home just in case.
You got to have a variety of thicknesses of timber.
Well, with the Altered with 31-inch tyres on it, mate, the trolley jack doesn't quite reach when you go to jack it up. You've kind of got to get it started on the timber, get it uplifted, and then get some stands on it and go the rest of the way. But here we go, lowering it down on the speed jacks. Look how quick the guys were with the speed jacks. Now we can make it dance. Until it hits one rock and stops everything. That's the only other problem.
Zip tie.
Yeah, all it takes is the head of a zip tie.
The ladies that complain
moaning that you keep bumping their door.
Oh, honestly.
I'm sorry, ladies. I'm sorry about that. Sorry I had my back to you as well. I'll say the rest of the night just standing here like this. Oh, okay. Is that what's happening?
You've actually dislodged the door.
I doubt I have. That's a fixed section. That doesn't come out. See, it's never coming out. It's never coming out.
She doesn't look convinced.
There we go.
Does not look convinced.
No,
Still
you
got a
need
couple
more
of gases
cool air
to
in
go.
there.
I can see Simon Telf. Telf's out the back there. Mark Dyer waiting his turn as well.
Okay, concentrate, girls. Concentrate. We're nearly there. Another call for Outlaws. Is that what you wanted? Another call for Outlaws? Oh, yeah, all right. Okay, we'll close this up. Are you on the Strepsils or Demizen? Difflam. Oh, my God. On the heavy stuff. Putting that into the vodka cruisers, are we? That's the way? Well done. Great tip. All right, Simon Telf. Where's Telf? Here he is, trying to get it started. Telf is behind the water. We had to move out to clear.
Brutal had to go downhill.
Brutal's in trouble.
We pushed it downhill. They don't want to push that thing uphill.
Now we've got ourselves in a situation. What are we going to do with it over there now? Here we go, the Hiluxes. Always need a Hilux, don't we? Oh, here comes Telf. Mate, he's having the time of his life. He hasn't done enough. He's been so busy sort of steering Street Machine the last few years, indirectly, because Broads is still the editor. But Telf's kind of the man that's been in the background he was editor for a while and then sort of got a new role, a bigger role within Bauer Media. Mark Dyer, 700. Simon Telford, 760.
I down there on the line earlier, watch this thing, Mark, guys. He's got a bigger set of kahunas than me, I can tell you.
Yeah, that's a deadly weapon, that thing.
So he might have some kind of issue there as well. No, look, we're good now. We're good now.
Okay, final call. We're missing 2 Outlaws. Final call, Outlaws, round 1. Outlaws, round 1. ASAP to the lanes. Outlaws to the lanes, please.
I might just tore the sole off his shoe out there too. That's what was going on.
Right.
Tore it clean off.
All right, round 1. Here we go. Telf. He'll have the pulse up right now. He's got a head start by a light and a half. Go, Telf. Oh, red light, Telf gets the win. Red light, Telf gets the win. Let's see what he runs anyway. Goes 8:01.058 light for Telf. Round 1 win. Awesome stuff. Another call for Outlaws to the lows. Put your hands together, folks, here at Warwick tonight. Clap, cheer and whistle. Benjamin Love skids up the wagon.
Yeah, nice. Big smoky burn out there for Love.
And you know what? Paskey didn't have much on the old knuckle duster when it was for sale. I mean, it was reasonable. It was a reasonably priced car, but look how much cooler can you get? Honestly, there's so much cool. Just about get invited everywhere with a car like this. And this is a real head snapper as well. This light continues to kick on and off. Wait till the Supercharged Outlaws get here. The thing will be flickering like a disco light. All right. Get yourselves in a position to see. Not bad. 6:05 runs a 6:09.
He ran it about 1,000 foot too, by the sounds of that.
Yeah. He didn't.
He was having too much fun.
Yeah, you do not want to back off early on a solo because it'll just. Yeah, you're going to send the damn thing. 6:09 on a 6:05. Benjamin Love, 1 from 1. All right, so side by side, bit of track prep right now before we get that Supercharged Outlaws category.
Yep, that's the one. That's the one we were talking about earlier. That Supercharged Outlaws category.
Blower restraints.
Blower restraints.
Make sure they're on.
Yeah, very important.
Yep.
Very important, especially out in public.
Yeah. We've got small blocks, big blocks. Maybe sort of mid 400 cubes there.
Decent bottom end too. That's always the way to go.
It's very good. That's the key to reliability and racing tonight. So we need the Outlaws to the lane. So what have we got? What have we got left in here? Okay. Yep. There's some Outlaws there. What's that?
They're going to run one that was trying to.
So the Terraplane might be back. Oh, okay. So the Pano's there. So what else have we got in the schedule there tonight there, Shags? I know we kind of leave it to race control to run it through for us, but we were here somewhere,
mate. I don't know if we got too much
mate.
left, have we, mate? To be honest with you. Let's have a quick look.
Outlaws, yep. Oh, yeah, so we've still got 28s.
Classes, yep.
Elite Radial, yep.
That's a radial class as well. Oh, yeah, that's a radial class as well. So the radial
And the
class.
600 class. Yeah, so we've still got those to come.
Not happy at all. But he's looking for Chris to talk to Chris about.
I'll be going soon.
Well, we might have to.
All right, little bit of a prep here for Junga as he's doing a few laps. Tractor at the back, pulling it through. So the tractor sled and the vac. Jeez, we've got the equipment here to be able to solve all the stuff on track here.
Yeah, the Lloyd boys and the team here at Warwick Dragway come prepared. It's man, what a fantastic weekend. It's a pleasure to be here, to be honest with you, and we're having all sorts of fun. I got a chance to get down there in the pits before and catch up with a few people. Everyone's having a fantastic time.
A little bit of prep, just ready to go for our Outlaws. Have we got them all in order? I know that we had a few little stragglies, but we might have the stragglers down. I know we've still got a couple more categories to go.
Well, I did get a message from Stevie Tatum earlier. We won't see him again this weekend, unfortunately. Fuel shut-off moved on that last pass and leaned it out a bit, so won't be going any further this weekend. But as he said, we'll fix it, just not this weekend.
No, not good, not good. That's what happens with machinery sometimes.
There's quite a bit of attention going down here on the in the left-hand lane, the Golby's lane in particular. So they've obviously spotted something and need some attention. Big shout out to all our wonderful volunteers here at Warwick Dragway. It's a big commitment actually to be a volunteer here on Dragfest. 3 long days, but guys, honestly, on behalf of everyone, we thank you very much for all your time and effort. Junga Bunga down there on the mop, getting the job done. So we can see our Supercharged Outlaws in the lanes. They're not too far away.
Yeah, and some other categories to come for round 1 as well. So, yeah, we're not getting out. We're not getting out lightly tonight. We're still doing well for 7:30. One thing about a dragster, when it gets to night time and we get a good run on, then you get this gap and you think, oh, it's 11 o'clock. No, it's not. It's 7:30. For some reason, you get locked in time and it feels late, but it's not. Yes, Damien Boyce, there are radial classes coming up shortly, I believe. So we'll be probably running that. Well, we haven't seen them yet, have we? The 28, the world, and the 6 and the 6 flat and the elites. They get one more crack tonight. They were all told they were getting a run around 7:30 tonight. It's more than one of them has told us that. So you are in the right place, whether here at Warwick Dragway or watching on the great Overtaking Lane live stream, wherever you are around the world. Big shout out to all of our people watching in various countries. We always got them. We've always got them, Todd, haven't we? We've got them in all parts of the world, love, checking in. And it is sometimes for people that do subscribe to Overtaking Lane, it's the window into the Australian drag racing scene, and more specifically, and especially, our Southeast Queensland scene, whether it's Jambo or even Kenda a couple of weeks ago. We were able to take Kenda to the world. We've got Jambo, we've got Road Trip that goes to the world, and we've got it here, of course, at 1320 Motorsports, Warwick Dragway. We like to say the best little stream in the world. Okay. Now, here we go, the buckle stop here. Yeah, I think he's agreed to it. Round 1. I knew those lights would go off in the burnout. I call that the far lane. I'd call that... That's him.
Yeah.
Glad we got that sorted now.
Good matching here, Christine Steffens, 4:31 in the drags. Yara Cameron's impressed this weekend, 4:42. Not only do we have to do our job, we have to do others as well. So Cameron, 4:42 in that little big block Chev powered Alton. But he's got a tough one here in round 1, Christine Steffens.
Look at Christine Steffens' rap sheet here. Australian champion, 2009, 2010, 2009 Winner Nats winner, 2010 Dragfest winner, got to drive a fuel funny car 2011. Made friends around Australia, sponsors Lockyer Engine Reconditioners. She's an accountant, of course. Christine Steffens, one of our most accomplished Australian female drag racers. Oh, it's a good drag race here. Oh, double breakout, and it goes to Christine by 37 thousandths. 431 on a 31. Beats a 45 on a 42. I thought it was double breakout, but no, it's not. It's PBs both sides today. 431 on a 31. 45 on a 42. 048 light for Gary. 039 there for Christine, and that is one humdinger.
Mate, I thought you were looking at different boards to me. I thought you might have been looking at the dial-in board, you know, when you said double breakout. But no, good pass there. 431 on a 4, 39 on a tree.
I always get triggered when I see the blue come up there, which of course is PBs for them. Normally that has a breakout come out a second later after you see them. You go, hang on a sec, that's under that. No, it's not. That was a great race.
It was a cracker. Absolute cracker. 03
right lane, left
to
lane.
053. So nothing wrong with that. Right lane, still the right lane. Hasn't changed.
That's the Pro Street Radials lane.
I might put, you know what, I'll put Christine Steffens on the lady racer list, shouldn't I? Yes.
Oh, you haven't got her on there yet, mate?
No, there
it's
she
a work
is.
in progress.
I know, it's a big one. Here we go. These are all the ladies. We've got lots of ladies, probably a record for all the ladies. Yeah, I know, it's Christine. No, I know, I don't think she is. No, she's not, but that's a big list. That's a big list. I'm sure I've still missed a few, that's why I'm hanging around. Dave Glasson, Bart Bedrosian. Hemis both sides, here we go. Saturday night here at Warwick.
There we go, down here.
No, didn't.
Oh, Bedrosian had it all crossed up in the burnout thing. Gave it a second pedal. The second pedal's always a bit of a question mark.
Yeah.
With a big tyre with a blown car.
Depends on what angle you're at on the pedal. 460 for the Altered, getting chased by the Dragsters, 448.
Definitely some attention going down here on the start line, particularly from the Glasser cam. I'm not sure what was going on. Anyway, we're happy. There was pointing and fingers and all sorts of stuff happening. 440 to dial in for Glasser. Ah, the dial in. There we go. The dial in.
440 instead of.
He saw the dial in board.
All right. 440, 460. Round one. Oh, Bart's out there on a hole shot. Here comes Glassard. Oh, 91 on a 60. Beats a 460 by 49 thousandths at the finish line. Bart 012 reaction time to a 027 for Dave Glasson. And a great win there for Bart. 1 from 1, 491. Little roll off of the throttle. Dave, I think the same, 460 at 160 odd mile an hour. Rolls it off, but a great side-by-side run there. Actually, both Outlaws runs were pretty spectacular. And we've still got a couple more to do. Couple more to do there. Bloody button-pushing ladies in here, winding us up. All I'm doing is trying to view the staging lanes. We're playing a deliberate game of blocker over here. It's that sort of niggle that gets you down sometimes to the point where you lash out, and I've learned to control myself.
Workplace bullying.
It is workplace bullying. That's called exclusion.
Where's HR? Is that Chris?
No, you're
HR as well?
you're the bunker. We'll just come back to you, Shagger. Is that unacceptable behaviour? Yes, thank you, Shagger. All right. Here we go. Is this Rodney Hanson and Randall? Mate, I'm sure this was the old Gin Gin Bandit, or no? No?
No. It's still. I think it's still around, the Gin Gin
Is
Bandit.
it?
I think I saw it maybe a couple of years ago now. Randomly popped up somewhere.
He's got it turned off. Whether we can just turn the thing on and off, I don't know. Here we go. It's running again. Oh, no.
Coming forward
No.
to Pete, the starters out there. Hopefully they shut him off because Hanson comes like a bull at a gate for a burnout.
And you know what Rodney's like on the burnouts here.
I'm going to say we got a car that's pulled up short in the braking area. We'll have to get that around the corner. Oh, there you go. Both cars are pulled up short in the braking area. So obviously we've got to clear the track before we can send this next pairing down. That's the small hold-up. We won't be very long at all.
Curse you, uphill braking area. you run out of gravity. Gravity starts working against you and the thing will not get up and around. And we know what these things are like when you've got to push them. They're damn heavy.
Especially uphill.
Yeah, uphill. They're up. So we've got to go down and fetch them and get him out of the way. So that was Glasson and Bart on the last run there. So we've got Toowoomba's Rodney Hanson ready with the altered and Roma's Randall Moore with his Tirana. But yes, I can see some lights right up the top there. Right up the top. So we will hopefully get them off and out. And you would hope at those speeds, 142 for Bart with shoots out, 160 shoots out there for Dave. That's the thing. They probably are that slightly slower speed. If they were coming through, you know, booking it a bit more than that, yes, maybe they will get enough momentum to get up and around the corner. But yeah, they're both on the roll-off and the shoots.
Double shoot.
Yeah, those things, even down on the engine after that, they can pull up real quick. And this is one of our better braking areas that we've got in this country, just because of that sheer elevation makes this track. I mean, we've even seen them run the quarter mile here, and that braking area does more than enough to help them. But the 8th, it's just good to have that extra amount of braking distance. All right, so just checking on word down the bottom end. Braking area is marked as clear. There we are, good to go. He only knows one length, doesn't he? One length Hanson.
560 the dial in for Randall Moore and the little Tirana out of Roma. Rodney Hanson, 467. The mechanic from up on the range in Toowoomba, well, as I said, was only at WA the weekend before, in a little mini racing around Wanneroo.
Living the dream.
Living the dream.
So he's got his own shop, I think, in Cotswold Hills in Toowoomba. Randall Moore, of course, Moore's Garage. Family business for so many years in Roma. All right, here we go. 560 getting chased by 467. Oh, red light. Oh, Rodney hauls him down. 467 on a 67. 467 on a 467. Red light 008 minus for Randall. A 61 on a 60. Oh, that woulda, coulda, shoulda, the best race of the round.
Randall used a lot of the track up too. He was really steering that thing in the top end, but yeah. Cross out that. Otherwise, we've got a really nice side-by-side pass between that, but red light decided that one.
67 on a 67. 61 on a 60. But just a little too early on the launch there.
All right, so we're waiting for our radial brackets to come around. Elite Radial 28 versus 275 and Radial 600. We need you to the lanes if you're not already, and there's not many of you there, but Elite Radial 28 275 and Radial 600. We need you to the lanes.
I think they've all been hanging back, watching what's been happening, and now reality kicks in. It's time to finish your rounds of racing tonight.
Well, it's hard to get caught up in it, mate. I'll be honest with you. There's plenty of good racing to watch here this weekend.
All right, so we need to call them to the lanes because they were already aware, and I know I was talking to a few of them saying, yeah, we've got one more tonight at 7:30. They've just been waiting to be called instead of just forcing themselves upon us. But yeah, that's what we need. So what do we need? 28 versus 275 to the lanes, please. 6 flat radial to the lanes, elite radial to the lanes, please. So we did bring Outlaws up early. I think that's what the call was, but we need those classes to the lanes, please. So you can get your first round done. So elite radial, looking forward to that. 28 by 275 and 6 flat radial to the lanes immediately, please. We're doing that little bit of a prep right now. So we'll have a small, tidy break and back with more shortly. We just need another call for those. I'm grabbing a jumper. And Phil can have a crack here in a sec if they start breaking into racing, but we've got to go grab that jumper while we get the track prep going.
You and I, we never show emotions, we just keep it down inside. Yeah, you and I, both longing for expression for the things we like, but we stay quiet.
I ducked out just to grab something to eat earlier, and that was the end of that. I was gone for a little while, so I do apologise, but it's good to catch up with people. Mate, the atmosphere out there this weekend is awesome. Everyone's having a fantastic time and just stoked with this event.
Yeah, no, that's right, mate, and no need to apologise whatsoever. We were actually talking about that earlier, Diggles and myself, about that's the great thing about these events. You catch up with the people that sometimes you might not have caught up with for a while. Yeah, certainly that's one of the great things we love about drag racing and drag racing events. So, yeah, it's going to be, and on that subject, it's going to be a great night here tonight. We've got a live band playing. We've got a big party atmosphere going on. All the racers and crew going to be over there in the party tent. Going to be a great night.
Yeah, mate, that was the other thing. Everyone said we'll catch up for a cold one. And that's what it's all about. This is, some of these guys you might only see once a year. So
yeah, exactly.
This is our little party, our little get together, and we do some racing as well.
Yeah, throw a bit of racing in there.
Ticks all the boxes.
There'll be plenty of bench racing tonight as well, I'm sure.
Oh, mate. Plenty of stories. They all come out. So a little bit of track prep before the radial races come out. The 3 brackets. We've got the elites. We've got the 28 275s. We've got the 6AA by the West Bay Junga Bunga. So can't complain, mate. We've still got plenty to come.
Sure have. And looking forward to it too. The staging lanes are starting to look full again.
Quick shout out to our sponsors. We'll run through some of these. Let's talk about some of the bracket sponsors. We just had Supercharged Outlaws out there. Queensland Rock Breakers and RD Williams Excavator Parts. Those guys are in the game. Big supporters out here at Warwick Dragway. Gazzard Brothers brings us Elite Radial. We'll see those cars here very shortly. Unreal Plates. And you mentioned it. I'm going to keep mentioning it because they've been a long-time supporter and sponsor here at Warwick Dragway. So always great to have those guys continually on board. And, of course, Junga Bunga brings us Radial 600. Hope's Bodyworks brings us the modified bracket, and that was a good first round of racing there from modified. We had all sorts of stuff going on there. Some very close racing.
Howdy.
You and I, we just keep it down inside.
So just a reminder, if you got a getting messages. If you're tuning in on the live stream once again, thank you. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you to the Overtaken Lane for supplying the live stream this weekend. The boys do a fantastic job. And I know everyone that watches it appreciate it because, not everyone can be here this weekend for various reasons. So that's the next best thing you can do.
That is for sure.
Boyce's telling me that I've always found my fastest times were usually at the bar after an event. That's accurate.
Yeah.
Can't argue with that. So our old Massey Ferguson. She's done some hard yards over the years, but it continues to go strong. A couple more sled runs up and down the race surface here. You've got Junga Bungas out there with the secret sauce. So this is only round one of race. Don't forget all our races taking part in what we call Chicago Shootout. It's a round robin system, so they all run 3 rounds, and then we look at results from those 3 rounds to find our finalists. Seems like we're still a long way from that.
Yeah, no, we've, as you said, we've got our first round of racing for all the brackets will be finishing up tonight, and then first up tomorrow into round 2 of racing for all our brackets. And then, as you said, the Chicago Shootout system of round robin racing, there's 3 rounds. So we'll have the first round, as we said today, and 2 more rounds tomorrow, and then figure out who the finalists are. Yes, so that is that's the way it works.
Basically, that's how it is. Radial teams entering the lanes now, so they're filling up nicely. We'll have those radial races on track very shortly.